in order to experience the joy of milking cows every day. I specially took in a group of beautiful women. Not only do I have a proud female boss with long legs, but also a pair of cold yet passionate sisters, allowing me to enjoy double the happiness. Even a popular female celebrity came to my door on her own, just because the red mist descended upon the world. While promoting the evolution of the human body, if certain specific foods are not replenished in time for a long period, humans will mutate into zombies. I have bound the Goddess Illustrated system, and by collecting illustrations, I can obtain corresponding food and abilities. At this moment, my eyes flickered, and a panel appeared before me. Superpower, none. Appearance rating, 91. Daily supplement of awakening food, beef, 5 out of 100. Equipped weapon, iron rod. Level, 1, 0 out of 100. Goddess Illustrated, none. As I flipped my right hand, a card appeared in my palm. Goddess Illustrated card. After activation, it allows you to obtain any selected food for supply. The current illustrated food that can be activated, steak, unlimited supply. I put the illustrated card away and murmured to myself, it's been a week. I should see if she agrees or not. Since the binding system started, I had already chosen my first target. I opened my phone and quietly waited for the time to reach 12 o'clock, which was the time I had agreed upon with the other party. Before 12 o'clock arrived, a VX message was sent over. Lin Chuan Ma, I want to trade with you. I'm at the door now. Please open it. I heard this and came to the door. Through the electronic eye, I saw a cold and proud woman standing outside. Her skin was sculpted like white jade, and her black hair fell like satin over her shoulders, with a long and elegant neck. Her name is Zhang Mubai, the sister of my school's beauty Jang Muxiao, and she is now my neighbor across the hall. I opened the door, and Zhang Mubai immediately walked in from outside, commanding, Lin Chuan Ma, close the door immediately. I said, are you treating me as your subordinate? Manager Zhang, your way of speaking is really quite condescending. I wanted to say, aren't you just my subordinate? But the words caught in my throat. As soon as Zhang Mubai spoke, she quickly restrained herself, her expression carrying a hint of bitterness. Before the red mist descended, she was indeed my superior. But after the red mist arrived, the apocalypse broke out, and the world order collapsed. She could no longer be considered a superior. Zhang Mubai was silent for a moment, then stepped forward to close the door, saying, Muxiao is still across the hall. I don't want her to know what happened today. You really are the same as before. Even in the apocalypse, you want to protect her tightly, treating her like a baby, I said sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mubai fell silent. Before the red mist descended, she had always overly protected her sister, Jang Muxiao. During school, just because I was getting close to Jang Muxiao, she immediately called me over and scolded me mercilessly, saying I was not worthy of Jang Muxiao. After that incident, all contact between me and Jang Muxiao was completely severed. Unfortunately, the first job I found after graduation turned out to be under the command of this arrogant woman, Zhang Mubai, who treated me like a beast of burden. Later, I suffered a work injury and needed to go home to rest for a while. It was at this time that the red mist descended. Zhang Mubai said, right now, with the apocalypse upon us, I believe it no longer matters who is right or wrong about the past. In any case, I didn't come here to argue with you. I need to know, do you really still have beef? Yes, but I don't really want to give it to you right now, I said. When Zhang Mubai heard me say this, his first reaction was anger. Before the red mist descended, I was just an orphan, a poor kid, a subordinate who could be used by her at will. But now I actually dared to speak to her like this. Zhang Mubai was very angry. Lin Chuanma, I know you are very upset about what happened before, but the whole world is about to face a disaster, and I think we should cooperate and get through this difficult time together. I ignored her and coldly said, are you done? You can leave once you're finished. I don't like trading partners. You can find someone else for the beef. After the red mist descended, the only meat that could help Zhang Mubai and her sister's bodies adapt to evolution was beef. But during the apocalypse, beef had long been snatched away. In this desperate situation, I contacted Zhang Mubai, saying that I had beef, and I had no intention of giving it to them for free, proposing to trade it for beef. As for the content of the transaction, Zhang Mubai saw my indifferent attitude and said, Lin Chuan Ma, even if you hate me, you used to like Muxiao, right? I can skip the beef, but can you at least share some with Muxiao? I looked at her coldly and said, let's not talk about whether I really like you or not. Even if I did, that was in the past. In any case, with your high and mighty attitude, just leave. I won't give you a single piece of my beef. Zhang Mubai, seeing my indifference, was so anxious that she was almost in tears. However, facing my strong stance, she knew crying wouldn't help. Lin Chuan Ma, I'm sorry. With a thud, Zhang Mubai knelt down, grabbed my hand, and pleaded, please, let's make a deal. Give us some beef, I beg you. I looked at her for a while, and as she felt anxious inside, I said, "Alright, get up and let's continue our transaction." Seeing that I agreed to continue the transaction, Zhang Mubai finally let out a sigh of relief. 2 hours later, obtained the goddess's illustration. Zhang Mubai obtained SSS level ability, Soul Snatch, obtained unlimited food supply, Steak. Zhang Mubai's illustration panel appeared before my eyes. Zhang Mubai, ability, Mind Control, S rank, not activated. Appearance score, 96. Daily supplement of awakening food, beef, 0 out of 100. Level, 1, 0 out of 100. Absorbing energy crystals can promote physical growth. Charging times, 1. Favorability, -5, the higher the favorability, the higher the quality of food obtained. As I looked at the panel, Zhang Mubai tidied up his clothes, his face flushed with an unnatural red. Compared to earlier, Zhang Mubai now appeared a bit softer. She said, "I have fulfilled your conditions, now you should give me the beef." I came to the kitchen, picked up a plastic bag, and then a few steaks were laid out on the table. I packed these steaks into the bag and handed it to Zhang Mubai. When Zhang Mubai saw that I really took out the steaks, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Feeling that the transaction just now wasn't so hard to accept after all, Zhang Mubai left my house immediately after getting the steaks, and I didn't mind, knowing that this woman would come looking for me again once the steaks were finished. I stretched lazily and thought to myself, now that I have beef, I don't have to worry about turning into a zombie for the time being. Now that I have meat, for the next goddess card, I wondered what food should be the main focus. After thinking for a moment, I made a decision. Now that I have meat, the next thing is clean water. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Now that I have new abilities, even if I encounter zombies, I have ways to deal with them, and to activate more goddess card collections, I need to have a higher profile. Lin Xuanma first had a beautifully satiated meal of beef before changing his clothes, and only then did he go downstairs. Lin Xuanma had just arrived downstairs when a few zombies that made "ah-oh" sounds ran towards him at a speed similar to running. Lin Xuanma raised his head, his eyes glowing with a blue light. The zombies that had just approached over suddenly stopped moving in place. This was the supernatural ability Soul Snatching that Lin Xuanma had just acquired. Zhang Mubai's yet to be awakened psychic ability Mind Control, which could control other people's bodies. And Soul Capture is the equivalent of an enhanced version of Mind Control, which not only controls, but can take control of the bodies of hundreds of subjects at a time. However, the effects of the powers are weakened quite a bit or even uncontrollable for higher ranked objects. These zombies looked dangerous, but they weren't high leveled, and were similarly level 1, so Lin Xuanma seemed to have an easy time controlling them. Lin Xuanma controlled the zombies to kill each other. After all these zombies died, Lin Xuanma's level experience increased by 6 points. On average, one zombie provides 1 point of experience value. If you want to upgrade, you still have to kill enough 100 of them, Lin Xuanma said in his heart. But there are so many zombies in the neighborhood now, not to mention level 2, even level 3 is more than enough. Lin Xuanma maneuvered the zombies and went on a killing spree in the neighborhood. This behavior was quickly seen by the surrounding residents. Lin Xiaoya's sinister figure stood beside the balcony, gazing at the scene, her eyes burning as she watched Lin Xuanma's zombie hunting figure, saying, "I didn't expect that I would come across an alien in our neighborhood. Perhaps I can collaborate with him to scavenge the resources from the homes of the other tenants who've already been turned into zombies. It's just that. Just what exactly should I do in order to collaborate with him?" Lin Xuanma stopped for the time being after killing enough zombies for 100. Upon leveling up to level 2, Lin Quanmer's abilities grew in all areas. After the advent of Red Mist, a list of physical abilities to grow is listed online. The highest known breach of the human limit is now 3 times. And none of these people are survivors who have been exposed to the red mist for more than 2 months. Those who have pushed the limits of the human body 3 times have been able to twist steel pipes off with their bare hands. It is also possible to be invulnerable to less powerful firearms. Lin Xuanmo was probably considered to have pushed the limits of the human body once now. Although he had only broken through the human body limit once, Lin Xuanma's body speed was also a lot tougher than the athletes before the end of the world. Placed before the end of the world, High and Low was also a sports star with a great future. After Lin Quanmer finished leveling up, the sky grew dark and the red mist appeared once again. In the red mist, vision is obstructed and you can easily get hurt when fighting walkers. Although Lin Xuanma had the soul-snatching ability, there was no guarantee that he could make it through the red mist when facing a zombie. Lin Xuanma was cautious and immediately chose to withdraw after the red mist rose. At the end of the night, Lin Quanmer once again got a couple stakes out. As his physical abilities increased, Lin Xuanma's need for beef was greater than before. This effect of an unlimited supply of food will become more and more useful as the end times unfold. After a beautifully full stomach, Lin Xuanma took out his cell phone. Bohemia Gardens are upscale and expensive homes. There are still quite a lot of celebrities and noble women here. And the reason why Lin Xuanma could live here was not how rich he was. The house where Lin Xuanma now lives has had a death in the past, and the landlord can't sell it or rent it out. Lin Xuanma was looking at the house for a cheap rent at that time, so he rented it. As for the house being dead, Lin Xuanma was a poor man. Where could he count that much? Lin Xuanmo flipped open his cell phone and found that the chat group of Zhang Garden residents in the VX was currently discussing Lin Xuanmo's killing of the zombie just now. Chapter 3, The Exasperation of a Highly Arrogant Boss. Did you see that? The boy who just went on a killing spree downstairs. I recognize him. He's a tenant in our building 405. He should have possessed psychic powers. Which one of you is familiar with him? Can you ask him to help come to my place to kill the zombies? The family across from me has all turned into zombies, and I'm so afraid that they'll suddenly just break open the door of the room and kill me in my house. Me too. On our floor, almost everyone has turned into a zombie. I'm also hungry now. If I don't eat an apple, I might turn into a zombie too. Don't worry guys, the one who is most anxious right now is me. All my family members have now turned into zombies and are locked in my room. I'm so afraid that they will break the room and turn me into a zombie too. The crowd, in your words and in mine, expressed their concern about the situation. Suddenly, a person at down Linkwamer. Lin Xiaoye, Block 15, 205 at Lin Xuanma. Handsome brother, I love powerful aliens the most. Can you clear out the zombies in our Block 15 tomorrow? That way people can come to your house. Lin Quanmer remembered that this Lin Xiaoye was a second-tier actress, and this aspect of her face value should be in line with the activation of the goddess Atlas. Lin Quanmer, Block 21, 405. There is too much beef. I want to find someone to share it with. Beautiful women who want beef can contact me. I will treat you well at home. Seeing Lin Xuanma venture out, the entire VX group of Zhang Garden immediately exploded. Jen Chen, Block 21, 804 at Lin Xuanma. Get me the beef and I'll transfer $1 million to you immediately. Li Yuxing, Block 13, 702 at Lin Xuanma. I'm the landlord. You haven't paid your rent this month. Get me the beef and this month's rent will be considered paid. As soon as Lin Xuanma sent the message, the entire group immediately went crazy, constantly at ing him. Lin Quanmer ignored the messages, created a large table of steaks, and sent a steak tanning message to the group. Lin Xuanma, Block 21, 405. There's so much food in the house. If only there was a beautiful woman willing to have dinner with me. Lin Quanmer knew before he sent the message that it would soon cause a blow-up. With almost everyone lacking food, Lin Xuanma's table of steaks was enough to attract a lot of people. And after Lin Quanmo sent the message, he directly did not look at the phone, no matter whether anyone took the bait or not. Anyway, just to dry them out first. After that, it is good to facilitate Lin Quanmo to act. Musha, even though my sister got the beef, we can't just eat whatever we want without arrangement like before. This next bit of beef, we'll eat it over 5 days. I'll divide it into 5 portions, and each day we'll eat just one. Okay, sis. After Zhang Mubai brought the beef back home, he talked to Zhang Muxiao about how to distribute the hard-earned steaks. However, by the time Zhang Mubai woke up the following day, he realized that so many piles of steaks were instantly empty. Sister, I'm sorry. As for the one who ate up all this beef, it was Zhang Mubai's favorite sister, Jang Muxiao. Zhang Muxiao looked uneasy as she said, I originally wanted to eat it in 5 installments as you ordered, but I was just too hungry. Sister, I'm sorry. Zhang Mubai sniffed and didn't know what to say. What could she say when the steak had been eaten? Now even if Zhang Mubai was angry and fuming, there was no way that this steak could be pulled out of Zhang Musha's stomach. Besides, this was Zhang Mubai's most beloved sister. Even if Zhang Mubai was angry at other people, it was impossible for him to be angry at Zhang Musha. However, the importance of beef in this environment was obvious to the sisters. Thinking about the consequences of not eating beef, Zhang Mubai's heart fluttered. Zhang Mubai didn't want to turn into those ugly zombies. Thinking of this, Zhang Mubai couldn't help but pick up his cell phone, and after hesitating for a while, he sent a private chat message to Lin Xuanma. Let's make another deal. Lin Xuanma. After sending this message, Zhang Mubai suddenly withdrew it and then sent a message again. Lin Xuanma. Let's talk. Zhang Mubai wasn't stupid. She knew that according to their increasing appetites now, even if she got beef from Lin Xuanma again, it would probably be eaten up by Zhang Muxiao very quickly. Instead of that, it would be better to enter into a more intimate partnership with Lin Xuanma. Anyway, it was also the end of the world now, and if their two sisters wanted to survive, they had to find a strong person to rely on. And the scene yesterday when Lin Quanmer went downstairs to kill the zombies, Zhang Mubai also saw it. In this post-apocalyptic environment, finding an alien to team up with is not a bad choice. Zhang Mubai quickly had a decision in his mind. Only, Zhang Mubai was a bit uneasy again when he remembered how he had treated Lin Xuanma in the past. In the past, Zhang Mubai had treated Lin Xuanma so badly, and now that he was saying that he was asking him to shelter the sisters, he didn't know if Lin Xuanma would agree. However, Zhang Mubai's uneasiness quickly disappeared. With my stature, if I am willing to follow him all the way, then he would be more than happy. How could he still drive me away? Zhang Mubai thought confidently. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Xuanma was preparing to go out. The doorbell rang. Lin Xuanma thought it was Zhang Mubai who had come to see him. Yesterday Zhang Mubai sent him a message, but Lin Xuanma didn't reply. However, Lin Xuanma came to the door mirror and realized he was wrong. Although the one outside was also a beautiful woman, it was not Zhang Mubai. Lin Xuanma opened the door to the room, and a delicate face came into Lin Xuanma's eyes. The woman must have been in her mid-20s in age, with almond-shaped eyes, pea-colored lips, and a beige silk shirt. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I came here this time because I want to promote our relationship with each other. Lin Xiaoyu said greatly. It was a stark contrast to Zhang Mubai's veiled manner of speaking. Lin Xuanma said in his heart, this woman is quite fast. The red mist clears during the day, but the walkers are still active. From this appearance of Lin Xiaoye with sweat still dripping from her forehead, Lin Xuanma knew that she must have risked everything to come straight here. Lin Xuanma said, come in. Lin Xiaoye was relieved when she heard Lin Xuanma's words. After ascertaining that Lin Xuanma not only had psychic powers, but also a large amount of food, the first thing she did was to come to Lin Xuanma and furtively introduce herself. Lin Xiaoye knew that she was definitely not the only one with a heartbeat, but like her, she was definitely the first one who could risk turning into a zombie to come here. Lin Xiaoye was about to enter the house. Just see the door to the next room open. Zhang Mubai came outside the house, and at this time, Lin Xuanma didn't enter the house. He looked back and happened to be on the line with Zhang Mubai. Zhang Mubai pointed at Lin Xiaoye, his fingers trembling slightly, his expression devastated, and said, You, Lin Xuanma, how could you be like this, casually bringing a woman into your own house? Lin Xuanma sniffed and was silent for a long time before saying, why do you care about so many things about me? Lin Xuanma was quite speechless to this woman. How could this still be in charge of him? Leave her alone and come in, Lin Xuanma said. Lin Xiaoyu sniffed and immediately entered the house. With a bang, Lin Xuanma closed the door to his room. Zhang Mubai's sharp voice resounded through the building. Lin Xuanma. Chapter 4, Actresses. Second Goddess Illustrated. Zhang Mubai's shouts could not be heard by Lin Xuanma. Of course, Lin Xuanma would ignore it if he heard it. The current Lin Xuanma was not the subordinate who was used as a cow or horse by Zhang Mubai before the end of the world. After Lin Xuanma brought Lin Xiaoye into the house, he said, it's true that I don't have a shortage of food, but you should know what price you should pay for coming to my place? Lin Xiaoye swallowed and said, I know, I'll be your woman. Before she came, Lin Xiaoye already knew what Lin Xuanma wanted. Lin Xuanma nodded in his heart as he sniffed. Compared to Zhang Mubai, this Lin Xiaoye didn't have that kind of pretentious condescension in it. Gained SSS grade alien ability anomaly. Gained unlimited supply of pure water. Lin Xiaoye, ability, additional status, S rank, inactivated. Appearance rating, 94. Awakening food daily supplement, pork, 0 out of 100. Level, 1, 0/100. Absorbing energy crystals promotes physical growth. Charging times, 1. Favorability, 60. The higher the favorability, the higher the quality of the food you get. After a night of fighting, Lin Xiaoye lay limply on the bed. Lin Xuanma, on the other hand, sat down on the edge of the bed and read Lin Xiaoye's panel. Although Lin Xiaoye's favorability was not high, it was much stronger than Zhang Mubai. If Lin Xuanma hadn't not known Lin Xiaoye at first, then he would have definitely chosen Lin Xiaoye for his first goddess icon. Lin Xuanma came into the living room and took the cup out. The glass that was empty was soon full. Pure water. Quality, 3 stars. The quality of the unlimited supply of food is 1 star for every 20 points of improvement from Goodwill 0 and up, while below 20 points, including negative numbers, the quality gained is 1 star. As the quality increases, these foods become progressively more useful. Lin Xuanma took a sip from his cup of water. Discover that this pure water has a unique refreshing quality. I haven't showered in days to conserve water, Lin Xuanma murmured before entering the bathroom without hesitation. The entire Bohemia garden has been without water for several days. Previously, in order to conserve water, Lin Xuanma's clothes hadn't been changed and washed for several days. Now that pure water could be supplied indefinitely, Lin Xuanma naturally wouldn't be stingy with water like before. Only after comfortably soaking in the bathtub with pure water did Lin Xuanma change into loose pajamas and come out from inside the bathroom. Lin Xiaoye had also gotten up by this time. Compared to yesterday, Lin Xiaoye now had a unique flavor and charm between her brows, and her entire person was like a delicate flower that had blossomed. Quan Mo. Lin Xiaoye stepped forward and naturally took Lin Xuanma's arm. just like a qualified little girlfriend. Lin Xiaoye's eyes noted the change in Lin Xuanma's expression as she wrapped her arms around him. However, Lin Quanmo's expression didn't change at all, which caused Lin Xiaoye to secretly say in her heart that Lin Quanmo was not a good strategy. Even though they had already had sex, Lin Xiaoye knew that Lin Xuanma hadn't invested much emotion into herself. In order to better maintain the relationship between the two of them, Lin Xiaoye thought she had to continue to be proactive. Lin Xiaoye said, "You were gone early in the morning. I thought you went downstairs to kill zombies. Just getting ready. By the way, you're already up, so hurry up and take a shower," Lin Xuanma said. After a night of fighting, Lin Xiaoye had also sweated quite a bit, and now her body had an odor. Lin Xiaoye sniffed, but she looked unnatural and said, "It's not good to waste water like that, right? Don't worry about the water. My powers are so special that there will be no shortage of either food or water." Other people didn't know about the system, and Lin Xuanma wouldn't say anything about it. But this ability to supply unlimited food, there would definitely be people who were curious about its origin. Lin Xuanma also didn't want to be stranded here fighting with these people every day. So after that he planned to use his supernatural abilities to cover up the system. It was always unlikely that anyone else would know he got these through the system anyway. When Lin Xiaoye heard this, she was shocked in her heart, but on her face, she looked at Lin Xuanma. But then she became winks and paid more attention to Lin Xuanma. How high a status an alien who could create food and water and also kill zombies could have in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Xiaoye didn't dare to imagine at all. And now, this man was right up close and accessible to Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye said delicately, "Then I'll go wash it. I'm also weirdly uncomfortable after sweating all over yesterday." Lin Xiaoye went into the bathroom and after a while, suddenly said, "Quan Mo, can you come in? I'm missing something I need you to take." Lin Xuanma sniffed, walked into the bathroom, opened the door, and said, "What's missing?" "The lack of a lovebirds, man." Lin Xiaoye reached out her hand and pulled Lin Xuanma over to her, and the two of them got into the bathtub together. After a battle in the bathtub passed, Lin Xuanma organized his things, then gripped the iron rod and went out again. Lin Quanmer could equip other things as weapons after getting the systems panel, and these things equipped as weapons will have different effects. Lin Xuanma had also brought the iron rod downstairs yesterday to kill zombies, but he hadn't used it once. Compared to having a hard encounter with a zombie by himself, Lin Xuanma was more willing to use his powerful psychic abilities to put himself in an invincible position. Of course, it's one thing to use an iron rod and another to carry it. Lin Xuanma was still cautious, taking the iron rod out. It might come in handy at some point. Lin Xuanma gripped the iron rod and had just stepped out of the room when he saw Zhang Mubai standing with his hands on his shoulders across the room. Lin Xuanma had just left the house when Zhang Mubai said, "Lin Xuanma, you need to give me an explanation. Why is there another woman in your house? You obviously only did that kind of thing to me the day before yesterday, and you want to cheat on me now? That was just a deal." Lin Xuanma said, "I don't want to talk about any feelings with you, and I haven't thought about talking about any feelings with you, so that's it. I'm still busy." After Lin Xuanma finished speaking, he ignored Zhang Mubai and went straight downstairs. It made Zhang Mubai so angry that he stomped his feet in place. She didn't expect Lin Xuanma to flip out after sleeping with her. "Lin Xuanma, you're a scumbag." As Lin Xuanma's footsteps were about to disappear, Zhang Mubai let out a growl at the stairs, and Lin Xuanma couldn't hear it at all, and if he heard it he didn't bother. Zhang Mubai, this woman, classically brightens up when given sunshine. Those who don't know think they're so affectionate. Lin Xuanma even brought a big backpack with him downstairs this time. This time, Lin Xuanma didn't intend to clean up the zombies downstairs, but was going to sweep down the other floors. Not only could there be walkers on the other floors, but there could also be food, water, and other necessities that the survivors had previously hoarded. Linkamer's first target was the 20th building next door. Block 20. Lin Quanmer remembered, living in the third floor of the tenants, before in the cell phone in the sun and his purchase of a batch of shower gel and shampoo, Lin Quanmer food and water would not be in short supply, but living supplies were still quite scarce. Lin Xuanma first came to stop in front of the first floor of the 20th building, and with a thought, his vision seemed to penetrate the house, and he could see the situation inside. This was a method of using soul snatching, similar to externalizing one's spirit to penetrate the surrounding matter and see directly inside. From this strange vision, Lin Xuanma saw the inside of the house. Inside the house there are walkers in the middle of a SHA attacking the walls. Only one walker though, no one else. Lin Xuanma didn't have a key, nor did he have enough brute strength to be able to kick the gate open. However, Lin Xuanma could control the zombies. The walkers in the house opened the door under Lin Quanmo's control. Chapter 5, Lin Xiaoye needs pork. Lin Xuanma walked into the house and searched for a while. There is not much food stockpiled in this house, but there are several bottles of body wash and shampoo. Lin Xuanma asked the walker to find a bag and fill it with these items for good measure, confirming the door to the room on the other side. The gate on the other side was left open. Behind the door, though, a beer-bellied man with a badminton racket in his hand ambles along. It seems like he's sensing that I'm scavenging for supplies and is preparing to shade me, Lin Xuanma said in his heart. Lin Xuanma takes control of the walker again and the walker opens the door. The moment the zombie opened the door, the beer-bellied man immediately swung the badminton racket in his hand to smash the zombie controlled by Lin Xuanma. The zombie was hit in the head with a badminton racket and his body swayed for a moment. The zombie then swung its purple-haired claws toward the beer-bellied man. Claws stabbed through the skin of the beer-bellied man. How could it be a zombie? The beer-bellied man made an incredulous sound. And in the next moment, Lin Xuanma swung his iron rod and slammed it on the beer-bellied man's head. The beer-bellied man fainted. After passing out for roughly a few minutes, the beer-bellied man's body began to metamorphose. He was scratched by a walker earlier and is now infected as a walker. After the beer-bellied man turned into a zombie, Lin Xuanma directly launched Soul Snatcher to control the zombie. Lin Xuanma led the two walkers inside the house. Lin Xuanma walked into the hall and smelled the stench of corpses. Lin Xuanma's cold gaze swept towards the kitchen as he came to the kitchen, then opened the refrigerator. Inside the refrigerator, there is a large bag in which you can vaguely see human hair, fingers, etc. Lin Xuanmu closed the refrigerator, not caring about the post-apocalyptic cruelty that might have happened in this room. Lin Quanmer searched the house, did not find living supplies, but became all traces of various food leftovers, chip bags, chip boxes, instant noodle lids, fried food remnants. Lin Xuanma left the house after making sure that there was nothing he needed in the house. Lin Xuanma continued upwards, heading to the second floor. On the left side of the second floor, Lin Xuanma could see someone inside through soul capture, and physically blocked the door. After Lin Xuanma mentally swept up the scene, he simply walked away. On the right side of the second floor, there were several walkers and none of the living. Lin Quanmer's Soul Snatcher controlled them to open the door to the room and swept the house clean. That's quite a lot of stuff on this floor. In addition to body wash, shampoo and stuff like that, there were quite a few Kleenex, instant food. You can see here that this family is well prepared. Unfortunately, no matter how well prepared they were, one of them turned into a zombie, and if they didn't respond in time, they'd be where they are now. Lin Xuanma continued to let the zombie carry his things for him before continuing up the stairs and heading to the third floor. Lin Xuanma first customarily used Soul Snatcher to confirm the situation in the room. There are no living people on either side. There are walkers present all over the house. Lin Quanmer started exploring from the left first. Lin Xuanma came to the master's bedroom on the left, a small smile on his face when he saw the stacked boxes of shower gel and shampoo. The stuff is a bit much and a bit heavy, but fortunately, I have quite a few zombies under control on my side, Lin Xuanma said. Lin Xuanma now had a dozen or so zombies under his control at hand. Tell them to cooperate and move everything out. Lin Xuanma looked at the object in the walker's hand. A bit much. Continuing to carry it would be a great burden on Lin Xuanma's alien energy. Thus, Lin Xuanma temporarily stopped his plan to continue scavenging for supplies and first let the zombies return to his floor with their stuff. After reaching the entrance, Lin Quanmo's mind moved and the zombies attacked each other, eventually turning into Lin Quanmo's experience value. After doing this, Lin Xuanma carried his things up to the floor by himself. As Lin Xuanma came to the door of the room, he noticed some tracks with dirt on the floor. Lin Xuanma opened the door to the room. When he just opened the door, Lin Xuanma saw Lin Xiaoye holding a kitchen knife at the door. Upon seeing Lin Xuanma, Lin Xiaoye breathed a sigh of relief, putting down the raised kitchen knife and said, "Great, Xuanma, you're finally back." Lin Xuanma asked, "What happened?" Judging from Lin Xiaoye's appearance, Lin Xuanma was sure that something must have happened at home when he left. Lin Xiaoye hurriedly said, "Just now, several men arrived at the door, and then kept ringing the doorbell, as well as tapping on the door, trying to get me to open the door." Lin Xuanma asked, "Do you recognize which floor they are from?" Lin Xiaoye said, "They're all masked. I don't know exactly where in the Bohemia Garden they are residents, and I'm not even sure if they're residents of the Bohemia Garden." Lin Xuanma said, "Okay, I'll move the stuff in first." Lin Xuanma carried boxes of daily necessities inside. Lin Xiaoye surveyed these and asked, "Quan Mo, is there pork? The food I need to absorb all the time is pork. If I don't eat pork regularly, I'll turn into a zombie." "Not here," Lin Xiaoye added. "Quan Mo, then can you change the pork out?" Lin Xuanma said, "Not for now. I have some pork jerky at home. It's quite a lot." "That's good." Lin Xiaoye sniffed and sighed in relief, patting her chest, her career line all flashing a touch of snowy white. Lin Xuanma carried his things into the house, while in his heart, he secretly said, "For the third goddess icon, let's choose pork-related food." pork is still easier to find than beef. Although Linkamer can't have an unlimited supply for the time being, it does store a lot of pork products. Of course, it's impossible to eat these things for long. And Lin Xuanma felt that Lin Xiaoye had a good personality, and that her goodwill had increased quickly. Since this was the case, then Lin Xuanma felt that it wouldn't be impossible to customize the next goddess illustrated unlimited supply food into pork. After carrying the stuff in, Lin Xuanma didn't rush to continue scavenging for supplies, but wanted to wait at home to see if the group would come back. During this time, after warming up with Lin Xiaoye, the time came to night. Lin Xiaoye looked towards the door and said, Quan Mo, those people didn't come back. Ah, I didn't lie to you. When you left in the morning, someone really came to your door to ring the doorbell and tap on the door to yell at me to open it. Lin Xuanma said, I know you're not lying to me. I'm just wondering if the reason these people aren't coming is because I'm at home. Definitely, Lin Xiaoye said in a hurry. Lin Xuanma said, I'll go out and scavenge for supplies tomorrow. You can contact me by message when they arrive. Good. Next day, Lin Xuanma went out again, scavenging for resources. Lin Quanmare continued to scavenge the other side of the floor from the one he left yesterday. There was a zombie inside the house, and Lin Xuanma directly controlled the zombie to open the door. This tier is nothing special, just a stockpile of boxed cupcakes. Lin Xuanma had the system, so he could just make fresher cupcakes when the time came. However, Lin Xuanma still took the things away altogether. Lin Quanmare may not use these, but he can use them to trade with others. Lin Xuanma proceeded to search upwards again. When Lin Xuanma searched the entire building, he took away quite a lot of instant packaged food, shampoo, shower gel, toothbrushes, towels, and miscellaneous things. Linkamer told the walkers to carry it behind their backs, and then he was going to make a trip back to the house to unload his stuff first. But just then, Lin Xuanma's cell phone rang. Lin Xuanma flipped open his cell phone, and it was Lin Xiaoye who sent a message over. Finally, let me see who it is. Chapter 6, Let Them Die in Despair. Lin Xuanma quickly went over the message Lin Xiaoye had sent over. They're here again. Still masked. After reading the message, Lin Xuanma told the zombies to put their things in the house on the left side of the floor, then had the zombies run to the house on the right side of the floor and shut the door. After doing this, Lin Xuanma released his control over the zombies. The uncontrolled walkers keep moving around the house but can't break the door down. Lin Xuanma followed up by spreading the spiritual power brought about by soul snatching towards the surroundings. According to Lin Xiaoye, these masked men came to Lin Xuanma's door yesterday when he was away, and when Lin Xuanma went back, they ran away early. Lin Xuanma guessed it was likely that one of them, someone was on sentry duty. Lin Xuanma was going to use his soul snatcher ability first to see if he could find this sentry, but unfortunately, Lin Xuanma's alien energy was still not strong enough and could only spread to this building, unable to go any further. And the sentry is obviously not in this building. Lin Xuanma pondered slightly. Since we can't find it, then we should catch them off guard as fast as possible. Lin Xuanma first came downstairs, where there was cover, and then, he quickly ran to the bottom of his floor. Lin Chumo was very fast. He could make sure that these people didn't even have a chance to run out of the building where Lin Xuanma was. However, when Lin Xuanma walked upwards and returned to the front of his house, he could not see anyone. Lin Xuanma opened the door and entered first. Lin Xiaoye was still holding the kitchen knife. When she saw that it was Lin Xuanma, she put the kitchen knife down and said, Xuanma, didn't you run into those people? No, but I'm pretty sure they're from our floor. Lin Quanmare said. The probability of these people being on this floor was high when Lin Xuanma couldn't catch them down there. Then what should we do? Look through layer by layer to identify it? Lin Xiaoye said uncertainly. Lin Xuanma said, there's no need for that. As long as they're still in this building, I can find them. Lin Xuanma directly released Soul Snatcher, confirming it layer by layer. Finally, on the 8th floor, Lin Xuanma's spiritual power detected a few still masked men in the house. Lin Quanmare remembered that the person on the 8th floor was a big boss with a huge fortune. Earlier, when Lin Xuanma sent out the picture, he also said that he would trade the beef in Lin Xuanma's hand for $1 million. After confirming the target, Lin Xuanma told Lin Xiaoye to close the door tightly, while he, on the other hand, went straight up to the 8th floor. Lin Xuanma came to the 8th floor and walked to the door. He first rang the doorbell. However, after ringing the doorbell, Lin Xuanma immediately used his Soul Snatcher ability to confirm the situation in the house. A man came to the door and looked through the door mirror to confirm what was outside. On seeing that it was Lin Xuanma, the man whispered, "It's Lin Xuanma, what should we do?" When the man finished, several of the men in the room looked nervous. However, there was an imposing man who said, "I've studied psychology. He's not discovering us in this situation, but he's searching layer by layer, narrowing down his target. He shouldn't know that we did it yet. So open the door and let him in?" the man asked. Instead, the man who had studied psychology said, "You can open the door, but instead of letting him in to make sure we're not the culprits, you can." The man who had studied psychology said, holding a kitchen knife up in his hand, "One way or the other, just trick him in and kill him. Although he's not sure it's us doing it now, maybe later he'll find a clue and make sure it's us before harassing. Instead of betting on whether or not he'll realize we did it, we should kill him first." Someone asked worriedly, "But he's a shifter. Can he be killed? What are you afraid of? There are several of us and we have knives in our hands. Even if he has psychic abilities, he's still flesh and blood. I don't believe I can't hack him to death." Makes sense. After a few men on the 8th floor must have conferred, they ambushed the side behind the door. This angle is not visible when coming in through the door. When he was ready, the man who had started the questioning at the beginning opened the door. "Who is it? Why is there someone else coming to the door now?" The man's talent for acting was still quite high. This ability to pretend to be confused. If Lin Quan-mo hadn't used soul capture to confirm the situation in the house, he really might have been fooled by him. "It's me," Lin Chuanma said. "I have extra beef at home, and I want to share some of it with the others on the floor. We're all in the same building. It's normal to help each other out." The man froze for a moment at that. If Lin Chuanma had come here to share the beef, then they didn't need to rob Lin Chuanma's food at all, did they? But then the man thought on second thought, he says he'll share it, but how much meat can he give? It's still not like he'll only give us the ones he doesn't eat, and by killing him, wouldn't it be nice to just hog all of Lin Chuanma's food then? As the man thought of this, a smile piled up on his face and said, "Lin Chuanma, no, brother Lin, you're really a good person. I'm really lacking food here, so I'll open the door for you." The man gestured behind him before opening the door. Then the man opened the door. The next moment, the man jumped back, trying to create space for his associates to attack, which had thought that after the man opened the door, the partners who had previously said they would attack, but each of them stood dumbly in place without making a move. The man froze. "You guys, how?" Lin Chuanma said. "They are under my control." "Why? Isn't that disappointing?" The man remembered Lin Chuanma's identity as a shifter. His face brushed white as he said, "Lin Quan-mo, this is a misunderstanding. In fact, the harassment of your family was something they threatened me to do. These people are just some of my company's partners, because they have business dealings with me. It's not good for me to reject them directly, but I was resisting them in my heart." Lin Chuanma said. "Finished?" Several of the men who were controlled by Lin Chuanma surrounded the only man who wasn't controlled, and they raised the weapons in their hands. The man's voice trembled as he said, "Wait, Lin Chuanma, remember the message I sent before? I have money. As long as you let me go, I'll transfer all my money to you. There are tens of millions of dollars in there. I don't need to," Lin Chuanma said. Several controlled men slashed down indiscriminately, and the big boss of this pre-apocalyptic world was quickly hacked to death. Lin Chuanmo had these controlled people slashing at each other. Then the control of Soul Snatcher was lifted. As soon as Lin Chuanma's soul snatching was lifted, these people not only regained their consciousness, but the intense pain also made them ghostly cry. "It hurts. How is it? Blood. Why am I bleeding so much from my chest? These people are dying in pain and despair." Lin Chuanma, on the other hand, headed for the house. Lin Chuanma searched the house but found nothing of value. While there were a lot of luxuries and such, there wasn't much left in the way of food and living supplies. Lin Chuanma re-entered the 4th floor. When Lin Chuanma entered, he found Lin Xiaoye still maintaining her grip on the chopper, standing behind the door. After Lin Chuanma went in, Lin Xiaoye said, "Chuanma, have things been resolved?" "Solved," Lin Chuanma said. "It's just a few people on the 8th floor." Lin Xiaoye didn't pursue Lin Chuanma to ask how he solved it. In this post-apocalyptic world, what other solution is there but to kill? Chapter 7, The schoolgirl comes to my door. "I'll go wash up," Lin Chuanma said, preparing to head for the bathroom. But just as Lin Chuanma turned around, his hand was pulled by Lin Xiaoye. Lin Chuanma turned around and was met by Lin Xiaoye, whose face flashed a shy blush. Lin Xiaoye said in a delicate voice, "Quan-mo, let me help you scrub." Lin Xiaoye originally had high expectations for Lin Chuanma. Alien, with lots of food. In the end times, having both of these is a full quality stock. However, Lin Chuanma gave Lin Xiaoye more surprises. First, not only did Lin Chuanma have psychic abilities, but his psychic abilities could constantly create food, so even if they didn't leave their homes, they could still not have to worry about starving to death or turning into zombies due to starvation. Secondly, Lin Chuanma acted in a thunderous manner without any cowardice. What happened yesterday? Lin Chuanma resolved this matter today in a decisive style. This gave Lin Xiaoye a great sense of security, and the better Lin Chuanma behaved, the more pleased Lin Xiaoye became with her choice. To such Lin Chuanma, Lin Xiaoye thought she needed to make him happy in more forms so that he would not be abandoned by him. Lin Xiaoye wanted to lock Lin Xuanma's heart firmly so that he could always be able to look at himself in the end times. Lin Xuanma didn't refuse. The two went into the bathroom together. Block 21, room 406. Zhang Muxiao sneaked up to the door. However, Zhang Mubai's voice sounded from behind. Musha, where do you want to go? Zhang Muxiao sniffed, turned back, smiled sarcastically, and said, Sister, it's not that I feel that the house is too stuffy and want to go outside to get some fresh air. It's almost nightfall. What fresh air are you going to get? Zhang Mubai said unsatisfactorily. Say, do you want to go to Lin Xuanma's place? Zhang Musha scratched his head and said, Sister, I'm not speaking for Lin Xuanma either, but both of us need beef, and Lin Xuanma has a lot of beef in his hands, and we're both neighbors across the street, so this isn't the time to be counting on pre-apocalyptic relationships, right? Without beef, both of us will turn into zombies. It doesn't matter, sister, I have my own way. Zhang Mubai said coldly, just don't worry about this blindly. But, sister, where did you get the beef? I have my own methods, so don't worry blindly. Zhang Mubai said, with a cold face, letting Zhang Muxiao go back to her room. Seeing that Zhang Mubai kept watching, Zhang Muxiao had no choice but to go back to her room. Zhang Mubai let out a breath before Zhang Muxiao returned to his room, then said, I'm also an alien now. I don't believe that if Lin Xuanma can get beef, I can't. Zhang Mubai's tone was smug as he said this. That day, after Lin Xuanma brought Lin Xiaoye into the house, Zhang Mubai had the feeling that the sky was falling. Originally, Zhang Mubai had wanted to treat Lin Xuanma as a dependent, but now, this dependence had found a new woman. So where would there be a place for the two sisters? When Zhang Mubai felt desperate, luck came her way and Zhang Mubai awakened her supernatural powers. Zhang Mubai's supernatural ability allowed her to control an individual and act on her command. With this psychic ability, Zhang Mubai had a few moments of confidence to go to other floors to look for supplies. Even beef. Lin Xuanma, just you wait. I can take care of Musha just as well without you. On the following day, Zhang Mubai changed into his backpack and stood at the door. Musha, listen carefully, when I'm not around, you must not open the door to anyone else. No matter what he says or if it's your acquaintance, don't open the door. Got it? I know that, sis. However, sis, will it be too dangerous for you to go and gather food alone? Or should I go with you? Zhang Musha asked worriedly. Zhang Mubai sniffed, but immediately refused, saying, No, I'm looking for supplies on my own. I can take care of myself. Bringing along a clumsy girl like you, God knows if you'll be dragging me down when the time comes. Jang Muxiao made a bitter face and said, Sister, you're undermining me too much. Anyway, Zhang Mubai said, you're home by yourself, so pay more attention. Okay, sis. After Zhang Mubai left, Zhang Muxiao first closed the door of his room under false pretenses. After a while, Zhang Musha opened the door again. Zhang Muxiao came to the window seat and peeked downstairs. After seeing Zhang Mubai's departing figure, Zhang Muxiao hurriedly ran Lin Xuanma's side of the room door and rang the doorbell. Not long after the doorbell rang, Lin Xuanma came behind the door, and through the cat's eye, he saw Zhang Musha in the doorway. Lin Xuanma thought at first that it was another woman who came to his door, but he didn't expect it to be his former classmate. Lin Quanmere used Soul Snatcher to determine what was outside the door. Aside from Zhang Musha, Lin Xuanma didn't see anyone else, so he opened the door to the room. Izumo, Musha, long time no see. After briefly greeting Lin Xuanma, he said, you came to the door, is there something wrong? Zhang Muxiao picked her phone up, the screen sliding to the top of Lin Xuanma's picture and message in the cell group earlier, and said, just for this. Lin Xuanma froze, and Zhang Musha suddenly stood on her tiptoes, kissed Lin Xuanma on the cheek, and said, I already know what's going to happen to me next, but, I don't mind. Lin Xuanma touched the spot where he was kissed and said, then come in. Zhang Muxiao followed behind Lin Xuanma and entered the house. Lin Xiaoye was lazily lying on top of the sofa, and when she saw Zhang Musha, her face remained unchanged, but in her heart she muttered, what's due is still here. When Lin Xiaoye came to Lin Xuanma's place, she hadn't thought that Lin Xuanma could only have one woman. Horror. Now that Zhang Muxiao had arrived, it could only be said that it was expected by Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xuanma sat down on the sofa and without a care in the world, wrapped Lin Xiaoye in his arms and said, Musha, even though we live across the street from each other, this is the first time we've ever had a proper face-to-face conversation since we graduated from college. Once Zhang Muxiao heard this, she smiled a little awkwardly. Before the end of the world, Lin Xuanma had lived here, and after Zhang Mubai's stop, the two, who were originally still friends, hardly ever had a single interaction. Of course, this seemed normal to both men. Zhang Musha was indeed very pretty and was known as the schoolflower in all schools. Lin Xuanma was quite handsome and was considered quite popular with the girls at school. However, The two of them just didn't have that feeling with each other that they would fall in love. Maybe Zhang Mubai didn't straddle the fence between the two of them. Then maybe Lin Xuanmo would really fall in love with Zhang Muxiao. However, the current situation was that because Zhang Mubai had stopped it, the two had not developed into a relationship, nor had the idea of wanting to be lovers sprung up. And now that the end times have arrived, it's clear that it's not the right environment for a relationship either. Jang Muxiao wasn't the kind of character that was completely stupid and sweet, and it was all post-apocalyptic, and she was still like Zhang Mubai, who was still restraining other people according to the pre-apocalyptic morals and rules. Zhang Musha said, Quan Mo, I'll get right to the point. I'm supposed to be a super shifter. Chapter 8, The Pampered Schoolgirl, Super Alien, a new term circulating on the internet after the appearance of red mist. After touching the red mist, the human body will continue to evolve. Some will evolve supernormal abilities, while others will evolve a strong body. And this category of people is known as evolvers. Most people generally only have one of these things though. Either they have psychic powers or a strong body. Only a few people can gradually become stronger in their bodies while acquiring psychic abilities. These types of people who combine both traits are then referred to online as super aliens. While combining the strengths of both powers, super aliens have an Achilles heel, which is that they possess a higher need for food than evolvers with a single power. If a single evolved person's need for food is 1, a super alien is 4 or more. The reason why the beef that Zhang Mubai got last time was eaten up by Zhang Muxiao in one go. If Zhang Musha was just an ordinary evolutionary, then she wouldn't have such a big appetite at all. Lin Xuanmo really didn't expect Zhang Musha to actually be a super alien. As for whether or not Zhang Musha was lying, Lin Quan tacitly agreed that it was unnecessary. It's not in Zhang Musha's best interest to tell this kind of lie. Pre-apocalyptic needs for food were naturally nothing. But it's a post-apocalyptic world where food is in short supply, so why should people give up food to you just because you have high potential? However, Zhang Musha was a super alien, which might be bad for the average person. But for Lin Xuanmo, it wasn't bad in the slightest. Lin Xuanmo had an unlimited food supply system in place, and Zhang Musha's appetite was always full no matter how high it was. Lin Xuanmo said, "Since you're so open and honest, I'll show my sincerity as well." Lin Xuanmo placed his right hand on the table, and the next moment, a steak that was emitting heat, and the sound of moisturizing, was placed on top of the table. Seeing this steak, Zhang Muxiao had a surprised expression on her face, while Lin Xiaoye was also looking on with unblinking eyes. Although Lin Xiaoye knew that Lin Xuanmo's supernatural ability had this kind of effect, it was the first time she had seen Lin Xuanmo create food. Lin Xuanmo said, "My alien ability is very special. I can constantly create food. Even if you're a super alien, as long as I'm around, you don't have to worry about turning into a zombie." After Zhang Muxiao saw this hand displayed by Lin Xuanmo, she knew that if she wanted to survive in the end times and not turn into a zombie, she would have to hug Lin Xuanmo's thick leg to death. This kind of ability was absolutely perfectly suited to them. The super aliens. Zhang Muxiao ruffled the hair around her ears and said softly, "Quan Mo, since you chose to be open and honest, that means you accept me as your woman? So, as your women, do we have to do something?" Musha Zhang. Ability, Shadow Mimicry, S rank. Appearance rating, 94. Awakening Food Daily Supplement, Beef, 0 out of 100. Rank, 2, 55 out of 100. Absorbing energy crystals promotes physical growth. Charging times, 1. Favorability, 75. The higher the favorability, the higher the quality of the food you get. After a tussle, Zhang Muxiao lay on the bed, motionless, no longer having an ounce of strength. Lin Xuanmo looked up at Zhang Musha's panel at that moment. This woman had been squatting at home and not going out, and as a result, not only had she reached level 2, but she had also activated her powers. This is where you can see how powerful super aliens can be. Correspondingly, though, the appetite of super aliens is a big problem. Lin Xuanmo got up and walked out of the room. Lin Xiaoye waited in the living room in boredom. Seeing Lin Xuanmo come out, Lin Xiaoye went forward and said, "Xuanmo, Xiaoye, come with me. You should get tired of eating jerky all the time. I'll get you some dumplings to try." Lin Xuanmo said, coming over to the dining table as he created a tub of pork dumplings. Lin Xiaoye's eyes lit up at the sight of these dumplings and said, "I didn't realize that you could still make pork dumplings with your supernatural ability. There's still quite a lot of food I can make with my supernatural ability." Lin Xuanmo said, "Well, eat it while it's hot. This time I made pork dumplings, just right for you." "These are pork dumplings? I'll have to try them then." Lin Xiaoye's eyes lit up and she hurriedly took out her bowls and chopsticks and started eating. The food that Lin Xiaoye demanded was pork, so when she came to Lin Xuanmo's side, she really did eat quite a lot of pork jerky. After a full meal, Lin Xiaoye lay down on the sofa, feeling that this post-apocalyptic day was gradually becoming interesting. Before coming to Lin Xuanma's place, what she wanted to eat was purely based on what was available at home. As for things like bathing, Lin Xiaoye didn't even dare to think about it. And now following Lin Xuanma, not only can you eat different foods beautifully every day, but you can also take a bath and wash your hands every day. These days, it's hard to imagine being in the end times. Lin Xuanma didn't rush to eat the pork dumplings, but first used his cell phone to take pictures and sent the pictures he took to the large group of Zhang Garden. Only after sending it did Lin Xuanma start eating. After Lin Quanmare had a meal of pork dumplings, he sat down on the couch, thinking about his next food and what to get. We have meat and dumplings, so let's have some other staples. Goddess icon card. After activation, you can get any filtered food for supply. The current icon can activate food, white porridge, unlimited supply. Zhang Musha woke up at almost noon. After waking up, Zhang Musha felt sticky with beads of sweat all over her body. However, after the end of the world, Zhang Musha hadn't taken a single shower, so even though she felt uncomfortable on her body, she didn't think about taking a shower. As a result, Lin Xuanma's voice came from outside and said, "Musha, go to the bathroom and wash yourself. The water is the same as the food. I manage enough." Hearing Lin Xuanma say this, Jang Muxiao immediately brightened up and said, "Then I'll go wash it." Zhang Muxiao was a person who loved cleanliness. So many days without a bath she had long since died of discomfort. Now that she heard Lin Xuanma say that, she immediately rushed to the bathroom. After taking a comfortable shower, Zhang Musha walked out of the bathroom covered in relief. Zhang Musha said with satisfaction, "Although it's cold water, this feeling of the body becoming clean simply makes one's heart feel like the body is warm." At this moment, Lin Xuanma and Lin Xiaoye were both sitting on the sofa, fiddling with their cell phones in boredom. Jang Muxiao looked at the two of them, and suddenly hemmed and hawed, then came in front of Lin Xuanma, and suddenly sat down with his butt on top of his thighs. The bouncy touch made Lin Xuanma freeze. "Musha, what are you doing?" "Not doing anything, just doing my duty as your woman," Zhang Musha said with a smile. Lin Quanmo said, "This character of yours, and in the beginning really hasn't changed. In front of people other than your sister, you always like to skin so a few times, but in front of your sister, it's like a good baby as honest as can be. Worthy of being an old classmate, you simply know me better than I know myself." Zhang Musha didn't care about Lin Xuanma's evaluation of herself. Instead, she even got closer and closer to Lin Xuanma's chest. The fire inside Lin Xuanma's body was all stirred up by Zhang Musha. After a second round of battle, Linkamer flipped through his cell phone. The large group in Zhang Garden started to bicker again after Lin Xuanma posted the picture of the pork dumplings. One of the messages caught Lin Xuanma's attention. Li Mingjie, Block 11, 801 at Lin Quanmare. "Mr. Lin, hello, I wonder if you still have dumplings at home now." Lin Xuanma also had a little impression of this Li Mingjie. This Li Mingjie was originally a upmaster, and then evening a rich man completely stopped broadcasting. Face value is still very capable of playing. Lin Xuanma pondered slightly, then created a few plates of pork dumplings, then posted a few photos online from different angles. Chapter 9, The Highly Arrogant Boss Who Has a Hard Time Getting Away With It. Lin Quanmare, Block 21, 405. There are many more pork dumplings, so pretty girls who like dumplings are welcome to come and sit with me as well. Of course, besides pork dumplings, I also have steak here. Food, I have plenty of it here. Li Yuxing, Block 13, 702 at Lingchuan Mo, Lingchuan Mo. I'll say it again. You're living in my room right now, and I advise you to bring the food to me right away, or I'll tear up the rental contract and take the housing back. By then not only will the food be mine, but I will double the rent. Li Yuxing is Lin Xuanma's landlord. After Lin Xuanma rented the house, every month he was stumped to raise the rent next month. But this thing was a dead building, and Lin Xuanma wasn't worried about Li Yuxing raising the price. Anyway, how much should be paid every month or how much? Li Yuxing cannot help him at all. Of course, although the rent could ignore the increase, Lin Xuanma still quite hated Li Yuxing's attitude of yelling for a rent increase every day. In the past, it was just a matter of being pressurized by Zhang Mubai in the company, but when he returned home, he had to be pressurized by the landlord. If it wasn't for the fact that the rent for this house is really cheap, Lin Xuanma would have changed to a new home long ago. Lin Xuanma directly pulled Li Yuxing black and no longer received any information from him. Anyway, it's the end times, who cares whose house it is? Other than that, those who are now inside the Bohemia Garden are not only the residents here, but also some people who originally belonged to the security guards of the Bohemia Garden. Not only did these people kill the occupants and then take over their houses, but they also set up a state called something like Daxing, trying to revive the feudal state of the olden days and be a landlord here. Afterwards, Lin Quanmo scrolled through the VX and found that there were quite a few people sending messages wanting to add Lin Quanmo's friends. Although the original Lin Xuanma was also inside the large group of Bohemia Garden, but he was a small low-income wage earner. Bohemia Garden where these rich people would take care of him. Now that he saw so many friending messages, Lin Xuanma still couldn't help but feel a little saddened in his heart. Lin Xuanma looked over the friending messages one by one. The male Lin Quanmere skipped directly, and all the female ones were added as friends. After adding friends, Lin Xuanma came straight to a group send. Linkamer, Block 21, 405. Look at the photos. People are beautiful and have sweet voices. Lin Quanmere, you are also too disgusting. I'm a woman, a vulnerable group, and in today's environment, don't you have any morals? Soon after, all these VX messages gave a reply. Some accuse Lin Xuanma of being morally incapable, arguing that he should have sheltered them, the women, when he was able to do so. For these speakers, Lin Xuanma doesn't care if they have sent photos, whether they are beautiful or not. Directly pull black. There were also some women who looked like they had accepted Lin Xuanma's conditions, but they sent photos. It was that these photos were all P-pictures, the kind that were problematic at first glance. This is a category that Linkamer likewise chose to pull the plug on. After Lin Xuanma had sifted through these two kinds of people, the remaining accounts that still remained were only a dozen or so. Of the dozen or so accounts, some have posted photos and some haven't. Either way, Lin Xuanma stayed for now. Linkamer flipped up the large group. It was found that those women who had been blackmailed by Lin Xuanma were all in the large group of Zhang Garden, expressing a harsh rebuke to Lin Xuanma for this practice. This person called Lin Xuanma is also too underhanded? I've never seen a man with such a downward spiral. Sisters, according to me just everyone ignore him. So what if he has food? How long will his food last? How much food can a poor man hoard? That's right, sisters, just ignore him. And don't expect this kind of person to have much food at home. These pictures might all be fake. Lin Xuanma was oblivious to the accusations leveled at him by the women in these large groups. If he had the time to focus on this, he might as well recharge Lin Xiaoye and the two of them. As night fell, the temperature began to plummet. Carrying his still empty backpack, Zhang Mubai returned home. Sister, you're back, Jang Muxiao said as she sat on the sofa at home. Well, although we didn't find any beef this time, we did collect quite a bit of food, so you have to save it. You can't eat it all like you did before, Zhang Mubai admonished. If Zhang Musha was like last time and ate it all by herself again, then Zhang Mubai would really have no choice. I know, sis. Zhang Mubai placed his backpack on the table, poured out some cupcakes in a beautiful package, and said, this time, I found 3 boxes of snacks. Each box has 12 cupcakes. We'll eat one every day. Sister, you eat it then, Zhang Musha said. I feel like maybe I ate too much beef before, and I don't have much of an appetite now. Zhang Musha really didn't have an appetite. After all, she had eaten a lot of steak today. Zhang Mubai didn't know this and thought that it was her sister who was distressed that her sister was suffering from going out to look for food. So she wanted the food to be distributed to her. Her sister, a little more. Thinking about this, Zhang Mubai's heart was all warm and fuzzy. See, this is her Zhang Mubai's sister. Even in the end times, she will still be heartbroken as her sister. Okay, Zhang Mubai said, but if you're hungry, you must tell sis. Don't hold out. I know, sis. Zhang Mubai opened the package of a cupcake and ate one. You can pretty much eat one of these packaged cupcakes in one bite. Before the end times, it was all eaten as a small snack. Now, however, Zhang Mubai had to treat this as a staple food and eat one a day. Thinking about this, Zhang Mubai's heart was not in the right place. Just then, Jang Muxiao said, Sister, Quan Mo has sent out information about food in the big group again. This time it's dumplings. It looks so fragrant. Zhang Muxiao knew that her own sister did not treat Lin Xuanma well, but instead of going against Lin Xuanma like this, she would rather obey Lin Xuanma. In the post-apocalyptic world, people like Zhang Mubai who continued to be stubborn could only end up starving to death. Besides, in Zhang Muxiao's opinion, Lin Xuanma was not a bad person. If it were anyone else, they might have used the food and done something more outrageous to them. However, Zhang Mubai now had a very bad opinion of Lin Xuanma, and when she heard her sister bragging about Lin Xuanma like this, she immediately walked over quickly, then snatched Zhang Musha's cell phone and put it to the side, saying, Musha, from today onwards, it is forbidden for you to open the large group. Now that the end times have arrived, many people have lost their restraints and will do very excessive things. This kind of tanning food, not only Lin Xuanma, other people sent you don't believe it. They just want women to trick over to bully them and do excessive things. Zhang Muxiao said, I know, sis. In short, it's quasi-correct to listen to your sister. I'm your sister. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't harm you. Zhang Mubai said one after another. Zhang Mubai was actually a bit stressed in his heart. Lin Xuanma, who was reduced to nothing by Zhang Mubai before the end of the world, became the meat and potatoes of the entire Zhejiang garden after the end of the world. This made Zhang Mubai himself unsure of how his relationship with Lin Xuanma should end. Next day. Musha, remember, never leave home. See people you don't know knocking on the door. Harassing, never be afraid. Don't open the door for them. Got it? Got it. Zhang Mubai nagged a few more times before leaving the house with his backpack. As soon as Zhang Mubai left the house, Jang Muxiao immediately ran out of the house and looked down from the window side of the building. After making sure that Zhang Mubai had gone far away, Zhang Muxiao immediately rang the doorbell on Lin Xuanma's side. It was Lin Xiaoya who opened the door. Lin Xiaoya said, Quan Mo went to the other floors to search for supplies. Not caring, Zhang Musha walked towards the house and said, then I'll wait for Quan Mo inside. Lin Xiaoya asked, not afraid that your sister will find out that you're staying here? No fear, at most, I'll be scolded by her anyway, Lin Xiaoya said with a big grin. Chapter 10, Mutant Dog. Zhang Mubai chased by dogs. Bohemia Garden. Block 18. After Lin Xuanma cleared this floor of supplies, zombies, and all, he came down from the upper floor with 24 zombies. Lin Quan Mo let the zombies kill each other. The experience gained raised Lin Xuanma's level to 3. However, unlike what Lin Xuanma had expected, after elevating to level 3, although his physical qualities had received a considerable boost, there was no jump in growth. Lin Xuanma felt the changes in his body and said in his heart, it seems that the claims of body mutation circulating on the internet are not the same thing as the system's leveling up. Lin Quan Mo had thought that by leveling up by one level, his physical qualities would also undergo a huge growth spurt, but apparently that wasn't the case. However, Lin Xuanma wasn't too disappointed. After all, without this ability of the system to gain experience points for killing zombies, Lin Xuanma could only activate his psychic abilities at best. And now with this additional ability to kill zombies for experience value, it was equivalent to turning Lin Xuanma into an existence similar to that of a super alien. Go to the next building and take a look, Lin Xuanma said, and was about to walk out when he saw ahead a woman with a backpack walking head-on. Zhang Mubai's expression tightened when he saw Lin Xuanma. Although Lin Xuanma was a bit surprised, he had no intention of greeting him and was ready to walk out directly around Zhang Mubai. However, at this time, Zhang Mubai stretched out his hand, blocking Lin Xuanma's way and said, Lin Xuanma, don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Xuanma said, you're really quite funny with that husband cheating tone. When Zhang Mubai saw Lin Xuanma flirting with her like this, anger unconsciously surfaced on her face and she said, we obviously just had that kind of relationship, but you turned around and brought a woman to your house. Don't you think that this is too much for me? We're just trading, right? Lin Xuanma said. Zhang Mubai ground his teeth and said, fine, then consider it a deal and we'll go our separate ways from now on. Lin Xuanma said, whatever. After saying that, Lin Xuanma reached out his hand and moved Zhang Mubai's hand away as he stepped out. Seeing that Lin Xuanma really left just like that, Zhang Mubai couldn't help but turn around and said, listen, Lin Xuanma, even without you next, I can still bring Musha to survive in this dangerous world. Don't need you. I don't even need you. Zhang Mubai shouted out these words in a frenzy, originally wanting to make Lin Xuanma pause for a moment or turn back. However, Lin Xuanma was completely ignored and walked straight away. Scumbag. Lin Xuanma, you scum. Block 17. Downstairs. Lin Xuanma was about to enter the building when he suddenly stopped. Lin Xuanma looked toward the half-open security door and thought something was wrong. The effect of the Soul Snatcher skill is activated. Through Soul Snatcher, Lin Xuanma could clearly see that inside the building, there were several people hiding behind the stairs, waiting for an opportunity to move. These people were also holding iron bars, kitchen knives and other weapons. It's obvious they're coming from a bad place. Lin Quanmer's mind moved on these guys. When no one noticed, their breath hitched a few times. Do you guys ever feel like it's suddenly a little cold to stay in this place? Be quiet and don't talk or he'll find out. What are you afraid of? It's all at this distance. If Lin Xuanma goes inside the building, once the few of us strike, will he still be alive? That's what I said. But, the man was just in the middle of his words when his hand suddenly loosened and the iron rod fell to the ground. He clasped his arms with both hands and said, it's so cold. I feel like my body has suddenly become so cold. It's summer. Where would it be cold? A man was about to retort, but his body suddenly felt a piercing coldness, and he didn't even hold the kitchen knife in his hand. There was a lot of clanking and clanging. These few people all felt chills running through their bodies, and they couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands steady. Lin Xuanmu used Soul Snatcher to take it all in. These people suddenly felt cold, which naturally wasn't unprovoked, but rather Lin Xuanmo's supernatural ability was abnormal. Abnormal abilities, as the name suggests, can cause a person's body to develop an abnormal state. Fear of cold, stiffness of hands and feet, mental confusion, paralysis, These are the statuses granted by Lincomer's abnormal energy. After Lin Xuanma finished releasing his abnormal psychic abilities on these people, he stepped in. Even when Lin Xuanma appeared in front of these people, they still lay on the ground in a trance. Lin Xuanma stepped forward, raised the iron rod, and struck their heads as if they were watermelons. The iron rod fell, and these people's heads instantly thumped, all at once, and their heads were whacked open. After killing these people, Lin Xuanma's clothes were still clean and dry. For Lincomer, it was just a minor hiccup. Lin Xuanma continued his path of scavenging for supplies. However, the scavenging of Block 17 left Lin Xuanma slightly dissatisfied. There were almost no living supplies, and even less food left, only dirty garbage strewn throughout the house. Lin Xuanma re-stood downstairs and muttered, "It seems that these people I killed have already scoured this building and used it up before I searched it. There were no zombies on this floor at all, only dead people, and the inside of each room was vastly different. This situation was definitely not a natural formation. The biggest possibility was that these few people who had ambushed Lin Xuanma downstairs, they had taken one step ahead and disposed of everything upstairs." Lin Xuanma didn't think deeply. Anyway, the result was like this, so there was no point in thinking any deeper. Lin Xuanma walked towards the building in Block 16, but right at this moment, not far away, Zhang Mubai ran over towards Lin Xuanma's side. "Come on, there's a monster chasing me." Only then did Lin Xuanma notice that behind Zhang Mubai, there was a woofing teddy. However, compared to a normal teddy, this teddy was much more massive, and with 4 feet on the ground, this huge teddy was almost 2 meters tall. Lin Xuanma didn't care about Zhang Mubai's reminder, but walked straight towards the giant teddy. Lin Xuanma unleashed his own supernatural anomaly. This teddy's level wasn't low, and it was already difficult to control using Soul Snatcher. It would be better to just unleash the abnormal ability on the giant teddy. When Zhang Mubai saw that Lin Xuanma didn't run, he immediately said, "Lin Xuanma, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and run?" Although Zhang Mubai kind of hated Lin Xuanma, it was probably because of the object of the initial charge, so there was still a trace of indescribable feelings towards Lin Xuanma in it. Lin Xuanma said, "Don't worry, it can't move anymore. You cheated." Zhang Mubai sniffed and subconsciously turned his head to look over, and just as he was about to say, "You can't fool me," his voice came to an abrupt end. Teddy, who was running, came to a gradual stop, and he slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Zhang Mubai looked at the agonized Teddy and said, "Lin Xuanma, is this your supernatural ability?" Chapter 11 Coke from Su Himeng. "Aha," Lin Xuanma casually answered, then came to the front of the giant Teddy. He raised the iron rod in his hand high and smashed it against the giant Teddy's head. The giant Teddy let out an unwilling roar, but his body couldn't use its strength. Lin Xuanma didn't hold back and kept smashing the giant Teddy with his iron rod. Although the giant Teddy's body was sturdy, but being hit by Lin Xuanma several times in a row, it could cause a series of miserable screams. After about 20 hits, the huge, sturdy-bodied Teddy, which lay on the ground, worried that this Teddy was playing dead. Lin Xuanma swung the long stick a few more times in succession. Only when he was sure that the giant Teddy was dead did Lin Xuanma stop moving. Lin Xuanma looked at the corpse of the giant Teddy. It was clear that after encountering Lin Xuanma's multiple attacks, the giant Teddy didn't have his head shattered like the zombies he had encountered before. Lin Quan said in his heart, "This Teddy's body is really sturdy." It seems that after coming into contact with the red mist, not only humans, but even animals will undergo individual mutation and growth. After killing Teddy, Lin Xuanma turned around, only to see Zhang Mubai looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xuanma said, "It's been resolved," with a complicated expression. Zhang Mubai said, "Thank you." Zhang Mubai now had not only a complicated expression, but also a complicated mood. Upon seeing Lin Xuanma's great power easily solving this Teddy, Zhang Mubai's first reaction was the sense of reassurance that welled up in his heart. If it wasn't for Lin Xuanma, then at this moment Zhang Mubai would already be a meal in the mouth of a giant Teddy. If only he wasn't a scum. Zhang Mubai secretly said in his heart, "There's food, there's strength." Unfortunately, neither food nor strength can be provided exclusively to a woman, but instead he sends cell phone messages and dabbles around. Such Lin Quanmare gave Zhang Mubai an unspeakable tangle of duplicity. On the one hand, Lin Xuanma was someone who could provide security in the post-apocalyptic world, and on the other hand, Lin Xuanma was definitely not someone who would be exclusive to Zhang Mubai, making her feel insecure. Killing the giant Teddy was a trivial matter to Lin Xuanma, and after the kill was complete, he continued to scavenge for useful supplies. Lin Xuanma quickly came to the downstairs of the 16th building and was about to go up, when he saw it shaking above him, and someone took a rope from the 6th floor, put 2 bottles of Coke in a basket, and handed them to Lin Xuanma. A timid female voice came from the 6th floor. "This gentleman, I've seen all your zombie killing actions lately, and I don't have the guts to kill zombies with you. Here are 2 cans of Coke. Go for it. Lin Xuanmo raised his head, and because of the angle, he didn't see the person who handed over the basket, and the person didn't seem to be willing to show his true colors. However, through the system, Lin Xuanmo did see the data of the speaking woman. Co Himen. Ability, Burning Fireball, Grade S, inactivated. Appearance rating, 93. Awakening Food Daily Supplement, Chicken, 0 out of 100. Rank, 1, 5 out of 100. Absorbing energy crystals promotes physical growth. Charging times, 0. Favorability, 50. The higher the favorability, the higher the quality of the food you get. Lin Xuanmo nonchalantly put both bottles of Coke into his backpack, then took out one of the cans of Coke and gulped it down. After the end of the world, Lin Xuanmo hadn't really drank this kind of carbonated beverage. Moreover, the temperature gradually began to rise in the past few days, and even if Lin Quan was able to keep producing pure water, he gradually began to feel the thirst in his throat. Finishing the cola, Lin Xuanmo's thirst was relieved quite a bit, and he said in his heart, when this goddess illustration is finished, for the next goddess illustration, let's replace the unlimited supply of food with cola. Only after quenching his thirst slightly did Lin Xuanmo officially step inside the building. On the 6th floor, the young girl with the lovely appearance is slowly pulling the rope up. The young girl was petite but had magnificent peaks and wore a light pink bubble sleeve dress dotted with white lace at the hem, long black hair tied into a fluffy pill head, a few strands of broken hair hanging casually around the ears. Between the hairpin strawberry-shaped cherry hairpin, Su Himing slowly dragged the rope back together with the basket. After dragging the basket back, Su Himing lowered her head and said, I hope the cola will help him a bit. That's not easy to say. In the room, there was another girl besides Su Himeng. This girl's face value was not bad, compared to Su Himeng, although it was quite a bit worse, it was still passable. Li Jiangli said, in this post-apocalyptic world, a mere 2 bottles of Coke are not as important as one's own life. There is that alien zombie on the 3rd floor. I don't believe that when he sees it, he won't look away and retreat. Su Himing sniffed, remained silent for a moment, and said, I won't say anything if he really looks and retreats. This cola is for him anyway, then I really don't care. Li Jiangli grunted twice and said, anyway, it's your share that's being used, not mine. When the time comes that you don't have anything to drink, don't come begging me on it. The 2 of them, Su Himeng and Li Jiangli, were classmates and considered friends. Before the end of the world, Li Jiangli came to Su Himing's house to play, but it happened to run into the outbreak of the end of the world. Li Jiangli didn't dare to go home at all, so she stayed here in Su Himeng. Su Himing's family had a deep background and was also very rich. Before the outbreak of the end times, Su Himing was the one whose family bought a house here for Su Himing to live in during her college years. When the red mist descended, Su Himing sensed that something was wrong and brought Li Jiangli along to sweep and purchase a lot of supplies. Of course, Li Jiangli's family wasn't rich, and she was a big spender, so she couldn't get any money to buy anything at all. All the supplies were spent on Su Himing's money. After the end times completely broke out and official contact was lost, Li Jiangli offered to split the supplies between the 2 of them. Although all of this food and use was spent on Su Himing's money, Li Jiangli was just able to bashfully divide these things into 2 parts. One for herself. Su Himing's personality is more introverted, and Li Jiangli is also her friend, and the 2 fell into the post-apocalyptic world together, is also considered to be in the same boat. In Su Himing's opinion, the supplies pouring was just a small thing. Su Himing was more worried about something else. After the outbreak of the end times, Su Himing and the 2 of them had actually thought about leaving this place and going to connect with the outside. However, on the 3rd floor, there is a very scary walker. This zombie can use powers and has been prowling the hallways of the 3rd floor. If Su Himing and the others above the 3rd floor wanted to leave, then they had to kill this zombie. Let's hope he can kill the zombies. Su Himing muttered. There's nothing left here either. Lin Xuanmo walked to the 2nd floor landing and muttered. As the end times progressed, Lin Xuanmo was now scavenging less and less from inside the floors. This time, the 1st and 2nd floors are even barely there. All that was offered to Lin Xuanmo was the experience value of a few zombies. Lin Xuanmo maneuvered the walker towards the 3rd floor. However, when he was about to approach, Lin Xuanmo stopped in his tracks. Lin Quanmere looked at the pitch-black monsters that crowded densely at the 3rd floor and said, this is, what the? Chapter 12, Li Jiangli's Little Mind. Green Tea Woman. The 3rd floor hallway was a humanoid black creature. The black creatures looked like they were made of pitch-black liquid substance. It had human-like hands, feet, and torso, though a liquid-like flowing pattern was faintly visible around the body. Since there were already quite a few people in this world who had activated their psychic abilities, Lin Xuanmo also thought that these black substances were caused by someone's psychic abilities. As Lin Xuanmo was scanning these black shadows, suddenly, he realized that there was a piece of data floating in the packages of black shadows. A1 zombie. Description: specialized zombie that can perform special abilities. Level 2. Psychic ability, shadow walking army, grade B. Around the black creature, Lin Xuanma could vaguely see a zombie among them. Since it's caused by the zombie's alien energy, then as long as the zombie is killed, these black creatures formed by the alien energy should not be able to continue to maintain this form. To find this walker from within so many black creatures is still a challenge for the average person. However, it was kinda easy for Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma unleashed his soul-snatching ability to forcefully manipulate the zombie located in the center. After controlling the zombies, Lin Xuanma's mind moved, and the pitch-black creatures around him were like metal melting into liquid, becoming slimy. The slimy, pitch-black creature frantically blended inside the shadow of this zombie. After a few moments, there was only one lone zombie left standing in the third-floor hallway. Lin Xuanma swung the iron rod in his hand and smashed this zombie's head with it. Lin Xuanma gained quite a lot of experience points and reached level 4. As the level of the zombie increases, the experience value that can be gained becomes more. After resolving the zombies, Lin Xuanma continued to scavenge for supplies. Quite a bit of food and supplies had been left on both sides of the third floor, but most of the food is also zero-packed snacks. Nothing appealing to Lin Xuanma. In terms of food, Lin Xuanma felt that it was still the cooked food provided by the system that was more appealing to him. Even the lowest quality steak is better than these bulk snacks. After scouring the third floor, Lin Xuanma continued to scour upwards. Fourth floor, fifth floor. The situation of these two floors was similar to that of the other buildings Lin Xuanma had raided before. The food was very vacant, and there was a lot of accumulation of living materials. Soon, Lin Xuanma arrived on the sixth floor. Through Soul Snatcher, Lin Xuanma quickly determined the situation on the left and right floors. The house on the left is empty. Only active walkers. The house on the right, on the other hand, was occupied by two women. One of them was Su Haiman, who had just handed Lin Xuanma a coke. The other was a woman whose posture was not as good as Su Haiming's, but was still considered a beautiful woman. Lin Xuanma cleared the left side of the house first, then rang the doorbell on the right. Inside the house, Li Jiangli heard the doorbell, put down the snacks in her hand and came to the door. Through the door mirror, Li Jiangli saw Lin Quan Mo and was shocked. Isn't this the person Su Haiming sent to coke? How did he come here? Nope, since he was able to come here, that means he killed the zombies on the third floor. Even if he didn't kill them, he was at least able to retreat in one piece from the alien zombies on the third floor. Thinking of this, Li Jiangli hurriedly opened the door. Hello, I'm the resident here. Have you killed the walker on the third floor? As soon as she opened the door, Li Jiangli couldn't wait to ask. Lin Xuanma said, the zombies on the third floor have already been killed by me. That's great. Li Jiangli's eyes glowed as she looked at Lin Quan Mo and said, thank you so much. This brother. I came to ask about the coke from earlier. Lin Xuanma had come to ask if the coke from earlier was still available here with Li Kongri and the girls. The coke that was just handed to me wasn't even enough. Lin Xuanma planned to exchange the useless supplies he had scavenged. Although it was useless to Lin Xuanma, to others, it was a scarce resource to be able to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Of course, if they refused, then Lin Xuanma would consider directly forcefully robbing them by force. However, Li Jiangli clearly had no intention of refusing. She said, I sent the coke over just now. I still have coke here. Just keep it, Li Jiangli said, and hurriedly went back to the house, and with great speed, took 2 cans of coke and handed them over, adding, brother, I only have this much coke left, so take it if you don't mind. Lin Xuanma took the coke and didn't break down Li Jiangli's lie. Lin Xuanma could be sure that the one who had just handed the coke was not Li Jiangli, but a girl named Su Haiming. However, Lin Xuanma's purpose was cola, and Lin Xuanma didn't care if the other party was lying or not. Lin Xuanma took the coke, took his backpack out, and dumped a bunch of snacks down. Lin Xuanma said, I'm not going to take your coke for nothing. Consider these as my deal with you. Thank you, brother. Seeing Lin Xuanma pouring out so many snacks without even a moment's hesitation, Li Jiangli's eyes went straight as she watched. The eyes that looked at Lin Xuanma once again became fiery. Li Jiangli went forward, hugged Lin Quan Mo's arm, fiercely pressed her body over and said, brother, I see that it must be very hard for you to fight zombies all the way. Why don't you go into my house first and sit down for a while? No. Lin Xuanmo refused outright, then jerked his arm away and continued to search upwards. The Li Jiangli in front of her had a few good looks, but her face value was not enough to activate the goddess icon. Seeing Lin Xuanmo so blandly refuse, Li Jiangli couldn't help but generate a few moments of anger in her heart. In front of Lin Xuanmo, Li Jiangli naturally didn't dare to show anything, but when Lin Xuanmo left, she immediately stomped her foot and said, this person is quite uninteresting. Gingerly, what's wrong? At this time, Su Himing walked out of the restroom. Just now, when Lin Chuanma came, Su Himing had 3 urgencies and had been in the restroom. Just coming out now, he found Li Jiangli standing frozen in the doorway and asked suspiciously, "Nothing, the 3rd floor." Li Jiangli's voice ended abruptly and said, "Just now, that person downstairs didn't go to the 3rd floor to solve the zombies, but instead slipped away in ashes." Su Himing sniffed with some disappointment and said, "I don't blame people. No one would risk their lives to kill a vicious zombie like that." Su Himing shook her head and said, "I'll go back to my room to rest first." Li Jiangli waited for Su Himing to re-enter the room before she turned slightly sideways, revealing the pile of snacks behind her. Li Jiangli was clear that these things just now were seen by Su Himing and would definitely be suspected by Su Himing. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Himing was in her room, Li Jiangli immediately took the snacks that Lin Xuanmo had just left behind to her room. Only when the snacks were hidden away did a smile appear on Li Jiangli's face. Whether it's lying to Lin Xuanmo that he sent the coke, or did he lie to Su Himing and say that Lin Xuanmo didn't go up to the 3rd floor? Li Kongri all acted naturally. Chapter 13, The Beauty Plan of the Heartthrob Anchorwoman. Li Jiangli licked her lips with her tongue and said, "A powerful alien like Lin Quan Mo can be much stronger than any rich person in the end times. If I can follow him, I'm sure I won't have to worry about food. There's no need to rush first. Slowly let Lin Quan Mo see my good side. Wait until the time is ripe. Then and try not to let Su Himing and Lin Xuanma both meet. Su Himing is so much prettier than me. When Lin Quan Mo sees Su Himing, his eyes will go straight. So how will he pay attention to my existence?" Li Jiangli's mental math clanked. But to Lin Xuanma, what exactly did Li Jiangli look like? He had pretty much forgotten about it after he had finished scavenging the supplies in this building. On the contrary, he has not seen the face of Su Himing. Lin Xuanma is also quite curious about what looks like. After all, although Lin Xuanma hadn't seen Su Himing with his own eyes, Su Himing's face value was enough to activate the goddess icon. As night falls, the red mist reappears. Lin Xuanma has returned home. When Lin Xuanma came home, he found the house a lot cleaner, and he said, "Xiao Ye, have you cleaned the house?" "Yes," Lin Xiao Ye said. "I have nothing to do at home anyway, so I'll just do some housework." Lin Xuanma nodded, while his gaze fell on the trash can. Seeing this, Lin Xiao Ye said apprehensively, "Quan Mo, will my cleaning make you unhappy? If that's the case, then I won't do anything in the future." "It's fine, I don't hate it," Lin Xuanma said, "but after you cleaned it, where did you throw the garbage?" "Just put it downstairs at the trash can," Lin Xiao Ye said. Lin Xuanma nodded slightly, then said, "Let's forget about it this time. Next time you finish cleaning, you don't have to dispose of the garbage cans right away. Wait for me to come back and then dispose of them. I'm worried that the fact that you go out and throw out the garbage will be noticed, and then sneak into the house while you're throwing out the garbage." "Right-o." Lin Xiaoye sniffed and broke out into a cold sweat. Lin Quanmare has a lot of food in his house. This is the consensus among the residents of Bohemia Garden. Under these circumstances, it was very likely that Lin Xiaoye would be targeted when she went out to take out the garbage. Lin Xiaoye hurriedly said, "I'll pay attention from tomorrow." After slightly reminding Lin Xiaoye, Lin Xuanma didn't continue to dwell on the topic, but said, "Do you want steak or dumplings tonight?" Lin Xiaoye responded, "Steak it." Afterwards, after a full meal, Lin Xiaoye packed up her things while Lin Xuanma crossed his legs and played with his cell phone on the sofa. "By the way, Xiaoye, did Zhang Musha come today?" "Yes, I gave her all the steaks I had prepared, as you ordered. She ate it and slept at home until almost evening, when her sister came home, and that's when she went home." After Lin Xiaoye finished, she asked, "However, Quan Mo, is this matter really going to be kept hidden from Zhang Musha's sister?" "This is naturally impossible, for the time being," Lin Xuanma said. "It's only a matter of time before it's dismantled anyway. Jang Muxiao needs beef, and it's impossible for Zhang Mubai to find beef that can satisfy Zhang Muxiao with his sweep through this neighborhood. Without the late beef, Zhang Musha is able to not turn into a zombie. Even if we don't say anything, Zhang Mubai will sooner or later realize that her sister has been running towards my house." Lin Xuanma flipped through his phone and realized that the large group was still bickering around him. Chen Xiaoxiao, property management at Lin Xuanma. "Mr. Lin, although you are only a temporary tenant of Bohemia Garden, in today's predicament, I believe that no matter what your status is, you are obligated to hand over your hoarded food to us, the property management, for distribution." Chen Xiaoxiao, property management at Lin Quanmare. "Mr. Lin, I know you've been peeping at the screen, testing the waters, and considering whether or not to do this, but trust me, not only you, but the other tenants of Bohemia Gardens, will have them pool all the food and supplies for distribution as well. At this critical juncture, we need to work together to get through this. This one, Chen Xiaoxiao, is the property management manager of Bohemia Garden. Before the end of the world, Chen Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Lin Xuanma was not as polite as it is now, but rather loving. Lin Quanmare also remembered that once there was a problem with the water supply at home. He found the property, but the other party did not even pay attention to him, saying that this matter will contact the landlord, so that Lin Quanmare go back and wait for news. The result of a wait is a month passed. The landlord to collect rent. Lin Quanmare will be this matter. The landlord directly said he did not know this matter. The final restoration of the water supply system was also paid for and contributed by Lin Quanmare. Of course, the same thing happened in Zhang Mubai's house across the street, and this Chen Xiaoxiao just kept busy, fearing that Zhang Mubai was living an uncomfortable life. There was more than one person like Chen Xiaoxiao who requested Lin Xuanma. Some of them asked Lin Xuanma to contribute the food and distribute it evenly. Some said that the more Lin Xuanma's ability grew, the more responsibility he had, and told him to clean up the zombies in Zijing Garden as soon as possible. To these people, Lin Xuanma ignored them all. The big group message mess exploded. As for private messages, Lin Xuanma's side also received quite a few friending message alerts. Lin Quan silently and conventionally uniformly let them add one more time. Then, as before, have them send in photos for screening. Unfortunately, compared to the first round, there wasn't even a pleasant-looking woman in this second round. However, among the friends added in the last round, there was a female who wanted to come over to Lin Xuanma's side. Li Mingjie, Block 11, 801 at Lin Xuanma. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you could clear the walkers from my building. Personally, I'd love to go over there, but there are walkers blocking the building, so I can't get through. Lincolnmer, I'll clean up blocks 11 through 15 tomorrow. Within seconds of Lin Xuanma's message being sent, Li Mingjie immediately sent a reply. Li Mingjie, Block 11, 801 thank you. Mr. Lin, when I get to your house, I'll be sure to serve you well. Lin Xuanma put his cell phone down, pondering. This Li Mingjie's attitude is a bit strange. Looking at her, she doesn't seem to be lacking in food, and I've seen her speak before in the large group. The food she needs is chocolate. A few days before the red mist descended, she had accumulated quite a lot of chocolate at home, so she shouldn't be in a crisis of turning into a zombie now. Lin Xuanma felt that this Li Mingjie was a bit fishy. Block 11, Room 801. There was another man with Li Munkit and they sat together looking at Li Munkit's cell phone. Li Mingjie said. Lin Xuanma agreed. The man smiled and said, it's good that he agrees. Honey, at that time, when you enter his house, when Lin Xuanma isn't there, you'll take the opportunity to open the door and let me in. At that time, I'll suppress the woman in the house, and then move all the food in Lin Xuanma's house. Li Mingjie sniffed and said with a cold smile, this Lin Xuanma has been running around for the past few days and must have collected quite a lot of supplies and food. As a result, he still likes to stuff strange women into his home, so he really isn't afraid of being backstabbed. The man also hemmed and hawed. This Lin Xuanma is just a knife in the head of the colorful word. In this kind of environment, he still looks for women every day. He's just too much food for himself and has to send it out. Really think that everyone is a couple with a stronger than golden love like me and you, wife. We'll laugh ungraciously at this food. Chapter 14, The Schoolgirl's Pampered. She's invincible. The red mist receded. The ground was once again restored to a sunny, birdsong, and soothing scene, and for the survivors of the end times, it also represents the beginning of a new day. Lin Xuanma opened the window and his gaze fell on top of a beautiful figure downstairs. Zhang Mubai carried a large backpack and went out early. Lin Xuanma withdrew his eyes and looked toward the bedroom. Lin Xiaoye had been tossed around all night, and now she couldn't get up at all. As Lin Xuanma leveled up to level 3, his combat prowess in this area became more and more formidable. Right now, Lin Xiaoye alone was completely unable to top it. Lin Xuanma shook his head and left a table full of steak and pork dumplings on the table. Next to it were several large buckets of pure water that were filled. Only after supplying these things did Lin Xuanma leave the house. Just as he left the front door of his house, Jang Musha, who was across the street, also opened the door to her room. When she saw Lin Quan Mo, Zhang Musha happily went up and hugged Lin Quan Mo. Then with her mouth puckered up, she stamped towards Lin Quan Mo's lips. After the stamping was done, Jang Muxiao even helped Lin Xuanma straighten the collar of his shirt, living like a little petite wife. It was only when Zhang Mushan released her hands and stepped back that Lin Xuanma said, Mushan, with this look, you seem to be the type that will be single-minded when you fall in love. Not at all. In fact, a long time ago, I've always had the intention of wanting to talk about a boyfriend, but unfortunately, being governed by my older sister. Whenever I have the slightest bit of a male friend with a slightly better relationship, my older sister will immediately hit me hard, Jang Muxiao said, raising her right hand and waving her small fist. Lin Xuanma said, then you seem to be letting yourself go now. It's the end of the world. If I can still be governed by my sister, then this is what I am. Zhang Musha said, first raising the thumb of her right hand, then turning it downward. Lin Xuanma's gaze then fell on top of Zhang Musha's panel. The favorability on Zhang Musha's panel had increased to 85. The favorability was still 5 points higher than Lin Xiaoye, who had spent more time together in the past few days. From here, Lin Xuanma could tell that Zhang Musha had indeed let herself go. Alright, finishing up, you go kill the zombies, Zhang Musha said, pushing Lin Xuanma's back. Lin Quan-mo took a step and was about to leave when Zhang Muxiao suddenly hugged Lin Quan-mo from behind again. Lin Xuanma asked, Musha, what's wrong with you? Let me inhale my lover's flavor and replenish my lover's energy. Zhang Musha exhaled and inhaled in big gulps, as if she was really sucking something from Lin Xuanma. Zhang Musha's abstracted look made the corners of Lin Xuanma's mouth twitch slightly. Looking speechless, Lin Xuanma let her play. And only after 5 minutes did this go downstairs. The zombie floors that Lin Quan-mo had to clean up today were the same as what he had said yesterday. The 5 floors from Building 11 to Building 15. However, Block 11 was the furthest away from Lin Xuanma's place, so he planned to put the zombie cleanup and material exploration of Block 11 last. When Lin Xuanma came to the 15th building, on the roof of the 11th building, the couple Li Mingjie and Shin Shoheo were holding binoculars and observing Lin Xuanma's movements. Looking at Lin Xuanma's figure as he entered the 15th building, Li Mingjie's face didn't look too good as she said. This Lin Xuanma didn't expect that he wouldn't even start from the 11th building, but would start from the 15th building first. Am I that unattractive? Although Li Mingjie was trying to pit Lin Xuanma, seeing that her charm didn't impress Lin Xuanma also made Li Mingjie a bit upset. Shen Shoheo also held the binoculars. After watching Lin Xuanma enter the 15th building, he then withdrew his line of sight and said, Wife, let's go back first. Since he started from the 15th building, it's estimated that it'll have to be in the afternoon before he'll come to our building, and waiting here is just to be blown by the wind. It's not only a waste of time, but he might even catch a cold. Li Mingjie also felt that these words were reasonable. Well, go back first. The two men put down their binoculars and went back. The walker cleanup in Block 15 wasn't a struggle. Lin Xuanma cleaned up in less than half an hour, and his backpack was simultaneously filled with the things he had scavenged from the floor. Coming down from Block 15, Lin Xuanma prepared to head to Block 14. However, he was greeted by a girl with an umbrella in her hand. Li Jiangli walked towards Lin Quan-mo's side. As if to show off her charms, she took lotus steps and twisted her abducted body in an attempt to create a very feminine gesture. The umbrella in his hand, too, made a curve. However, Lin Xuanma just looked at it and averted his gaze. Lin Xuanma had also met several beautiful women in the past few days. Li Jiangli's kind of posture could no longer attract Lin Quan-mo's attention. Seeing Lin Xuanma completely ignoring himself, Li Jiangli was a bit disgruntled in her heart, but she still went forward and said, Mr. Lin, wait. Lin Xuanma stopped and asked, something wrong? Li Jiangli asked, Mr. Lin, do you remember me? Lincomer said, remember, the guy I switched cokes with yesterday. Ginger Li puffed out her cheeks and said, my name is Ginger Li, not someone who switched colas. This pretense of cuteness failed to attract Lin Xuanma's attention. Oh, Lin Xuanma asked, so, you're looking for me for something? Seeing Lin Quan-mo this oily, Li Jiangli was also a bit annoyed, but in order to be able to hug Lin Quan-mo's thigh, she still held back her anger, once again sticking on like a dog's skin plaster, saying, Mr. Lin, I know that you've been collecting supplies by yourself, so if you don't mind, could you take me with you? Of course afterward you only need to share a little bit of my food, Li Jiangli said as low as she could. In Li Jiangli's opinion, if it wasn't for the end times, then people like Lin Quan-mo wouldn't even be worthy of a glance for her. Wearing low-grade clothes, renting a low-grade house. For this kind of person, before the end of the world, Li Jiangli wouldn't even waste her time talking to him. What's wrong with fooling around? If it wasn't for the end times, I wouldn't have taken care of people like you, Lin Xuanma said. I'm not interested in working with you. If you want food or supplies for yourself, go to the other floors and clean up the zombies yourself. Lin Xuanma finished speaking, turned around and left. Li Jiangli kept saying from behind, wait, Mr. Lin, I said wait, Mr. Lin. Li Jiangli kept shouting behind her back. However, Lin Quan-mo didn't care at all and directly entered the 14th building, starting to continue today's zombie sweep. This made Ginger Li stomp her feet in anger. This Lin Xuanma, he's really hard to serve. Aren't there any easier to rip off and still obey my words as a shifter? The day passed by in a flash. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon before Lin Xuanma stepped into Block 11, and naturally, this scene was noticed by the anxiously waiting Shin Shaheo couple. The two immediately returned to the house. Shin Shaheo said, Mingjie, I'll go back to my room to hide. You have to be careful when dealing with Lin Xuanma by yourself. Although this Lin Xuanma person doesn't seem to have enough intelligence, but at least he's an alien. You have to be careful not to provoke him. Don't worry, a pre-apocalyptic bottom. It's not easy to pin him down, Li Mengjie said confidently. Seeing Li Mengjie so confident, Shin Shihao always felt that it was not quite right. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. The food that both Shin Shihao and Li Mengjie demanded was a bit special. Shin Shihao is a banana and Li Mengjie is a chocolate. The two men had previously been in contact with the security guards at Bohemia Gardens and had struck a deal. What the guards need is a lot of beef. And the security guards had a number of bananas and other fruits and chocolates in their hands. Shin Shihao and the others can trade these from the security guards as long as they can get their hands on the beef. It was also because of this deal that Shin Shihao and the others had set their sights on Lin Xuanma. Chapter 15, The Beautiful Upholder Comes to Your Door. Time passes by. Several hours had passed since Lin Xuanmo had walked into Block 11. Right now the sky is darkening. In a little while, the red mist will descend again. Doubt surfaced on Li Mengjie's face. Shin Shihao also walked out from the room he was staying in. Honey, what's going on? Didn't that Lin Xuanma come in? No. Li Mengjie was also puzzled. In her vision, Lin Xuanma would surely come in to find her after taking care of the floorwalkers in Block 11. After all, Li Mengjie's VX account had listed exactly what block she was in. But now it's been a few hours. But Lin Xuanma hasn't come up yet. It's hard to believe. The two of them, Li Mengjie and Shin Shihao, glanced at each other, and they obviously thought of a piece. This Lin Xuanma couldn't be a silver pewterhead, not useful in the eyes, right? He didn't come up for so long. Could it be that he was accidentally killed by a zombie when he came up to kill them? Li Mengjie said. She couldn't think of any other reason why Lin Xuanma wouldn't come into the house to look for himself other than Lin Xuanma being killed by a zombie. Lin Xuanma all blatantly posted all kinds of food to attract beautiful women in the big group of Zijing Garden. This person must be very horny. And how could someone so horny turn his back on a woman of her superior face value? If that's the case, that's kinda disappointing, Li Mengjie said. Shin Shihao said, Wife, this is a good thing for us. Since Lin Xuanma is dead, let's just go directly to his house to grab food, Li Mengjie said. Also, although this incident happened in a tiger's tail, but anyway, they only needed food. It didn't matter at all if Lin Xuanma was able to clean up the zombies or if he was still alive. If Lin Xuanma dies, so be it, just don't let the food you leave behind be taken away by others, Li Mengjie said. Now that it's almost dark, it's not too late. Let's immediately go to the floor where Lin Xuanma is. Otherwise, if we're late, we might be picked up by others. Okay, Shin Shihao said. The two of them then hurriedly brought their prepared backpacks with them and prepared to head to the floor where Lin Xuanma was. However, the two men just opened the door only to find their neighbor across the street also open. The neighbor across the street was a middle-aged woman who looked at the two and said, Boss Shin, Mengjie, what a coincidence. Seeing this middle-aged woman with a backpack, Li Mengjie's heart stirred, guessing that maybe this woman also knew the news that Lin Xuanma had died, so she tentatively asked, Where are you planning to go? The middle-aged woman sniffed and gave a light grunt, saying, Mengjie, don't pretend. Your purpose is the same as mine. You just want to see if there is still food and living houses left on this floor. After all, the entire building of zombies have been swept away by Lin Xuanma. And now it's time to see if Lin Xuanma has left behind a little bit of something that will allow us in this building to have a little bit of soup as well. Lin Xuanma cleaned out all the zombies in this building? That's impossible. Li Mengjie's first reaction was disbelief. Where did you learn this information from? As soon as Li Mengjie's words fell, she saw footsteps coming from upstairs. A few moments later, a few people came downstairs and a few came up from downstairs. Everyone looks at each other. You look at me, I look at you. Li Mengjie looked at such a large group of people, all gathered here with backpacks, and knew that the middle-aged woman from the neighbor across the street probably wasn't lying. The zombies on this floor were indeed killed by Lin Xuanma. Seeing that the situation was not right, Shin Shihao also said, Wife, let's go back to the house first. Good, Li Mengjie answered. Mr. and Mrs. Shin Shihao went back to the house. Li Mengjie couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and send a message. Li Mengjie, Mr. Lin, have you cleaned up all the zombies in Block 11? Lincolnmer, well, clean it up. Li Mengjie, Mr. Lin, then why didn't you come to me? Lincolnmer, you're kind of annoying. Li Mengjie, Mr. Lin, unable to send a message. The other party has unfriended you. Li Mengjie was waiting for an answer when she saw that the VX showed that Li Mengjie's account had been unfriended by Lin Xuanma. What is this? Li Mengjie was dumbfounded. Li Mengjie asked herself that she hadn't sent any messages at all. So how could she be unfriended by Lin Xuanma? Next to him, Shin Shihao noticed that Li Mengjie's face looked different, and immediately asked, Wife, what's wrong? Did Lin Xuanma send something bad over? No, he answered me, but after answering me, he unfriended me again. Li Mengjie said. Shin Shihao sniffed. widened his eyes, and said, "Let me see how there are still such strange men." Li Mingjie handed her cell phone over. After Shin Shohei read the message on it, he said, "I can read it. Honey, this Lin Xuanma is a straight man of steel. He was thinking that you asked too many questions, which is why he unfriended you." "Unsure," Li Mingjie said, "but I didn't just post a few sentences." Shin Shohei said, "Iron straight men are like this. Otherwise why do they say that iron straight men can't find girlfriends? A girl is to be coaxed, especially a beautiful big beauty like wife you. It is even more necessary to be like me, put in the palm of my hand and pampered." Li Mingjie also felt that Shin Shohei had a point. She said, "Then what now? The other party has unfriended me, so isn't there no way for me to go to his house? Let's see. I'll contact those smelly loser security guards first." Shin Shohei said, "Although we don't have any beef in our hands, we still have quite a bit of pork. Try to see if we can exchange pork with them." Shin Shohei then picked up his cell phone and began to send messages. However, a moment later, his face turned ugly and said, "These stinking losers said no, they must beef them before they are willing to trade." And what?" Li Mingjie asked. "They also said they don't need beef for it, and want you, wife, to go to them and serve them for a week so they'll be willing to give us fruit and chocolate." Li Mingjie's eyes widened as she said, "Who do they think they are? Emperors of the land? How dare they want me to serve them? No way. This is absolutely no way. Wife, I think so too." Shin Shohei spoke. "Tell you what, wife, now that the zombies have been cleaned up by Lin Xuanma, I'll wait until tomorrow to go out and look elsewhere. Maybe we can also find the bananas and chocolates that we need. Or maybe we can find beef." Li Mingjie shook her head and said, "It's useless. Right now there are no zombies near us, but Lin Xuanma didn't clean up the zombies in other places, and if Lin Xuanma cleans it up, the food inside will definitely be swept away by him." Shin Shohei was also silent. Li Mingjie gritted her teeth and said, "How about this? I'll take the initiative to go to Lin Xuanma's house. I just don't believe that he doesn't have any feelings for me at all." Shin Shohei opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and had the presence of mind to stop it. But if he really stops it, then the only thing waiting for Shin Shohei is to turn into a zombie. Although he was unwilling to let Li Mingjie take the risk, Shin Shohei preferred not to turn into a zombie himself. So, Shin Shohei said, "Wife, since you've decided so, then you should hurry over there while it's still dark." "You?" Li Mingjie stared with wide eyes. Shin Shohei's words were fine, but they made Li Mingjie feel a bit unhappy. "Okay, I'll hurry up," Li Mingjie said a bit sulkily. When Li Mingjie arrived downstairs, she realized that around her, a faint red mist had gradually begun to emerge. Li Mingjie hurriedly accelerated her pace to the floor where Lin Xuanma was. Li Mingjie rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened. The person who opened the door was not Lin Xuanma, but Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye sized up Li Mingjie, whose face value wasn't that far off from her own, and said, "Come in." Lin Xiaoye didn't ask for a reason. Anyway, a beautiful woman like Li Mingjie would come over for the same purpose as Lin Xiaoye for sure, to come in and complete the deal. Li Mingjie headed for the house. Lin Xuanma was sitting on the hall couch. He crossed his legs and looked at his cell phone. Chapter 16, What's it to me if you become a zombie? Although Li Mingjie had heard the name Lin Xuanma many times before, and had also seen Lin Xuanma from the roof from afar, this was the first time that she had really come into close contact with him. From a distance, there was little sense of Lin Xuanma's appearance, but now that she looked closer, Li Mingjie realized that Lin Xuanma really did have a rather handsome cheek. As for how handsome, it's probably more handsome than Shin Shohei. However, Lin Xuanma, who had handsome cheeks, did not have a smile on his face and looked quite a bit uninviting. Li Mingjie made a judgment on Lin Xuanma in her mind, and then greeted him with a smile, stepping forward and saying, "Mr. Lin, my name is Li Mingjie. We've chatted on VX before. I don't know if you still remember me?" "Well, it kind of rings a bell," Lin Xuanma said. Seeing Lin Xuanma's attitude, Li Mingjie was inevitably a little unhappy in her heart. In the past days when those men saw themselves, whereas like Lin Xuanma posed this kind of attitude that makes people hard to bear, those men's mouth is simply like a machine gun, blah blah blah, and like a peacock opening its screen, hating every word to draw close to themselves. This was completely different from Li Mingjie's original stereotypical impression of Lin Xuanma. It was simply going to the other extreme. Li Mingjie said, "Mr. Lin, I'll get right to the point. I actually came here for the beef. If there was a lack of beef, then I would easily turn into a zombie. This passage is a lie." Li Mingjie used this passage to make Lin Xuanma think that she was good to hold and that less beef wouldn't do. In this way, Lin Xuanma would naturally relax his guard on her, and at that time, Li Mingjie would also be able to take advantage of the opportunity to work with Shin Shohei inside and outside to carry the food in Lin Xuanma's house empty. Lin Xuanma sniffed. but his gaze fell on top of the panel next to Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie, ability, defense grid, S rank, inactive. Appearance rating, 92. Awakening food daily supplement, chocolate, 100 out of 100. Rank, 1, 5 out of 100. Absorbing energy crystals promotes physical growth. Charging times, 0. Favorability, -25. The higher the favorability, the higher the quality of the food you get. Under the system panel, Li Mingjie's lies were not broken. The panel is pretty interesting though. Li Mingjie's charge count is actually 0. The number of charges on the panel is per person per day. For example, with Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Quan Mo now had a charge with her every day, so the number of charges had reached 10, and Li Mingjie, by definition, shouldn't be 0 times. However, Lin Xuanma didn't dwell on that point. Lin Xuanma said, "It's fine to want beef, but I also have my conditions. As for what my conditions are, I think you are naturally clear when you come here." "That's natural," Li Mingjie first responded, but then said, "Mr. Lin, although I'm ready, I've been a bit unwell these past few days, so I don't know if I can complete your conditions after a few days." Lin Xuanma said, "Yes." Li Mingjie sniffed and was secretly happy. She thought how difficult Lin Xuanma was to deal with, but it turned out that this wasn't a one-time deal. "Then I'll go ahead." Lin Xuanma got up, came to the door, and said, "I won't see you off then." Lin Xuanma opened the door. Li Mingjie was stunned and said, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this?" "Literally what you can understand. Since you're not feeling well and it will take a few days before you can complete the transaction, you should go back first and come back to me after a few days when you're feeling well." Li Mingjie didn't expect Lin Xuanma's thinking to be so odd, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, there's still red fog outside. If I go back now, I'll be exposed to a large amount of red fog, and I might, as a result, intensify my speed to become a zombie." "What does that have to do with me?" Lin Xuanma said, "My conditions are laid out here, and since you can't fulfill them right now, why should I waste precious food on someone who may not be able to complete the deal? It's the end times, who knows if you'll turn into a zombie one of these days. In order not to delay us from each other, you should go back first. As for whether or not you'll turn into a zombie along the way, then I can only wish that you won't." Li Mingjie got up and said, "Wait, Mr. Lin, tomorrow will do. I should be able to recover my body tomorrow, albeit a bit reluctantly, but I can complete the deal with you tomorrow. Then come back tomorrow." "But it's already nighttime, and the red mist has descended outside," Li Mingjie said with a trembling voice. Lin Xuanma said, "If you turn into a zombie, then just turn into a zombie. It's not like I have anything to lose if you turn into a zombie." Lin Xuanma's words could be said to have directly dry-break Li Mingjie's defenses, and her entire face tightened up. Li Mingjie originally thought that Lin Xuanma was a hungry ghost of color, and could not walk when he saw a beautiful woman, but it turned out that this Lin Xuanma was simply a cold-blooded animal, not moved by beauty at all, and did not give Li Mingjie the slightest opportunity. Lin Xuanma said, "Alright, Ms. Li Mingjie, the red mist is only just surfacing now, so you'd better hurry back to your home." Me. Li Mingjie turned back and looked outside the window, at the red mist that was gradually coalescing, her face turning pale with fear. Not only does the red mist contribute to the growth of people and exacerbate the possibility of zombification, but the red mist makes the zombies active. Don't look at it as simple as Lin Xuanma clearing out the zombies in the morning, but if these zombies were under the red mist enchantment, the aggressiveness and threat of the zombies would be elevated by a large margin compared to the zombies in the morning. Even if it was Lin Xuanma, cleaning up the zombies when the time came wasn't that simple. Even a psychic like Lin Xuanma was cautious about the zombies under the red mist, so Li Mingjie was even more afraid to go back in this environment. Li Mingjie looked to one side of the window. A large amount of red mist could be seen beginning to surface. Over time, these red mists will gradually rise to floor height. Going back in this environment, the probability of Li Mingjie turning into a zombie was definitely high. Li Mingjie blushed and said, "Mr. Lin, I suddenly realized that my body seems to have recovered." Lincomer said, "So you can close the deal?" I. Li Mingjie stammered as if she was holding back her words. Lin Xuanma said, "Can't complete the deal, then you'd better go back." "Yes, I can." Finally, Li Mingjie said in a broken voice, "You can today. You don't have to wait until tomorrow. There's really no need." "Okay." Lin Xuanma closed the door behind him. Late night, dinner table. Li Mingjie took a nibble at the steak she had gotten her hands on. From the end of the world until now, it was the first time that Li Mingjie had eaten this kind of high-quality food. This also made the hard feelings in Li Mingjie's heart become slightly eased. Tonight, she would lose her first time. Li Mingjie has always adhered to the wait-and-see approach to finding a man. After marrying Shin Shiheo, on the surface, they appeared to be a loving couple. However, Shin Shohei actually had no negative distance contact with Li Mingjie at all. Of course, it wasn't that Shin Shohei was unwilling, but Li Mingjie had been trying to find ways to keep Shin Shohei from touching herself. What you can't get is the best. That's what Li Mingjie thinks. If he let Shin Shohei get his hands on him so easily, he would get tired of it. Chapter 17 A Pleasing? Li Mingjie's favoritism rises sharply. After the contact just now, Li Mingjie also knew that Lin Xuanmo was a man who said nothing and would not take the initiative to please a woman. It's a different type of person than Shin Shohei. According to reason, when encountering such a brutal and unreasonable man, Li Mingjie's first reaction should be to hate it. But for some reason, Li Mingjie's heart was not so disgusted by these behaviors made by Lin Xuanmo. But instead, after eating the steak, she was not so disgusted either. In the past few days, Bohemia Garden is in a state of water and electricity cut off, and the natural gas has long been gone, making it impossible to eat cooked food. But here in Linkwamer, you can still get cooked food that warms your belly. That alone softened Li Mingjie's attitude. However, there was one thing that made Li Mingjie feel strange. Li Mingjie said in her heart, I secretly checked the kitchen before, but I couldn't find the provenance of these steaks at all. With so many steaks, even if you wanted to hide them well, it's impossible to not be able to find them at all. And these steaks look like they've been freshly prepared, not the product of being heated. It's hard. Lin Xuanmo, who was sitting on the sofa, had his sleeves suddenly pulled by Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, can it be that the steak I just ate was secretly made by you with your supernatural powers? Lin Xuanmo was a little surprised. This Li Mingjie's observation skills were quite good, to the extent that she was able to guess the provenance of these steaks just through this short period of time. Lin Xuanmo said, if I say yes, then what? Lin Xuanmo said, picking up the vacant cup. The cup was originally empty, but as Lin Xuanmo picked it up, it quickly filled up with pure water. Seeing this scene, Li Mingjie's eyes widened as she said, Mr. Lin, your supernatural ability really is to change food. It's sort of part of my psychic ability, Lin Xuanmo said. When Li Mingjie heard Lin Xuanmo's affirmative reply, the thoughts in her head instantly became disorganized. Li Mingjie's original plan was to sneak open the door for Shin Shohei to come in while Lin Xuanmo was away, and carry all the food in Lin Xuanmo's house. And the major premise of this plan is that Lin Xuanmo really has to have that much food in his house. But now, according to Lin Xuanmo's words, all this food was changed by Lin Xuanmo. Then the plan is a complete failure. However, Li Mingjie did not have the fallout of a failed plan in her heart. Instead, another thought has sprung up. Li Mingjie scrutinized Lin Xuanmo's cheeks, and the more she looked at them, the more handsome she felt. Admittedly, the fact that Lin Quanmer was able to conjure up food was a rude awakening to Li Mingjie's original plan. But isn't this a better way out for Li Mingjie? A powerful one, and a shifter who can conjure food. Following Lin Xuanmo, did she, Li Mingjie, still need to go through the trouble of grabbing food with the others? Li Mingjie herself wasn't the chase type of woman, and after discovering that Lin Xuanmo could change food, she immediately overturned her original plan and instead had a brand new plan, which was to become Lin Xuanmo's woman. In this way, in the end times, Li Mingjie was protected. As for the original plan to stock up on food, can a plan like hoarding food be compared to an alien who can conjure up a bunch of food whenever he wants? No matter how much food you hoard, there will come a time when you will run out. And a shifter who can turn out food whenever he wants and is strong enough to kill walkers. It's so many times better than just hoarding food. All in all, Lin Xuanmo gives too much security. Lin Xuanmo's eyes moved slightly. This Li Mingjie's favorability surprisingly soared all the way up to the passing line of 60 points. Lin Xuanmo mused slightly, guessing that it might have something to do with his ability to name his powers. Mr. Lin, can I call you Quan Mo? Li Mingjie said with winks. It was completely different from the beginning when it still had a few arrogant gestures. Whatever. Izumo, what did you do before the end times? Cowhorse wage earners. Linkcomer said. Quan Mo, someone as powerful as you. Even if you're just an ordinary wage earner, surely you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the future. Li Mingjie said in a delicate voice, the finesse in her words. Straightening up, Li Mingjie was able to coax Shin Shohei into being silly, and her methods were naturally not bad. Now that she was sure that she wanted Lin Quanmo to be her man, she began to exert all her efforts to try to increase her favor in Lin Quanmo's mind. Li Mingjie opened her mouth and was about to continue to boast a bit to increase her favorability in Lin Xuanmo's mind. However, I saw Lin Xuanmo suddenly reach out his hand, touch her cheek, and said, compared to just a moment ago, your attitude towards me now has really changed a lot. Can this be interpreted to mean that the discomfort in your body has completely disappeared after you have eaten your fill? Li Mingjie reached out and grabbed Lin Xuanmo's hand that was caressing her cheek, and then in a smooth manner, pulled it downward so that Lin Xuanmo's hand could touch her own magnificent peaks. Yes or no? Izumo, Do you want to try? Okay, I'm going to take a shower first, so go wait for me in my room. Li Mingjie watched Lin Xuanma enter the bathroom and said in her heart, it seems that when he turns out food, it consumes him in general on himself. Otherwise it wouldn't be so extravagant as to turn out water to bathe in. The more Lin Quan Mo showed that he didn't care about water, the stronger the thought of becoming Lin Quan Mo's woman became in Li Mingjie's heart. Li Mingjie returned to her room and first flipped out her cell phone. Then without hesitation, she directly sent a message to Shin Shiheo. Li Mingjie, Shin Shiheo, let's divorce. After sending this message, Li Mingjie heaved out a breath. After this message was sent out, it also meant that Li Mingjie had completely chosen Lin Xuanma. Li Mingjie knew that Shin Shiheo must have a bunch of things he wanted to ask when he received the message, but she no longer wanted to explain anything to Shin Shiheo. So, Li Mingjie simply unfriended Shin Shiheo as well. Shin Shiheo was waiting anxiously in his room. Since Li Mingjie left, she hadn't sent over a single message for contact. Shin Shiheo waited for an hour or two, but Li Mingjie didn't send any messages. Under this tension and worry, Shin Shiheo was not even in the mood to eat. Time passes by. Suddenly, Shin Shiheo's cell phone rang, which was the alert sound of a received message. Shin Shiheo happily picked up his cell phone and found that it was a message sent by Li Mingjie, and a happy smile appeared on his face at once. However, when Shin Shiheo saw the content of the message, he froze. Divorce? Why did my wife divorce me? Did something happen to her? Could it be that Lin Xuanma forced her to do something? And then she herself felt sorry for me and thus wanted to divorce me? It must be. Damn Lin Xuanma. What the hell did you do to my wife? Shin Shiheo thought about this. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He got up, angrily came to the door, opened the door, and was about to go to Lin Xuanma to settle the score. The large amount of red mist that reflected in his eyes, however, made Shin Shiheo look away. Shin Shiheo panicked and slammed the door to his room back shut. There was a real rush about Li Mingjie, but not so much compared to something like turning into a zombie. Chapter 18, Crushing Stance. Invincible Lin Quan Mo. Outside the red mist was thick. The house was heaving with anger. Shin Shiheo angrily used his foot and kept kicking the iron gate to vent his anger. Lin Xuanma, you deserve to die. Honey, I'm going to save you. In his anger, Shin Shiheo felt something inside his body, like an egg hatching open. Shin Shiheo stretched out his right index finger and pointed towards the wall in front of him, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. Shin Shiheo's finger fired out a stream of air, which was like an extremely penetrating bullet that instantly pierced through the wall. I've awakened my powers? Shin Shiheo froze and looked at his right hand in a bit of disbelief. This was followed by a burst of ecstasy. Normally speaking, Lin Xuanma hiding so much food in his house would definitely cause other people to covet it. However, Lin Xuanma's status as a shifter made the people in the Bohemia garden only look away. Even Shin Shiheo, before, could only choose such a dangerous move as letting Li Mingjie blend in to remove the food Lin Xuanma had hidden in the house. But now Lin Xuanma was a shifter, and so was he. When the time comes, do we still need to lay down a set design like before, and then steal the food inside while Lin Xuanma is not at home? Not at all. Lin Xuanma, just wait. When the red mist clears tomorrow, let's see how I snipe you. Although he had just awakened his psychic ability, Shin Shiheo was full of confidence. Lin Xuanma's ability to control zombies was indeed powerful. However, he believed that his own ability possessed a stronger killing power. When Lin Xuanma's zombies killed in front of him, Shin Shiheo would be able to use his own supernatural ability to kill Lin Xuanma first. Obtain Goddess Illustration Li Mingjie. Obtain SSS ranked Psychic Ability Absolute Defense. Obtain unlimited supply of food White Porridge. As the night went on, Lin Xuanma acquired a new unlimited supply of food. By the time Li Mingjie and the girls got up one after another, Lin Xuanma had already set up white porridge on the dining table. Lin Xiaoye walked over, cupped the white porridge, took a sip, and said, "It's really nostalgic. I haven't eaten white porridge for over a month since the red mist appeared." Li Mingjie also yawned lazily and sat down next to the table. "I'm about the same. Eating some white congee in the morning is also good for the stomach." Lin Quanemo noticed the panel of the two. As he ate the white porridge, his body seemed to become comfortable, and his favorability went up by several points at once. With a twinkle in her eye at this time, Li Mingjie picked up the bowl containing white porridge, scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Lin Xuanma's mouth, saying, "Xuanma, let me feed you white porridge." Lin Xuanma didn't refuse. Lin Xiaoye, who was beside her, frowned when she saw this scene, but she whispered, "Quite the vixen who can stick to men." Although Li Mingjie didn't hear what Lin Xiaoye said, she did notice that Lin Xiaoye was definitely jealous. Immediately, there was a hefty smile in his heart. "Little fellow, although we are also women and your face isn't bad, but compared to my means, you're still far behind." Lin Xuanma finished his white porridge, got up and packed his things, and continued to go out to gather supplies, waiting for Lin Xuanma to leave. Li Mingjie, with nothing to do, flipped open her cell phone again. Li Mingjie flipped open her cell phone at this time, and her eyes fell on Shin Shiheo, who had previously been unfriended by herself, and had sent several more messages to add friends. When Li Mingjie saw this information, her heart was feeling grave. As long as I'm given some time, even if it's a straight man of steel like Lin Quan Mo, I'll still have a way to tame him. However, once my conspiracy with Shin Shiheo is known to Lin Xuanma, I'm only afraid that it will become difficult to pull the relationship with Lin Xuanma together again. When Li Mingjie thought of this, she directly deleted these friending messages and chose to pull Shin Shiheo into the blacklist. We can only take one step at a time now. On the balcony, although Shin Shiheo couldn't see the message that he had been blacked out by Li Mingjie, he also knew that Li Mingjie didn't want to contact him at all right now. And it is certainly not that Li Mingjie is unwilling. Shin Shiheo Li Mingjie is unable to contact himself must have been prevented by Lin Xuanma playing tricks. Shin Shiheo stood on the balcony, pointing his finger towards the bottom, gradually revealing his figure to Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma, as long as you die, this matter will be perfectly resolved. Food, wives, everything will be available as soon as Lin Xuanma is dead. Shin Shiheo aimed his finger at Lin Xuanma. Immediately afterward, an air bullet shot towards Lin Xuanma. Shade. It was accompanied by the sound of leaves being broken by invisible air bullets. Lin Chummer went on guard. However, by this time, the air bullets were already very close to Lin Xuanma, and even if Lin Xuanma was on guard, it wouldn't help. However, when the air bullet was about to attack Lin Xuanma's head, an invisible solid wall appeared around Lin Xuanma's body. This wall stopped the air bullets with ease. The ability Absolute Defense is the ability to cast an invisible wall, which is so strong that it can block most attacks of a physical nature. The air bullets just now were blocked by Absolute Defense. Lin Xuanma looked over in the direction of the air bullet shot. Shen Shiheo was seen upstairs with binoculars, looking at the figure here. Although there was no evidence, Lin Quan tacitly assumed that the attack just now was from this person. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanma's eyes became sharp. Immediately after that, the shadow behind Lin Xuanma began to move irregularly. The shadows, the trees, the walls, the buildings around them, also moved irregularly. These shadows gathered towards Lin Xuanma's front. Immediately afterward, these shadows formed a long staircase leading to the building where Shin Shiheo was. This is the supernatural ability to manipulate shadows gained when contracting Zhang Musha. The manipulate shadow ability allows the freedom to materialize shadows and also control them for movement. Lin Xuanma ran quickly through the long ladder of shadows to the man who had just attacked him. When Shin Shiheo saw this shadow long ladder, he also had a lump in his heart and secretly said that it was not good. However, Shin Shiheo was confident in his supernatural abilities. Seeing Lin Xuanma rushing towards him, Shin Shiheo not only didn't run away, but instead, he also stretched out his finger once again and fired another alien energy attack towards Lin Xuanma. However, it was a pity that this kind of alien energy attack had no effect at all on Lin Xuanma, who possessed the Absolute Defense ability. Several consecutive shots from the air bullets were blocked by the Absolute Defense around Lin Xuanma's body. As Lin Xuanma approached, Shin Shiheo became more and more nervous. No, my attacks can't have any effect on him at all. By the time Shin Shiheo realized this, Lin Xuanma was already less than 100 meters away from him. Shin Shiheo panicked and ran towards the stairway behind him, then turned around and slammed the rooftop door shut, his body blocking the back of the rooftop door with his torso. However, in the next second, a terrifying force came from in front of the rooftop door. Shin Shiheo, along with the rooftop door, was pierced by the hammer formed by the huge black shadow. Shin Shiheo flew out backwards, and the rooftop gate, too, was directly smashed. Lin Xuanma walked in through the rooftop door and looked over at Shin Shiheo, who had fallen to the stairway below. Chapter 19, The Fourth Goddess Illustrated. Lin Xuanma stepped forward and looked at Shin Shiheo in a condescending manner. Shin Shiheo sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, spitting out blood. Trembling, Lin Xuanma, you can't kill me. Killing someone will get you arrested and put in jail. Lin Xuanma said, it's already the end of the world. Is your thinking still stuck in the pre-end of the world? Besides, it's not me who kills you, it's you who wants to kill me. Behind Lin Xuanma, the shadow materialized and coalesced once more, forming a black knight's lance above his head. Knight gun aimed at Shin Shiheo. Shin Shiheo knew very well what exactly would happen once this huge shadow knight gun stabbed himself. 10 deaths and no life. Shin Shiheo's face turned white as he said, Lin Xuanma, as long as you don't kill me, I can give you all the supplies in my house. There's also quite a bit of food in there. As long as I kill you, these things aren't still mine. Lin Xuanma said indifferently. Shin Shiheo saw that Lin Xuanma's killing intent was determined. and after knowing that he would not survive today, he suddenly became a bit relieved. Shin Shiheo said, Lin Chuanma, I know that I will definitely die today, but can you listen to me about something? It's related to my wife. While it is true that my wife and I did scheme against you, I led everything and she was just following orders. She did participate in the plan to work with me inside and outside to steal food from your house. But for one thing, she was only acting on my orders. And for another, we were only trying to rob things. We had no intention of killing you. After I die, I hope you will treat Mingjie well. Although Mingjie she is my wife, I haven't touched her. She is still clean. Manhui's favorite snack is usually vegan wheat. And every time she eats one of these snacks, she breaks out into a nice happy smile. Mingjie likes to take care of her skin, so you can't let her do the housework. As a man, you should shoulder the responsibility of loving your woman and do all the housework for her. Mingjie usually likes to use the fitness ball for exercise. We have an exercise ball at home. After killing me, you can go to the house and take the exercise ball away. Manhui Shi. Lin Chuanma didn't expect Shin Shiheo to speak for several minutes in a row without the intention of finishing. Lin Chuanma said, Finished? Not yet. Finished? Kill me. Shin Shiheo noticed that Lin Chuanma's expression became ugly, and immediately changed his tone and said, Lin Chuanma's shadow nightgun directly penetrated Shin Shiheo's chest. The man was terrified of death when he thought he would die, but when he was about to die, he was quite spontaneous. It was what Shin Shiheo said before he died that made Lin Chuanma feel a little funny. What is this, a dying trust ant? After killing Shin Shiheo, Lin Chuanma went to his house to scavenge for things. Shin Shiheo didn't have much food at home, but there were quite a lot of sweets like chocolate. On top of that, Lin Chuanma also found the keys to Shin Shiheo's family's RV. Lin Chuanma remembered that Shin Shiheo had a caravan before the end of the world, and when he was on vacation, he would travel around in it. When we have to leave the Zhang garden later, this key will be useful. At night, the temperature cools down and a red mist begins to fill the air. When Lin Chuanma returned home, the two of them, Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie, had their already clean clothes, cleanly and neatly arranged on top of the sofa. After Lin Quanmo changed his clothes, Li Mingjie twisted her thin waist, came to Lin Chuanma's side and exhaled, saying, Quanmo, let me help you with a massage. You've been tired since so many days. It just so happens that I've learned massage for a while. Let me help you massage and eliminate your fatigue. Lin Chuanma said, It's not necessary. Eat, and tonight Xiaoye, you'll be in my room. Lin Xiaoye on the side was originally silent, but when she heard Lin Chuanma say this, her cheeks couldn't help but float out a smile and said, Okay, Chuanma. Seeing this, Li Mingjie smacked her lips in her heart, but she didn't put this matter in her heart. Lin Xiaoye, don't be too happy. When I also get acquainted with Lin Chuanma, then the one who goes to his room won't be you, it'll be me. Just then, Lin Chuanma said, When I was scavenging for supplies today, Shin Shiheo attacked me. Hearing Lin Chuanma mention Shin Shiheo, Li Mingjie's heart thumped and she said, Chuanma, even though Shin Shiheo is my husband, but that was before the end of the world, and I haven't had a single negative distance contact with him. Well, Lin Chuanma couldn't see the change in his expression as he continued, Before I killed him, his dying words were that you came here in order to work with him inside and out to take all the food from my house. Unfortunately, he's already dead, and your plan seems to have failed. Quanmo, listen to me explain. This is a misunderstanding. Shin Shiheo was just trying to trap me before he died. He was just jealous that I went to another man. Really, you have to believe me. Li Mingjie anxiously tried to explain. However, Lin Chuanma said, I'm just saying it off the top of my head, and anyway, he's already dead, so whether there's a plan or not is already meaningless. I'm going to take a shower first. After Lin Quanmer entered the bathroom, Li Mingjie couldn't help but fall to the ground and turn into a duck sit, secretly saying in her heart, It's over. It's over. Shin Shiheo, you son of a, how come you still pitted my mother before dying? Li Mingjie couldn't tell what Lin Chuanma's attitude towards this matter was, but the fact that Lin Chuanma specifically said it meant that he definitely had some intention in this matter. When Lin Xiaoye saw Li Mingjie's collapsed posture, she unconsciously put up a few smiles on her face and said, Li Mingjie, it seems like you're quite unlucky to be pitted by Shin Shiheo for no reason. So what? Li Mingjie coldly looked at Lin Xiaoye and said, It's just a temporary way for you to gain an advantage. After a while, when this matter fades down, Lin Chuanmo's favorite woman will definitely become me, then I'll wait and see. Lin Xiaoye smiled faintly. In her opinion, it was simply impossible for Lin Chuanma to hold too much favoritism towards a certain female. Li Mingjie's so-called seduction tactics, in Lin Xiaoye's opinion, were just some underhanded tactics, and it was simply impossible to rip off Lin Chuanma. On the contrary, Jang Muxiao, who was across the street, Lin Xiaoye felt that she still had to pay more attention. Zhang Musha was completely shameless in what she did. And what they didn't dare to do to seduce, Zhang Muxiao not only dared to do, but also did it in a way that was pleasing to the eyes of men. The real fishy cat, but also look at Musha Zhang. Early in the morning, dew drips from the branches and leaves. Zhang Mubai once again took a large backpack and left the house. Lin Quanmare looked over from the window and was also somewhat impressed by this pre-apocalyptic female boss. Although Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai didn't deal with each other too well. If you just looked at the personality, Zhang Mubai had almost no flaws except for being too overprotective of Zhang Musha. Like in the post-apocalyptic world, other people might not dare to go out and face the zombies every day like Zhang Mubai even if they had developed psychic abilities. Chapter 20, Li Mingjie's punch hits an empty space. For breakfast Lin Quanmare still ate white porridge today. Li Mingjie was slightly more restrained compared to yesterday, and didn't have that blatant provocation of Lin Xiaoye to tempt Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma ate his white porridge and went out. He hadn't changed much in his attitude towards Li Mingjie because of what he had heard from Shin Shoheo, yet this as usual attitude instead made it harder for Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie had already made up hundreds of lies in her mind, and as long as Lin Xuanmo reintroduced this matter, she would have a way to brush it aside. However, Lin Quanmo did not say or ask at all, which led to all of Li Mingjie's preparations to be like a punch in the air above. No effect at all, and her heart was very hard to bear. After Zhang Mubai and Lin Xuanmo went out one after another, a group of middle-aged men wearing security uniforms were gathering together in the neighborhood of Zijing Garden. Zhang Mubai has gone out again. Big brother, she really does insist on coming out every day, but that's just what we want. Later you guys go around to the left and I'll take the right. There's only one walker left here that we missed on purpose. When Zhang Mubai controls this zombie, that's when we'll strike at the same time. Yes, big brother. On the top floor of Block 10, Lin Xuanma swept his eyes over the tents set up on the top floor. Next to the tent, there was a walker in a thick cotton coat. Lin Quanmo used Soul Snatcher to control him, then walked towards the tent. The inside of the tent was empty. A box with bulk snacks, a suitcase with clothes and daily necessities. Other than that, there was just a small round table, and a recliner. Lin Xuanma's eyes fell on top of the small round table on the side. The small round table had only a notebook besides the leftover instant noodles. Lin Quanmare stepped forward and flipped through the notebook. In the notes is the diary blurb of the man who set up the tent. My family and I disagreed and moved to the top floor to set up the tent. They see the red mist as a dangerous natural phenomenon that should not be touched too much. However, I see it as an opportunity. It brings not danger, but a special natural phenomenon that allows creatures to de-evolve and evolve. Although the evolution brought about by this natural phenomenon carries the risk of turning into a zombie, a way to get rid of this risk can surely be found with repeated verification. My 2 weeks have passed since I moved to the roof. During this time, at night, my body has been affected by the red mist. However, not only did I not turn into a zombie, but my body became stronger and stronger as I continued to come into contact with the red mist. I know, that's evolution. It was cloudy on X/X/X/X. The food I need to supplement is beef, but my store of beef has been squandered. I knew that I was afraid that I was going to fail to evolve and become one of the zombies. However, there was no fear in my heart, and I think I made the right decision. During this period of time, I gradually understood how to utilize the red mist and reach a more rapid evolution. Red mist possesses the potential to become solid. As long as the red mists are allowed to persistently fall into a low temperature state, they will condense into red ice, just like water. These red ice cubes would greatly promote the growth of one's flesh after swallowing them. I left a can of condensed red mist ice in the tent. I hope someone will stick around and do some in-depth research on red mist after reading the journal I left behind. This is an evolutionary opportunity for humanity and should not be viewed as a phenomenon that simply threatens humanity. Lin Xuanma put down his notes and his eyes kept scanning the tent. Finally, Lin Xuanma realized that inside the tent, in addition to what he had just seen, there was also a box that was hidden underneath his clothes. Lin Xuanma stepped forward, removed the clothes, and flipped open this box. Lin Xuanma opened the box and realized that it was a mobile type of freezer. When Lin Xuanma opened this freezer, he found that it still maintained a relatively low temperature inside. Inside the cooler, there was also some frozen food. Other than that, it's a can of red mist ice. As Lin Xuanma picked up the red mist ice cube, the system made a prompting sound. Energy crystals found. Are they converted into experience? Lin Xuanma froze. Regarding the energy crystals, Lin Xuanma's initial guess was that it was something that might exist inside a zombie, but I didn't realize that the energy crystals were actually red mist solidified. Lin Xuanma carried out the absorption of this jar of energy crystals in one go. Experience increased. Leveled up. Lin Xuanma's experience bar, which was originally still a considerable gap from level 5, instantly filled up. After leveling up to level 5, Lin Xuanma clearly felt that his body had gained a metamorphic growth. This growth is like a secondary evolution circulating on the internet. Lin Quanmo used his supernatural ability to condense a long shadow blade and gently stabbed it towards his arm. Lin Xuanma's arm doesn't have any cuts on it. However, a gash gradually surfaced on Lin Xuanma's arm as he allowed the shadow longsword to increase in strength. Lin Xuanma said, "It seems that although my body hasn't reached the state of being invulnerable to swords and spears, it should have a body defense ability similar to the quality of a wooden shield." Lin Xuanma dropped the empty jar on the ground without bringing it back. However, this mobile freezer, Lin Xuanma let the zombie carry it, ready to take it home. As for how to accumulate red mist, Lin Xuanma would have to experiment when he returned. After handling the search on the roof of the building, Lin Xuanma was about to go downstairs, but suddenly his sight moved. Lin Xuanma came to the edge of the top floor and looked downstairs. Downstairs in the 10th building, Zhang Mubai was being surrounded by several men, and beside Zhang Mubai, there was another zombie. This zombie was obviously in a controlled state, as if it was a human wall, blocking in front of Zhang Mubai. However, the men faced this zombie without the slightest bit of fear. Through the system panel, Lin Xuanma could see the levels of these men, basically all at level 2, with the one at the head of the group even having a level 3. Zhang Mubai was surrounded by a few men in the center. Looking unsightly, Zhang Mubai said, "I can put down the backpack, which contains the supplies I picked up today, but you guys have to get out of the way and let me leave first, and only then will I let the zombies hand over the backpack to you. If we catch you, won't your supplies be ours?" One of the guards said with a hefty grin. "That's right, Zhang Mubai, do you think it's still the old days? Nowadays, what everyone is talking about is not rules, it's fists. Although you have supernatural abilities, we are also strong people who have evolved once, not afraid of the zombies you control at all." A few security guards said, each picking up a stun baton and slowly approaching Zhang Mubai. A drop of cold sweat seeped out of Zhang Mubai's forehead. Knowing that she couldn't convince them, she knew that it would only be difficult to get out in one piece today. But I must not be caught by them. Instead of being caught and insulted by them, it would be better to die, Zhang Mubai secretly said in his heart. Just then, in midair, a long ladder formed by a shadow connected to Zhang Mubai's side. Lin Xuanma slowly followed the long ladder and walked to Zhang Mubai. Chapter 21, Favorability Rising. 3-star stake. Lin Xuanma's entrance was a bit appalling, so much so that the few men who were still confronting Zhang Mubai and surrounding her were subconsciously wary of Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma looked at Zhang Mubai and said, "You really do run into crises easily." Zhang Mubai opened his mouth, speechless. Before it was Giant Teddy, now it's these men. Zhang Mubai realized that despite having psychic abilities, exploring outside was really risky. Lin Xuanma's gaze rested on top of Zhang Mubai's panel. Zhang Mubai's favorability towards him had unexpectedly reached the passing line of 60 without realizing it. Compared to Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie at home, or Zhang Muxiao, Zhang Mubai's favorability increase was indeed very slow, but being able to boost is just fine for Lincomer. Lin Xuanma said, "Zhang Mubai, do you want to work with me to explore, cooperating in exploration?" Zhang Mubai froze and said, "Do you need to cooperate with me? And how will the collected supplies be distributed?" "I'll give you 1/10 if it's food," Lin Xuanma said. "I'll share 1/20 with you if it's not food." This distribution of materials by Lin Xuanma seemed extremely favorable to himself, but Zhang Mubai knew that with Lin Xuanma's conditions, such a distribution was still very reasonable. With Lin Xuanma's strength, if he really wanted to grab the supplies, then Zhang Mubai wouldn't be able to protect him at all. Zhang Mubai didn't think deeply about it. She knew that although Lin Xuanma, this person, often brought new women home, but it was all about you and me. At least, compared to these few men who surrounded themselves, Lin Xuanma could be completely described as an angel descending to earth, kind to a fault. Not only were these men going to force Zhang Mubai to do that kind of thing, they were also going to snatch all of her supplies and food, and might even try to turn on Zhang Mubai later on, relying on the fact that they were outnumbered. Once he thought about it, Zhang Mubai realized that Lin Xuanma's character was really good. I can't say it's good, but at least it's not close to the devil. Zhang Mubai didn't have a problem with Lin Xuanma's conditions either. She didn't hesitate and directly said, "Then we'll work together happily from now on." Lin Xuanma, "Hey, I say you guys, are you completely ignoring us?" a man said disgruntledly. "Seeing as you guys are chatting quite happily, haven't you forgotten that it's us who have the advantage in terms of numbers right now?" As the man finished speaking, several other men responded and raised their stun batons again. Behind this group of men, there was another man who hadn't come close to the place. His name was Chen Silan. Not only was he the head of the group, he was also the highest ranked amongst the several security guards, reaching level 3. Chen Silin said. Lin Xuanma, I know that you have supernatural abilities, but these brothers of ours are also people who have been exposed to the red mist and evolved. Don't think we'll be afraid of you. Lin Xuanma was no stranger to Chen Silin. This man is the head of this group of security guards. Before the end of the world, he nodded his head to the rich people in Zijing Garden, but to us like Lin Xuanma, who rented a room, he was just 100 times more difficult. In the past, Lin Xuanma once finished work early and went home earlier than usual, and happened to run into Chen Silin on patrol. At that time, Chen Silin just wouldn't let him in no matter what Lin Quan said. With these rags you're wearing, you still think you're a human being who can live here? Lin Xuanma waited outside until the security guard changed shifts at night before he could enter his home. In addition to this, there was also a time when Lin Xuanma ordered takeout, and when the writer delivered it, he was rather grumpy and choked with Chen Silin, resulting in Chen Silin not letting the writer in. The writer called Linkamer, who came down himself and ended up not getting the takeout. Lin Xuanma called the writer and realized that the takeout had been taken by Chen Silin, and that it had been shared and eaten by him and the few security guards he had brought with him. These are things that Linkamer has always complained about to the property. The property side, however, just doesn't care. They felt that Lin Xuanma was just a who rented an apartment, and it was hard to say how long he could live there, so they didn't treat Lin Xuanma as a tenant at all. Lin Quan said, there are indeed many of you, and if I look at the numbers alone, I really can't compare to you, so that's it then. On Lin Xuanma's body, pitch-black shadows transformed into shadow lances and pierced through the chests of each of the 5 security guards. The shadow lance pierced them before slowly drawing out. These few people who were pierced by the shadow lance spat out blood from their mouths and fell to the ground. Lin Quan Mer said, now we are just equal in numbers. There were 7 security guards in total, and after Lin Xuanma killed 5 of them, there were still 2 left, and Chen Silin is one of them. This display of Lin Xuanma's hand made Chen Silin simply scared out of her wits. Although Chen Silin was a little stronger than the other security guards, he couldn't even react to Lin Quan Mo's strike just now, and Chen Silin didn't dare to bet on whether his physical fitness today would be able to block Lin Quan Mo's attack. Lin Xuanma, I admit that I was the one with a big mouth just now, Chen Silin said, but it's the end times now, and the power of a single person is still too small compared to the power of a group. I can promise to be your henchman, as long as you provide me with some beef that I need. Lin Xuanma said. Finished? The shadow lance formed once again and ran through Chen Silin's chest. Lin Xuanma looked to the last guard still alive. This security guard had been so frightened that he couldn't even stand up when he saw that the others were dead. The security guard sat on the ground and said, Lin Xuanma, please spare my life. I can be your little brother and do whatever you want. And unlike Captain Chen, I have no beef with you. Before the security guard could finish his sentence, the shadow lance went through the guard's heart. Seeing Lin Xuanma as a cold-blooded and merciless killing machine, Zhang Mubai was not only not frightened, but also looked at Lin Xuanma in a different light. Now it's the end of the world. If you can't be like Lin Xuanma, who should be killed? Then what awaits the survivors will only be struck down by other survivors with bad intentions. After killing these security guards, Lin Xuanma looked at Zhang Mubai and said, Zhang Mubai, tomorrow, you wait at the entrance half an hour later than your usual going out time, and I'll come out to look for you around that point in time. Zhang Mubai froze and said, how did you know I would go out at this hour? Lin Xuanma said, what do you think? Zhang Mubai didn't answer, but he knew he had asked a stupid question. She and Lin Xuanma lived right across the street from each other. Could Lin Xuanma still not know when she was going out? Late at night, Zhang Mubai returned home tiredly, and when she saw Jang Muxiao, she lazily collapsed onto the sofa and said, Muxiao, I gathered some beef jerky today, take it and eat it. I'm not really hungry. Sis, alright then. Zhang Mubai was too tired today and didn't want to talk much. By the way, Musha, I'll be working with Lin Xuanma to explore starting tomorrow. I might come back earlier in the evening. Zhang Muxiao said in surprise, why? Aren't you and Lin Xuanma at odds? Why are they suddenly working together again? Zhang Mubai bristled and said, although he and I are a bit at odds, it's not like we can't work together. Alright, Zhang Muxiao muttered in her heart. I didn't expect my sister to work with Quan Mo. So won't I be unable to find time to meet up with Quan Mo in the future? This kind of thing it's so hard to find a man. It's hard not to hold back again. Can't you just let me have fun for a few more days? Chapter 22, A-Class Alien. Lin Quanmer's family, 1902 to 1994. Journalist and communist politician. Imprisoned for 20 years during the Cultural Revolution. Izumo, steak today? Aha. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoye said, the steaks in the past 2 days always felt like they tasted much better than the first time I ate them. Although it looks the same on the outside, no matter if it's the quality of the meat or anything else, it's much stronger. Lin Xuanma said, It could be that using more psychic powers has increased the quality of the food that was created along with it. That's possible. Although Lin Xuanma used a tone of speculation, the actual situation was actually known to him. It was actually with Zhang Mubai's favorability rising, the quality of the steak, now, had been raised from 1 star to 3. It's much stronger, both nutritionally and in terms of taste. One of the biggest changes, which Lin Quan defaulted to, was the nutrition of the steak. The food that Lin Quanmere needs is beef, and the difference between a 1-star steak and a 3-star steak can be visualized by the panel's daily food supplement. At 1-star steak, Lin Xuanma eating 1 serving was an increase of 50 points, while at 3-star, Lin Xuanma ate 1 serving to directly reach 300 points. That's the difference between the two in terms of nutrition. Not to mention the deliciousness aspect. To say the least, Lin Xuanmo had never had a steak this good. After eating, Li Mingjie rolled up her sleeves and said, Quan Mo, I've been here for 2 days, and I haven't done anything during that time, so why don't you leave the job of cleaning up the dishes to me after eating from now on? Lin Xuanma said, as you wish. Lin Xiaoye, on the other hand, frowned slightly and said in her heart, this Li Mingjie is really a scheming woman. This is trying to boost Quan Mo's favorability by showing her well-behaved side, right? Li Mingjie seemed to notice Lin Xiaoye's skepticism, and she even deliberately made a smug expression towards Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye opened her mouth and just wanted to say something. However, I heard Lin Xuanma say, Xiaoye, you should still come to my room tonight. Okay, Quan Mare. After Lin Xuanma left, Lin Xiaoye looked at Li Mingjie and said in a rather smug tone, looks like you won't have a chance to show off your beauty. Li Mingjie clenched her fists, depressed in her heart. Next day, Lin Xuanma brushed his teeth and washed his face before eating a beautiful breakfast. I'm going out, Lin Xuanma said, and before he could reach the door, he heard the doorbell ring. Lin Xuanma said, is it Zhang Mubai looking for them? It's still genuinely urgent. Although he thought it was Zhang Mubai, Lin Xuanma didn't open the door immediately, but used the cat's eye to look at the situation outside the door. Out of Lin Xuanma's expectation, it wasn't Zhang Mubai at the door, but a girl with average posture. When Lin Xuanma opened the door, Li Jiangli revealed a happy smile and said, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, can you let me into your home? Lincomer said, mind. Li Jiangli was choked by Lin Quan Mo and felt embarrassed in her heart. However, Li Jiangli also knew that right now was not the time to sulk with Lin Quan Mo. For the sake of the food in Lin Quan Mo's house, Li Jiangli decided to temporarily put up with Lin Quan Mo's unsightly attitude. Li Jiangli squeezed a smile on her face and said, Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. If you don't mind, then I'll go in. With a bang, Lin Quan Mo directly closed the door. Li Jiangli's smiling face instantly sank. She clenched her fists, her heart furious at Lin Quan Mo. Lin Xuanma ignored her show of kindness several times, which made Li Jiangli feel annoyed. Calm down. I need to calm down. A woman chasing a man through a veil. As long as I continue to stalk him, Lin Xuanma's attitude will definitely soften. So, undeterred, Li Jiangli rang the doorbell again. This time, the one who opened the door was not Lin Xuanma, but Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye said expressionlessly, Quan Mo sent me to tell you that if you ring the doorbell again, he'll just throw you down from here. After saying that, Lin Xiaoye directly closed the door. Li Jiangli's teeth closed tightly, making a grinding sound, and put her hand to the doorbell. I just don't believe he's really this desperate. Li Jiangli placed her hand at the doorbell for a while, but finally did not have the courage to press it. Li Jiangli was afraid that if what Lin Xiaoyu said was true, then she would really be thrown down, and there would only be one way to die. Li Jiangli snorted coldly and went downstairs. Li Jiangli returned home. On this journey, because Lin Xuanmo had cleaned up the zombies before, Li Jiangli didn't even run into any zombies. Of course, it was also because she hadn't encountered any zombies that Li Jiangli dared to run from her house to Lin Quan Mo's side. Li Jiangli had just returned when she saw Su Himing sitting in the hall. Jiangli, you're back. I have something very important to tell you, Su Himing said. Just now, my dad contacted me and said that the officials have created temporary shelters in major cities. As long as you enter the shelters, you can get free food from the officials. There are such good things? Li Jiangli's eyes brightened slightly, and she said happily, then what are we waiting for? Let your father hurry up and drive here to pick us up, and we'll go to the shelter immediately. I can't stay in this kind of ghost place for a moment. Su Himing said, the asylum side is very strict. My father said that if he wants to come over here, he still needs to wait for permission from the people above the asylum before he can come over to pick us up. Li Jiangli frowned and said, okay, we have enough food here to make it through a while anyway, so I'm sure we can wait until your dad gets here. A smile also surfaced on Su Himing's face as she said, that's right, Zijing Garden. At the building, Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai both slowly descended the stairs, one after the other. Zhang Mubai said, Quan Mo, There aren't many floors remaining that haven't been swept over on the Eastern District side. After the East District side is swept, are we going to go over to the West District to look for supplies? The Bohemia Garden, where Lin Quanmare is located, is divided into two areas, the East area and the West area. The East District, where Lin Xuanmo was located, was dominated by rich people, while the West District was dominated by high-class wage earners. Lin Xuanmo said, the West End side feels a bit dangerous. The West End of the Bohemia Garden. Haven't you noticed that they haven't had anyone speak in a large group since a month ago? Zhang Mubai froze and said, it seems so. Can't it be that they had some dangerous zombies on their side and now they're all dead? I can't rule that out. Anyway, when the supplies are gathered on the East side, I'll take control of the walkers and check out the West side. Zhang Mubai sniffed and said, speaking of which, your psychic ability can also control zombies? Aha! And unlike my psychic ability, it can control several zombies at once. Zhang Mubai said sourly, it was the same psychic ability. How could there be such a difference in the strengths and weaknesses of the ability? Which made Zhang Mubai feel unbalanced in his heart. That's. Lin Xuanma stopped and looked towards one of the entrances and exits of the Bohemia Garden. 5 people in cloaks, whose faces could not be seen and whose young genders could not be distinguished, entered the Bohemia Garden through the entrance and exit with neat steps. Zhang Mubai followed Lin Xuanma's gaze and said, that's an alien survivor, right? It's possible. Lin Xuanma's eyes were deep in thought. It was indeed possible that these 5 people were visitors from the outside world as Zhang Mubai had said. Lin Xuanma was so sure because he saw their rank. The levels of these 5 people had all reached level 5, which was on the same level as Lin Xuanma nowadays, and the one in the lead was not only level 5, but also possessed an A-class ability called Flame Vortex. Chapter 23, Female Superiors Favorability 99, can't you hurry up to full value? Lin Xuanma's sight also drew the attention of these people. Manager, there's someone over there. Nightmare sniffed and looked over in the direction indicated by his men, coincidentally meeting Lin Xuanmo's eyes. The moment he met his eyes, Nightmare's pupils suddenly changed and his pupils became triangular. Nightmare has an extremely special psychic ability to see the strength of others' psychic abilities. However, it's only limited to those with a lower level of powers than Nightmare's. Nightmare said in surprise, I can't see through his powers. It looks like it's the same A-ranked powers as mine. Is he the Li Yuxing we're looking for? The cloaked man on the far left said, Manager, I'll go up and ask. The cloaked man was just about to step forward when he saw a figure hurrying over and said, my lords, may I ask if you are the Lord Shifter of the Dark Forest? Nightmare frowned and asked, who are you? My name is Li Yuxing. Nightmare pointed to Linkamer in the distance and said, and who is he? Li Yuxing looked over, and when he saw Lin Xuanma, his face darkened as he said, his name is Lin Xuanma. He rented a room with me before the end of the world, just a little loser. Nightmare said, he's a lot more valuable than you. What? Li Yuxing could see that these people from the Dark Forest seemed to value Lin Xuanma more than him, and for a moment he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After the red mist descended, with the emergence of psychic powers, gradually people on the internet began to establish interest groups centered around psychics. These 5 people in front of me were from an organization of psychics called the Dark Forest. The cadres of this organization are all super ultrans, and every member, at the lowest level, had to have undergone a secondary physical evolution. The status structure of the Dark Forest was probably the highest status of super alien, followed by secondary evolution. Of course, secondary evolution is not the lowest level of the Dark Forest. The lowest level of the Dark Forest is domestic animals, and domestic animals refer to some men and women who are good-looking and have no strength. As for those without strength, talent, and good looks, they were not even qualified to be noticed by the Dark Forest. And organizations that act in a similar style to the Dark Forest are now spread all over the world. But the Dark Forest was definitely a giant among these alien organizations as well. Nightmare said, since you know him, go ask him if he wants to join our Dark Forest. I think highly of him, and if he joins our Dark Forest, I'll propose to the top that he become a cadre with the same status as me. The other capes looked surprised to hear Nightmare say that. Someone said, Lord Nightmare, is his potential that high? His psychic ability is at least A-ranked. And, like me, he's a super psychic. The crowd was shocked, especially Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing's heart thumped when he heard Nightmare say that. With the way he had treated Lin Xuanma before, if Lin Xuanma really joined the Dark Forest, then I was afraid that he wouldn't end up too well at that time. But the one who gave the word was Nightmare, the cadre of the Dark Forest, and Li Yuxing didn't dare to refuse. Li Yuxing nodded his head and said, Lord Nightmare, I'll call him over for you. I believe he won't refuse to join the Dark Forest. Nightmare nodded slightly, but his gaze fell back on Zhang Mubai, who was following Lin Xuanma, and said, and the woman beside her, when you go over there, Just say that I have my eye on this woman, and that if you want to join the Dark Forest, this woman will have to contribute to me as a domestic animal. Good, Lord Nightmare. Li Yuxing took his own advice and felt that this offer was not excessive. Now that it was the end of the world, it was easy to imagine what the treatment of a beautiful woman would be. It was definitely better to join a powerful shifter organization like the Dark Forest than a woman. After all, once you join the Dark Forest, you no longer have to worry about turning into a zombie due to lack of food. Even if it was out of consideration for his own life, Li Yuxing didn't think Lin Xuanma would refuse this offer. Li Yuxing got Nightmare's order and immediately jogged over. Lin Xuanma, wait a minute. Lin Xuanma looked towards Li Yuxing as his shadow transformed into a lance and raised it high behind him. Seeing this scene, Li Yuxing hurriedly said, Lin Xuanma, wait, I came to find you because I have a favor I want to give you. Lin Xuanma asked, what benefits? Do you see a few people over there? Li Yuxing pointed to Nightmare and the others in the distance and said, these people are the Dark Forest's exalts. They want to invite you to join the Dark Forest, and as long as you are willing to join, they will also give you cadre level treatment. Lin Xuanma sniffed and pondered slightly. For him, he didn't want to join another organization. Lin Quanmare, who had a system, felt that instead of joining an organization, he should establish one himself. Lin Xuanma was about to refuse when Li Yuxing added, of course, there are conditions for joining. You must give Zhang Mubai to Lord Nightmare as a domestic animal. Although Zhang Mubai wasn't sure what a domestic animal was, she knew that it certainly wasn't a good treatment. Zhang Mubai's eyes widened as he said, Li Yuxing, what do you mean? Asking me to be a domestic animal for someone else? Zhang Mubai, don't be ungrateful. Being able to serve the cadres of the Dark Forest will be good for you. At least you won't worry about food and drink. Li Yuxing said indifferently. Zhang Mubai was about to say something, but Lin Xuanma said, I'm not interested in joining you. Let's go. Lin Xuanma turned to leave, and Zhang Mubai followed him up. This decisive refusal by Lin Quanmo made it hard for Li Yuxing to believe. He said, no way. Lin Quanmo, you're actually refusing. Are you crazy? That's a cadre of the Dark Forest. Do you know what that means? Li Yuxing's such confident words in turn made Lin Xuanma curious. He stopped his steps and said, I haven't really heard of any Dark Forest. Isn't it just an alien organization that suddenly rose up after the end of the world? What else can it be? Li Yuxing said incredulously, don't you usually have internet access? Right now within Xia, the Dark Forest is a top 3 ranked alien organization. The only people who can become cadres are super adepts with powerful adepts. This is a chance to become a cadre of the Dark Forest. As long as you become a cadre, you don't have to look for food and water in the end of the world, and there will also be a large number of beautiful women at your disposal. This kind of pie in the sky thing, and you actually rejected it? Lin Xuanma said, listening to you, I'm rather more uninterested. You. Li Yuxing couldn't believe that the alien organization that he had fallen head over heels in wanting to join seemed to be as disdainful as dirt in Lin Xuanma's eyes. You'll regret this, Lin Xuanma, Li Yuxing said, rejoining the Nightmare side of the story, adding to what Lin Xuanma had just rejected. Lord Nightmare, since this Lin Xuanma is so ungrateful, why don't we just do neither and kill him? A cloaked man said in a cold voice. Nightmare had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Only it was a smile that chilled people as he said, I was the one who overestimated him. Even if he has psychic abilities, it seems that he is not suitable to join our Dark Forest, but there's no hurry to clean him up first. My psychic ability is not suitable for fighting. In a few days the organization will transfer a cadre over. At that time I will team up with him and then take him down. Li Yuxing, come over here. I'll help you test your psychic abilities. Yes, Lord Nightmare. Nightmare looked at Li Yuxing, and suddenly, with an surprise surfaced on his face, saying, you, surprisingly, you're an S-class alien. Several of the cloaked men looked surprised. In the Dark Forest, although Super Ultrans stood at the top, if an S-class Ultran appeared, then even if they weren't Super Ultrans, they could still have the same status as Super Ultrans. Li Yuxing said doubtfully, Lord Nightmare, what does an S-class psychic ability represent? Nightmare's attitude towards Li Yuxing was instantly friendly as he patted Li Yuxing's shoulder and said, an S-class alien means that even if you're not a super alien, you still have a chance to become a cadre of the organization just like me. Li Yuxing sniffed and his face revealed ecstasy. He wondered if he was caught in a dream. First, Lin Xuanma, who was favored by Nightmare, refused Nightmare's invitation, and then he, an unappreciated alien, turned out to be an S-ranked alien with a chance to become a cadre of the Dark Forest. Li Yuxing felt like he was going to rise. Block 26, Bohemia Garden. The two of them, Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai, slowly came downstairs. Zhang Mubai looked a bit unnatural as he said, Lin Xuanma, have you ever heard of the Dark Forest organization? No, I think it's one of the strange and bizarre alien organizations that popped up after the Red Mist descended. Lin Xuanma said indifferently. These alien organizations have accumulated a large amount of food and supplies in their hands. If you join them, you won't have to go through so much trouble collecting supplies in the future. Zhang Mubai asked tentatively. Lin Xuanma said, you don't need to test me. Since I refused, I won't lick my chops and beg to join. Zhang Mubai said, okay. Although Zhang Mubai didn't say anything, Lin Xuanma noticed that the favorability in Zhang Mubai's panel soared to 99 points after this conversation. And before that, Zhang Mubai's favorability was still stuck at 60. However, 100 full favorability was still a little short of that, giving Lin Xuanma the urge to explode up with a kind of compulsion. Chapter 24, Goddess Illustration of Full Favor. New function of unlimited supplies. Lin Quanmer used Soul Snatcher to determine the houses on the left and right sides of the first floor, and there were neither walkers nor people inside. Lin Xuanma's shadow materialized into a shadow hammer, directly knocking down the gate. Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai entered one after the other. The two quickly gathered the contents of the house. Let's go to the other side of the house, Lin Xuanma said. However, not only did Zhang Mubai, who had entered the room, not only did he not come out, but instead, a voice came out and said, wait, Lin Xuanma, come over here for a moment first. Lin Xuanma was puzzled in his mind, but he followed into the room. As a result, it was found that Zhang Mubai was sitting on the mattress. Lin Xuanma said, are you tired of walking and want to take a break? Or do you want to do something? Zhang Mubai sniffed, avoiding Lin Xuanma's line of sight. Stuttering and stumbling, Lin Xuanma, after that day, we never did that kind of thing again. Originally, I wasn't interested in making another deal with you, but you just now, I wanted to say, that is, I'm happy that you decisively refused the Dark Forest's invitation. So it's, that, do you want to come after a long time? Although Zhang Mubai spoke incoherently, Lin Xuanma probably understood what Zhang Mubai meant by what he said. Goddess illustration, Zhang Mubai, favorability has reached full value. Turn on the advanced unlimited supply function. When the favorability of any object of the goddess illustration reaches full value, you can obtain an unlimited supply of supplies. After some refreshing moves, a system alert sounded within Lin Xuanma's head. While the previous unlimited supply was limited to food, the new feature that opens up this time is arbitrary supplies. I didn't expect there to be this kind of surprise after full goodwill. Lin Xuanma said in his heart, what should I get for the first type of unlimited supplies? The choice of supplies was much more difficult for Lin Xuanma than food. For modern people, there are quite a few things that can be used in everyday life. However, Lin Xuanma soon didn't have to dwell on it much to know what to pick for the first unlimited supply. Obtained unlimited supply of material, gasoline. Although the gasoline was temporarily useless to the current Lin Xuanma, it would be of great use when he left the Bohemia garden. Lin Xuanma, what are you gawking at? It's time to go. Lin Xuanma was still pondering over the system's new features when Zhang Mubai's urging voice sounded from the side. Lin Xuanma looked at Zhang Mubai, who at this time still had some messy clothes and hair, and had that wintry look on her body after the incident. Lincomer said, do you need a break? No need. And, Zhang Mubai said, it's just gratitude. It's not that I'm attracted to you, okay? What I hate the most is philandering men. As for doing this kind of thing with you, it's not out of love or anything like that. It's just gratitude. It's just gratitude. Got it? Lin Xuanma felt that Zhang Mubai's whole body. Only this mouth is the hardest. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Quanmo could see Zhang Mubai's full favorability, he would have really doubted if Zhang Mubai was really just doing this out of gratitude. And don't look at Zhang Mubai being so mouthy right now. Lin Quanmo felt that if he found a suitable environment for the two of them to be alone, this woman might half-heartedly push and half-heartedly accept it, and would still have the same thing happen with herself just now. Lord Nightmare, up ahead is building 16. The person you're looking for should be here as well. Nightmare and Li Yuxing's group came to the location of block 16 at this time. Nightmare raised his head and looked towards the 6th floor and said, I have 2 missions this time. One is to take Brother Li away to our Dark Forest's shifter division, and the other is to find Su Hong's daughter. Su Hong's daughter is called Su Himon, and she is inside this floor. Li Yuxing asked, Lord Nightmare, who is Su Hong? A super psychic, and the one who possesses it is still an S-class psychic. An envious expression surfaced on Nightmare's face as he said, this Su Hong is also lucky enough. Before the red mist descended, Su Hong was a rich boss, and after the red mist descended, Su Hong awakened his S-rank psychic ability, and is still a super psychic. After Nightmare finished speaking, Li Yuxing was also a bit jealous. Although he was also an S-class alien, he was not a super alien. There was a huge gap between him and a genius like Su Hong. Nightmare said, go up and find Su Hong's daughter. Nightmare they headed upstairs. At the 6th floor, accompanied by the ringing of the doorbell, Li Jiangli opened the wooden door, but did not open the iron door along with it. Looking at the group of people standing outside, Li Jiangli said. Who are you? Hello, this lady, my name is Nightmare. I'm here to see Su Hong's daughter, Nightmare said with a smile. Li Jiangli sniffed and looked inside the house before saying, you were sent by my father? So you are Su Hong's daughter. That's just right. Please Ms. Su, come with us. We were entrusted by your father to come here to take you over to him, Nightmare said with a smile. Of course, this paragraph is actually a lie. The Dark Forest did have a connection with Su Hong, but that connection was that the Dark Forest wanted to pull Su Hong in. The reason for taking Su Hong's daughter was to lure Su Hong out of the shelter and take him under his wing. Hearing Nightmare say that, Li Jiangli had no doubt, but she was worried about another issue. There's still my classmate in the house. I wonder if I can take her with me. This will make it difficult for us. Ms. Su, Nightmare frowned and said, if we bring an extra person, it will be difficult for us to protect both of you at the same time after we leave Zijing Garden. Right now, the outside is full of zombies, so if you're not a psychic, or a strong secondary evolver, it's going to be difficult to make a long-distance transfer. Li Jiangli gritted her teeth and said, can't you really bring it? No. Li Jiangli exhaled and said, I see, then I'll go with you. I appreciate your cooperation. Ms. Su. Li Jiangli opened the iron door and followed Nightmare and the others away. Su Himeng, don't blame me. They can only take one person. I don't want to be the one left behind. Li Jiangli impersonated as Su Himeng to test if these people would take herself away, and when Nightmare and the others stated that they could only take Seo Heinman alone, Li Jiangli simply pretended to be Seo Heinman to be taken away by them. Anyway, after arriving at the shelter, Li Jiangli felt that even if her identity was exposed she would not be kicked out. After all, it was at least an official shelter. In the evening, Lin Xuanma stood up after dinner. Li Mingjie hurriedly said, Quan Mo, who is coming to your room tonight? Later, Lin Xuanma said, I'm going out later. Going out? Not only Li Mingjie, even Lin Xiaoye revealed a worried expression and said, Quan Mo, now that the red mist has appeared outside, won't it be too dangerous for you to go out? Right now, Li Mingjie and Lin Xiaoye's lives and bodies were pinned on Lin Xuanma. Once something happened to Lin Xuanma, the two of them would probably have to turn into zombies in no time. Lin Xuanma said, it's okay, I have my own way to avoid the effects of the red mist. Chapter 25, if you want to kill him, you have to kill all his backers and organizations. In the eyes of the two girls, Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie, who were surprised, Lin Xuanma first put on a pair of glasses. Lin Sumer is nearsighted, but not severely so. These glasses were only worn when he was studying at school, and later on, when he was working, Lin Xuanma seldom used these glasses. Lin Xuanma put his glasses back on and came to the door. Lin Xuanma opened the door. As the night progressed, the red mist would simply fill the entire building. As Lin Xuanma opened the door, the red mist immediately filled in. Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie nervously looked at Lin Xuanma. Although Lin Xuanma was confident, they still didn't believe that Lin Xuanma could completely circumvent the effects of the red mist. Facing the red mist, Lin Xuanma's expression did not move. A dark solid shadow emerged behind Lin Xuanma. The solid shadow was like a black liquid that wrapped Lin Xuanma's entire body. Wrapped shadows insulated the red mist. Lin Xuanma said, now you believe that I can indeed be unaffected by the red mist. All over Lin Xuanma's body, only the lenses of his glasses were not surrounded by shadow, and the presence of the lenses directly isolates the eyes from the possibility of contact with red mist. Only then did the two of them, Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie, believe that Lin Xuanma really did have a way to resist the red mist. Lin Xuanma said, well, I'll be back as soon as I can after taking care of things. Lin Xuanma said, immediately closing the door behind him. Although the red mist penetrated the inside of the house for a moment, that bit of red mist was about as bad as having no effect. It was important to realize that the maker of the solid red mist that Lin Xuanma had gotten before had been living in an environment where the penthouse blocked the red mist with something like a tent that had gaps in it, and that's how he managed to last several days before turning into a zombie. It showed that although the red mist was dangerous, many people still saw it less and viewed its danger by expanding it countless times. Lin Quanmare wrapped his entire body with his psychic powers, descended the stairs, and headed to his destination. Lin Xuanma's purpose this time was where Li Yuxing, the landlord, was located. Lin Xuanma wanted to kill Li Yuxing when he saw him in the morning, but Li Yuxing had joined that laborious alien organization Dark Forest. Lin Xuanma was worried that after killing Li Yuxing, he wouldn't be able to kill all of these people from the Dark Forest and cause any consequences for himself. Thus, Lin Quanmo decided to wait for the night, with the environmental factor of red mist as a bonus, and then go up to the door to kill all of Li Yuxing's group. Since he had to kill all of them along with the backers behind Li Yuxing and the organizations he had joined. Otherwise, once a hidden danger was left behind, Lin Xuanma wasn't really sure when he would be turned back to revenge by someone Li Yuxing knew. Ms. Su, Please drink water. Li Jiangli slanted her eyes at the man who handed over the water bottle with respect, and secretly said in her heart, Su Haiming's father seems to have a not-so-low status even in the end times. These people are so polite to me, they must not want to offend Su Haiming's dad. Li Jiangli, who was now playing the role of Su Hong's daughter, took the water and said, thank you. As Li Kongri gurgled her water, Li Wusang next to her looked envious. Although Li Yuxing's status would definitely not be low after joining the Dark Forest in the future, but that was also in the future. Now Nightmare, although they had a good attitude towards Li Yuxing, their attitude was still not as good as the status of Su Hong's daughter. Water is something nightmares provide, but not much of it. Li Yuxing felt a little thirsty when he saw that Li Jiangli had water to drink. In order not to think about thirst, Li Yuxing said, Lord Nightmare, I wonder when the other cadre will be able to come. Tomorrow night, Nightmare said. Speaking of which, Elder Brother Li, do you have a problem with the one called Lin Xuanma? Hearing a question that was connected to Lin Xuanma, Li Jiangli perked up her ears and listened. Li Yuxing snorted coldly and said, that's for sure. This Lin Xuanma, before the end of the world was my tenant, and after the end of the world he directly occupied my house. You say he's a person who does personnel. That's really immoral, Nightmare said. However, Nightmare spat in his heart. It's the end of the world. Who cares about landlords or not? It's hard to believe that you can still go to the door and collect money from the other party? Really not afraid of being flayed alive? Seeing that they were talking about how to deal with Lin Xuanma, Li Jiangli immediately said, you guys also have a problem with Lin Xuanma? This too. It's hard to believe that you, Ms. Su, are also in trouble with Lin Xuanma? Nightmare asked suspiciously. Li Jiangli hurriedly said, more than having a past. This person once almost killed me. If you guys deal with him, then I will definitely give my full support. When I see my father, I will tell him that you guys helped me deal with a bully. Nightmare's eyes burned as he said, Miss Su, this is true. Seriously, good. Nightmare's eyes glowed as he said, we already had a problem with this Lin Xuanma. He also refused our Dark Forest's solicitation. This person's alien ability level isn't low either. If we don't take advantage of the situation to settle him now, then maybe he'll become an enemy that threatens our lives in the future. That's right, kill Lin Xuanma, Li Yuxing said in a shocking voice. Li Jiangli raised her arm and said, kill this ungrateful Lin Xuanma. Nightmare said, people like that should be killed when they see people. The three had just finished. Suddenly there was a sharp sound at the wall. The crowd looked over. Only a little light black color emerged from the wall first. It was followed by a sound like a drill. In the next moment, the wall directly shattered. Lin Xuanma, who was wrapped in shadow, appeared in front of the crowd. Rinkmer wore glasses, and with that, a pitch-black shadow materialized. For a moment, Nightmare they didn't recognize. Who are you? Lin Xuanma said. What? Don't recognize me? After Lin Xuanma made a sound, Li Yuxing's expression changed dramatically and said, Lin Xuanma, it's you. Nightmare stood in front, the pupils of his eyes turning into triangles. The next moment, Lin Xuanma felt something that tried to restrict his movements. Nightmare said, I've fixed him. Elder Brother Li, look at your supernatural powers. Leave it to me. Lord Nightmare. Li Yuxing sniffed and a terrifying heat rose from his body. This heat gathered in front of Li Yuxing, forming a fireball of deep red color. Li Yuxing extended his right hand in the direction where Lin Xuanma was. Immediately, a huge fireball attacked towards Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma stood still. The fireball was extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Lin Xuanma. However, the fireball couldn't take a step forward as it approached Lin Xuanma. Lin Quanmo's supernatural ability Absolute Defense unharmed the fireball in front of Lin Quanmo's body. Seeing that the fireball couldn't hurt Lin Xuanma, the crowd was shocked, especially Li Yuxing, who shouted, I'm an S-ranked ability, how could you possibly block it so easily? Lin Xuanma said, it's a somewhat interesting psychic ability, but that's about it. A few of Nightmare's henchmen saw this and were in a slightly worried mood. Lord Nightmare, this Lin Xuanma wouldn't be evolving for the third time, would he? Don't worry, he's just a secondary evolution. It should be that his alien ability is a bit special. Nightmare realized that the others were panicking and immediately said, but as long as the effect of my alien ability is still there, he won't be able to move. Elder Brother Li, use your alien ability a few more times. If one time isn't enough, just a few more times, you will always be able to consume his alien ability. Are you sure your powers can restrain me? However, at that moment came Lin Xuanma's confident voice. With those words, Lin Xuanma's body began to move. Although Lin Xuanma's movements were stiff, he did move. Nightmare exclaimed out in shock, saying, impossible, how is it possible? How can you possibly move under the influence of my powers? Chapter 26, you want to charge me rent in the last days? Are you nuts? Why? Of course my powers are stronger than yours. Lin Quanmare said. with Nightmare's powers, it's true that there's no way to break through the binding power of his powers with his own evolved physical abilities alone. However, Lin Chuanma, in addition to possessing the physical ability of secondary evolution himself, he also had 4 SSS-ranked psychic abilities. Of the 4 powers, the only ones used for defense were Shadow and Absolute Defense. However, Absolute Defense must be a physical attack that threatens the body in order for the ability to be effective. And instead of forming a physical attack, Nightmare's psychic ability only caused movement restrictions on Lin Chuanma's body, so there was no way to deal with Nightmare's psychic ability. However, the Shadow was different. It was more like a protective film forming around Lin Chuanma's body. This protective film was not as strong as Absolute Defense, but it was effective against Nightmare's powers. The Shadow materialized and kept spreading outwards. This proliferation makes the effects of Nightmare's powers weaker and weaker. However, Lin Quanmare was also still restricted and moved more slowly. Nightmare said loudly, "Don't hesitate. Kill him immediately while I can still bind him." The people of the Dark Forest were so shocked by Lin Chuanma's powerful display of psychic abilities that they hadn't regained their senses for a bit. Hearing Nightmare say that, they immediately reacted and attacked towards Lin Chuanma. A ghostly blue light flared in Lin Chuanma's eyes. These people's movements immediately stopped, and a cloudiness emerged from their eyes, as if they had lost their minds. Nightmare was taken aback. Wasn't Lin Chuanma's supernatural ability controlling shadows? How could there still be this means of taking away his mind and soul? Nightmare quickly came up with a hypothesis that could never be realized. Nightmare said, 2 psychic abilities? You're actually a psychic with 2 psychic abilities. This kind of thing isn't even possible. 2 psychic powers, at least they, the Dark Forest, the #1 psychic group in the country, had no one with that kind of precedent. And now, Linkamer shows that precedent, making Nightmare also feel a sense of pity for his talent. He said, Lin Chuanma, we don't have any reason with you that we have to kill each other. As long as you are willing to join us, this matter will be treated as if it never happened today. And since your psychic abilities are so strong, once you join us in the Dark Forest, you'll at least have a cadre level status. Not interested, Lin Chuanma said. Beside her, Li Jiangli realized that the situation was not right. This so-called experts of the Dark Forest had all become trash when they ran into Lin Quan Mo. Li Jiangli immediately said, "Wait, Lin Quan Mo, I have nothing to do with them. I was taken captive by their Dark Forest people. Please let me go and let me leave." Lin Chuanma's expression didn't move. Nightmare said in an icy tone, "Ms. Su, you'd better know what trouble comes out of the mouth. Even if you have an S-class alien super alien father, it doesn't mean that we in the Dark Forest are afraid of your father. You're all about to die, and you're still qualified to make conditions with me?" Li Jiangli said loudly, "Lin Quan Mo, kill them immediately, quick." Lin Chuanma said, "Ms. Su, isn't your name Li Jiangli? How did it become Su's last name again? Nightmare, huh? Ginger Li, huh?" When Nightmare heard Lin Chuanma say that, he was struck by lightning as he said, "You're not Su Han's daughter, Su Himeng? Damn it, how dare you lie to us? Isn't it because you're idiots that you're being lied to?" Li Conri yelled, "Damn it, I'll deal with you later." Nightmare was simply furious. He didn't expect that they, the cadres of the Dark Forest, would be deceived by a small character like Li Jiangli, which could only be blamed on the fact that they attached too much importance to Su Haiming's father. "Su Hong, Lin Chuanma, do you hear me? They want to kill me. Save me. As long as you save me, I can be your woman," Li Jiangli said in a hurry. Lin Chuanma said, "I have no interest in you, but I really have no intention of letting them go either." The blue light in Lin Chuanma's eyes exploded. Nightmare only felt a majestic spiritual power that instantly impacted his mind and soul, causing him to subconsciously disarm his powers. And the moment Nightmare deactivated his powers, Linkamer's shadow followed suit, running through Nightmare's body in a lance-like fashion. Nightmare spat out blood from his mouth, but he didn't care about his current state, nor did he have any intention of attacking Lin Chuanma as he said, "Li Jiangli, I may die today, but you will have to be buried with me as well." Nightmare hated Li Jiangli more than Lin Quan Mo. This woman had dared to deceive him, and if he didn't kill her, Nightmare felt that even if he died, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Hearing the Nightmare's speech, Li Jiangli was so scared that she stepped back and was about to walk towards Lin Quan Mo's side. "Lin Quan Mo, save me. This person is crazy. He still wants to kill me at this point." However, it was followed by the bang of a gun, but he saw that Nightmare had actually pulled out a pistol and fired it at Li Jiangli. Li Jiangli's head exploded in a shower of blood and lay godless on the ground. Nightmare aimed his pistol at Linkamer after doing this, before the shot could be fired. However, the Nightmare had lost its strength. The pistol fell to the ground, and Nightmare followed, lying on the ground. Once the Nightmare died, Lin Chuanma's body was fully restored, and he looked towards Li Yuxing and the others who had been controlled by the Soul Snatcher. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Mubai's psychic ability or Lin Xuanma's soul snatching, the objects that could be controlled were not only zombies, but also people. Of course, controlling people would be more difficult and consuming compared to controlling zombies. Lin Xuanma's mind moved, and a huge fireball coalesced in Li Yuxing's hand. Boom boom boom. One by one, the fireballs hit the Dark Forest's secondary evolvers who were like stakes, unable to move. The powerful destructive force of the alien energy made these secondary evolvers of the Dark Forest become charred and lie on the ground. After doing so, Li Yuxing aimed the fireball at Nightmare's corpse. The burning flames burned Nightmare's body to ashes. Lin Xuanmo releases his hold on Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing looked back at Nightmare, who had fallen to the ground, Li Jiangli, who had been killed by a single shot, and the other capes who had been burned to ashes by their own fireballs. Li Yuxing suddenly knelt down towards Lin Xuanmo and said with a handful of snot and tears, "Lin Xuanmo, I beg you to spare my life. As long as you can spare my life, that house will be yours, and you won't have to pay me rent in the future." "Okay," Lin Xuanmo said. "You're quite an interesting person. We'll only follow the rules that are favorable to you. It's the end of the world. If I kill you, it's hard to believe that there's still someone who can come to my door and collect rent for me." "Lin Xuanmo, aren't you afraid to have a bad conscience when you do this? If it wasn't for me, do you think you'd have the chance to afford such a big house? Do you think you'd have the chance to harvest so much food? Even if you don't appreciate me, you still want to kill me. Are you still a human being or not? Don't you have any moral heart in you?" A shadow lance emerged from behind Lin Xuanma's back. In the next moment, the lance penetrated Li Yuxing's chest. Chapter 27, Female Boss Wants to Be Crazy About Relationships. After killing the people from the Dark Forest, Lin Xuanma didn't stay much longer, but went home first. There might be food and supplies present inside the house, but Lin Xuanma would wait until the next day to do some searching. The next day, Lin Xuanma reappeared at the house. The people from the Dark Forest who were killed by Lin Xuanma also had Li Jiangli, and their corpses were the same as they were yesterday, except for the unpleasant odor that came from them, but the rest of the place was unchanged. Lin Xuanma rummaged through the bodies and found the cell phones they were carrying. Some of them set passwords for cell phone switches and some of them don't. Nightmare's cell phone wouldn't have been set up. Lin Quanmare flipped open his Nightmare cell phone and tapped in a commonly used software VX. There is a large group in there, and the name of the large group says Cadre Group. There were 75 people inside this Cadre Group. Lin Xuanma pondered slightly. That means there are 74 other cadres like Nightmare. But to make it so on a cell phone, this Dark Forest really does look like a haystack. Although Lin Quanmo, a strong person above the cadre of the Dark Forest, was not sure if there were any, but just 74 cadres alone was already quite difficult. When Lin Quanmare flipped open his cell phone, there were 2 people in it at Nightmare. Wind Burial at Nightmare. "I've encountered something on my side. I won't be able to get to Zijing Garden until tomorrow afternoon, and Black Rattle will be there then besides me." Black Rattle at Nightmare. "You refused to make out with me before, so you can't refuse me this time, or else, I'll let you know what happens when you refuse me." Lin Xuanma didn't use Nightmare's software to reply to the message. It would be a bit of a problem if it went back and they saw that the person using the cell phone wasn't a Nightmare. Lin Xuanma was planning to wipe out the entire Dark Forest in one go. Lin Xuanma didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. Lin Xuanma put his cell phone down and then rummaged through the house. And after not finding anything of value, he went back. When Lin Xuanma went back, it happened to be the time he and Zhang Mubai had arranged to go out together. When he met with Zhang Mubai, Zhang Mubai inadvertently skimmed his face over, but on one side of his face, a slight blush surfaced. Since yesterday's close contact again, although Zhang Mubai's mouth was unconvincing, his speaking attitude was a lot better compared to before. Zhang Mubai said, "Quan Mo, we've swept all the floors in the Eastern District after today. Are we still going to sweep the Western District next, as originally agreed? There's no need to put it off until tomorrow. I'll send out walkers over to the West End today to take a look." Lin Xuanma said. The direction of the West End side, for some reason, always gave Lin Quanmo a sense of palpitations, as if something that could threaten Lin Quanmo was lurking in the West End. Lin Xuanma felt that he had to figure out what was going on in the West End as soon as possible. On top of that, 2 cadres from the Dark Forest would be here tomorrow. After determining the situation in the Western District, Lin Xuanmo was able to get down to business. Zhang Mubai said, "Alright, let's speed up our pace then." The search for the remaining supplies in the East End was soon concluded without incident, but the time has come to the afternoon. After collecting the supplies from the Eastern District, Zhang Mubai was frowning. Although Zhang Mubai had expected it before, but actually collecting it, Zhang Mubai found it was the same as he had imagined. The beef that arrives is really very little, Zhang Mubai secretly said in his heart. Of course, this arrival of less beef is not the same as the distribution of search supplies with Linkamer. When the supplies were distributed, although Lin Xuanma would take more. As long as it was beef-related, Lin Xuanma would throw all the beef he found to Zhang Mubai. However, even with this distribution, the beef Zhang Mubai received was still too little. Besides me, there's also Musha, a gluttonous cat, at home. What should I do about this? Zhang Mubai felt that it was hard to beat a hero for a penny. Speaking of her situation, Zhang Mubai dared to fight even in the post-apocalyptic world, and there was Lin Xuanma who also provided convenience. But even so, the beef collected was still too little. Even if we leave this place and look elsewhere, how long will we be able to support ourselves? Zhang Mubai said in his heart. Saying that, Zhang Mubai looked at Lin Xuanma, but there was a fire that could not be vented. Lin Xuanma, who was controlling the zombies and preparing to head to the western district, sniffed and turned back. Then Lin Xuanma's lips were gagged. After Zhang Mubai kissed Lin Xuanma for several minutes, she slowly backed away and said, "Let's do it again. I feel like I'm dying myself, and if I don't enjoy something now, I'm just afraid I'll feel regretful when I die." With Zhang Mubai's words and sudden actions, Lin Xuanma couldn't figure out the reason. However, that didn't stop Lin Xuanma from making his next move. After coming in hot and heavy, it was only then that Zhang Mubai spilled his heart out. "I'm dying, Lin Comer. You've already said this just now, but I can't understand it when you're so clueless," Lin Xuanma said. "How should I put it? It's that the food that Musha and I need is beef, but there's so little of it, and there's always a day when we run out." Zhang Mubai said, "Like the beef that was tanned before on your side. I'm only afraid that there's not much left now. Alas, while I'm about to turn into a zombie, what I should experience now, I want to experience it all over again." Lin Xuanma said, "That's not true, but if you want to experience it, I'd be happy to cooperate. Then it's a deal. From today onwards, as long as I say yes, you can't refuse me," Zhang Mubai said, his tone quite brutal. Zhang Mubai's character was originally like this, only what happened in the end times had smoothed out her pride. Lin Xuanma said, "Okay." Lincomer didn't say that he could keep providing steaks, but of course, it wasn't that Lincomer didn't have a chance to say it, but he deliberately didn't. Lin Xuanma thought that Zhang Mubai's look was quite interesting, so he decided to understand this matter with Zhang Mubai only on the last day when she needed beef. After Lin Quan Mo replied, Zhang Mubai looked into Lin Quan Mo's eyes and kissed up again. After kissing, Zhang Mubai began to be unsatisfied with this distance as she reached out her hand, holding Lin Xuanma's hand, and said, "Until we go back, let's keep this action for now." After Zhang Mubai finished, he asked a little worriedly, "You shouldn't hate it, should you, Lin Xuanma?" "Well, whatever," Lin Xuanma said. Zhang Mubai said with dissatisfaction, "It always feels like you don't even have any mood swings. Is it so boring to be with me?" "That's not true. It's just that I don't naturally have much expression change," Lin Xuanma said. Zhang Mubai sniffed and said, "It does seem to be the case." Zhang Mubai then remembered that from the first time he met Lin Xuanma, he always had little change in expression and treated everything with that cloudy look. "You should have smiled more." Zhang Mubai's agitated nose twitched and said. While flirting with Zhang Mubai, Lin Xuanma didn't forget about the Western District. The 5 zombies that weren't dead yet, under Lin Xuanma's maneuvering, took slow steps towards the West End. The zombies have entered the West End. Through the zombies' field of vision, Lin Xuanma realized that the entire West End was silent. Just then, a creature clad in what looked like green armor flew from midair in the field of vision. The blade flashed, and the 5 zombies Lin Xuanma had sent over were all dead. Although the zombies were dead, Lin Xuanma's soul-snatching effect was still in play, and through the zombies' corpses, Lin Xuanma saw the original face of the West End today. Dense green-armored monsters danced in midair, and in the very center, there was a huge insect cocoon. The cocoon was a golden yellow color, like a hammock erected between several buildings, connected by a golden yellow filamentous substance. Chapter 28, Dark Forest Cadre, Wind Burial and Black Rattle. However, Lin Xuanma's gaze was quickly drawn to the fountain below the golden insect cocoon. This fountain continuously gushed red liquid towards the golden insect cocoon. After the cocoon absorbed the red liquid, a horrible thumping sound came out. These red liquids should be the same as the solid red mist that we got before. A liquefaction of the red mist collected by these green insect swarms, Lin Xuanma said in his heart. An ordinary body evolver. As long as they made sure that the food they needed was sufficient, then even if they stayed in the red mist for several days, it would be enough to break through to the 3rd evolution. And with this golden insect cocoon absorbing so much liquid red mist, Lin Xuanmo really had trouble imagining just how terrifying the strength of the insects inside would be once they hatched. Once this kind of monster hatched out, by that time, not to mention such a small area as the Bohemia Garden, I'm afraid that the entire city would be threatened by this bug, Lin Xuanma said in his heart. Although even if this bug does hatch out, I can still make it to other cities. But if I get my hands on these liquid red mists, Then I might be able to gain a large amount of experience value in a very short period of time. But these green bugs that look like praying mantises, I don't know if my supernatural abilities will be able to cope with them. Lin Quan Mo pondered for a moment. Although he coveted these liquid red mists, he also knew that if he rashly entered the Western District right now, he would only be in danger easily. Lin Chuan Mo, have you determined the situation in the Western District? Zhang Mubai asked. Lin Quan Mo said, it has been determined that the Western District is indeed dangerous. There is a swarm of mutated bugs in there, as well as a huge golden yellow bug cocoon, which is absorbing the liquefied red mist in large quantities. Once it hatches out, then I'm afraid it will bring a huge disaster to the city. When Zhang Mubai heard this, he said nervously, then we leave Zhijing Garden immediately now? No, it's to leave the city directly? I'll think about it, Lin Chuanma said. Because the supplies for the Eastern District had already been gathered in advance, Lin Chuanma and Zhang Mubai did not continue their activities outside, but returned home first. Quan Mo, why are you back so early today? Lin Xiaoyu poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Quan Mo. Lin Chuanma picked up a water cup, took a sip of water, and said, the Eastern District has been explored, and all the zombies have been cleared. As for the Western District, the situation is a bit dangerous, so maybe we'll have to leave Zhijing Garden in the near future. When Lin Chuanma said this, Lin Xiaoye said nervously, but aren't there many zombies outside? Won't we encounter a zombie attack if we rashly leave here and go outside? The situation in the West End can be much more dangerous than the zombies out there, Lin Chuanma said. So terrifying. In Lin Xiaoye's heart, zombies were already an extremely terrifying existence, and the danger in the West End was even more terrifying than zombies. Then Lin Xiaoye really couldn't imagine what that would be. Lin Chuanma said, regardless of the situation in the Western District, we can't stay here for the rest of our lives. Lin Xiaoye said, that's true. Next to her, Li Mingjie, who hadn't interjected, said, Quan Mo, today my cell phone received a message from a close friend of mine. She said that now that the Summer Kingdom has re-established communication and is preparing to build a shelter in every city, survivors who lack food can head to the shelters, and not only will they be protected, but they will also be able to obtain food. Should we go to the shelter as well? Lin Chuanma said, where is Chen Chang's shelter? Li Mingjie took out her cell phone and said, I've just determined the location of the shelter here, the outskirts of Chen City. You need a car if you want to go to the suburbs. Linkamer said, I got the keys to the RV earlier. Then the transportation is also available? Li Mingjie's face showed delight as she said, all that's left is when to leave. Lin Chuanma said, the earliest would be the day after tomorrow. I still have to take care of some things tomorrow. Then we'll leave Zhijing Garden the day after tomorrow? Lin Xiaoye asked. Just the day after tomorrow, Lin Chuanma said. As for the situation over in the Eastern District, although Lin Chuanma was craving for liquid red mist, it was true that he might not be able to cope with these swarms with his current abilities. If it was just one or two, a dozen or so green bugs, then Lin Quan Mo still had a way to deal with it, but there were thousands of green bugs. Lin Quan Mo had more than enough to protect himself, but he was powerless to kill them. These green bugs were able to kill 5 controlled level 2 zombies in one go, so I'm only afraid that the worst they could do was have a 3 times evolved physique. After 3 evolutions, all humans would become invulnerable to knives and guns, making it difficult to kill even ordinary firearms, not to mention the fact that these green bugs can fly, which will only make it more tricky to deal with. The next day, a sparrow flew through mid-air. Suddenly, the sparrow's eyes became cloudy, and immediately afterward, the sparrow changed its flight trajectory and landed on Lin Chuanma's arm. Lin Chuanmo raised his arm, allowing the sparrow controlled by Soul Snatcher to fly again. Sparrow flapped his wings and came to mid-air, flying towards somewhere in the Bohemia garden. Sparrow stopped at a balcony outside a building. Inside the building were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The male was wearing a shirt, though he hadn't buttoned it up, exposing his midsection directly. The male was skinny, as if he hadn't had enough to eat, and the ribs could still be seen rippling from his exposed stomach. The woman next to him was dressed up. Her lips were painted bright red, and she had an enchanting smile on her face. The 2 of them were the Dark Forest cadres who had come to the Garden of Bohemia. The men are called Wind Burial and the women are called Black Rattle. Wind Burial lowered his head and looked at the corpse of Nightmare that had fallen to the ground, and said with an annoyed expression, I didn't think that there would actually be someone who would dare to kill someone from our Dark Forest. It's really courageous. Black Rattle let out a chuckle and said, it's quite a shame. I was expecting to do something a little blood-boiling with Nightmare, but I didn't realize he was actually dead. Nightmare is dead, and I don't know if Su Han's daughter is still in Zhijing Garden. Wind Burial furrowed his brows and said, this adds one more mission to our list. Hearing the mission, Black Rattle said with a straight face, first of all, let's confirm the purpose of our trip, which was originally 2, but now it has become 3. First, Find Professor Chang's 2 daughters. Professor Zhang's whereabouts are unknown after we attacked the shelter. However, both of her daughters are in Zhang Garden, so if we can find her 2 daughters, then it's possible to lure Professor Zhang out. Secondly, find Lin Chang's sister and ask what year, month and day her birthday is. Then you'll be able to unlock the password to the cell phone Lin Chong left behind. Thirdly, it's the mission that Nightmare didn't accomplish, to take Su Han's daughter, Su Himun, away. When Black Rattle finished the 3 missions, Wind Burial said, let's start with the second mission first. For the other 2 mission targets, you need to make sure they are alive, and for the second mission, just ask for her birthday. Black Rattle's eyes floated with a stream of data as she said in a mechanized tone, Lin Chang's sister is called Lin Xiaoye. It's a not-so-small second-tier actress. I've seen her on TV before, and my supernatural map exploration can find the exact location of any person I've ever met. Even if I've only seen it on TV and in photos, I can still find it out. Confirmed, Lin Xiaoye's current location is Zhang Garden, Block 21, 405 foot. Outside the window, a sparrow rested at the balcony's handrail, taking in the actions of both Wind Burial and Black Rattle. Chapter 29, Lin Xuanma, I'm here to join the Dark Forest. The 2 Wind Burials didn't notice that their conversation had leaked out to Lin Xuanma. After determining Lin Xiaoyu's exact location, the 2 Wind Burials immediately took action. That's the house where Lin Xiaoye is. The 2 of them, Wind Burial and Black Rattle, stood on the roof of the building next to Lin Xuanma's and their house. After determining the exact location, Wind Burial's body unexpectedly floated slowly and said, how many people are in the house? A man and 2 women. One of the men is. As Black Rattle was ascertaining Lin Xuanma's intelligence, surprise suddenly appeared on his face as he said, this man is actually a super alien, and his body has also reached the standard of secondary evolution. Wind Burial was astonished as he said, secondary evolution? A super alien? Then it seems like he's lucky that the missing food isn't rare. That's right. Good luck, Black Rattle said sourly. Super aliens require a much higher amount of specific foods compared to normal aliens, and everyone needs different foods. If the food that this ordinary alien needed was the chicken, pork or rice, congee, noodles and other common foods that he saw most often in his daily life, then even if he was a consuming super alien, there was still a certain chance that he would be able to survive. However, if you run into something like beef, or even a scarce food like snake meat, then unless you join a large organization, the chances of turning into a zombie are not 100%, but at least higher than 90% or more. Wind Burial said, since he's a super alien, should we recruit him to join us? Black Rattle said, although he is a super alien, he may not join us. Besides, Lin Chang's matter concerns the future of our dark forest. A mere super alien is simply inconsequential above this matter. Also, Wind Burial's face chilled as he said, then let's follow the original plan and kill everyone except Lin Xiaoye. Wind Burial said as he gathered his supernatural powers. The airflow converged in front of Wind Burial's body. Wind Burial's supernatural ability could release air currents, and these currents, if converged, could form effects similar to wind blades, strangulation, and suffocation. Although Wind Burial's supernatural ability was only A-ranked, it possessed a practical value close to that of S-ranked supernatural abilities. After condensing the airflow, Wind Burial directly let the wind blade formed by the airflow chop at the building. Just then, a large amount of pitch-black substance seeped out from the windows of the house where Lin Xuanma was. These dark substances are materialized shadows. A large number of shadows emerged from the windows, wrapping Wind Burial's wind blades. The wind blade sliced through a portion of the shadow, but failed to cut through it completely. Seeing that his psychic ability was resisted, Wind Burial was also taken aback and said, this super psychic's reaction is so fast that he noticed my attack so quickly. Black Rattle winks and says, Wind Burial, if you can't do it, don't get into my mother's bed in the future. Ha ha, don't worry, just now it was just a small test. This time, I'm going to directly slice through his alien ability. Wind Burial laughed out loud and said, however, at that moment a murmur rang out from behind the 2. Both of you, I don't know why you attacked my house. I don't think I should have offended you before. The 2 Wind Burial men were startled and turned around, immediately seeing a handsome youth. Wind Burial said vigilantly, who are you? You attacked my house and then asked me who I was? Lin Xuanma said. This. Wind Burial froze and said, Black Rattle, what should we do? Black Rattle? Wind Burial shouted twice, only to find that Black Rattle was now looking at Lin Xuanma with a face of infatuation. Black Rattle muttered, so handsome, how could there be such a handsome person? If I could have a negative distance contact with him, it would surely kill me. Seeing Black Rattle go flowery, Wind Burial couldn't help but curse in his heart. This yen dog, he can't be relied upon at critical moments. Although Black Rattle's appearance is okay, she will be obsessed when she sees a handsome person. and she doesn't just talk about it, but actually goes to the other person to get in touch with them at a negative distance. All the better-looking men in the entire Dark Forest had basically had negative distance contact with Black Rattle, and Lin Quan Mo was so handsome that to Black Rattle, he was definitely the type that drooled and swooned at the sight of it. Wind Burial knew that Black Rattle couldn't be relied upon, so he immediately said, "This brother, we didn't know that this was your residence, so we took the liberty of disturbing you. We will leave now." Wind Burial felt that Lin Xuanmo was a bit mysterious and it was inappropriate to engage him head-on here. He decided to retreat first and make plans afterward. Lin Xuanma naturally wouldn't let them go just like that. Lin Xuanma said, "You two are from the Dark Forest, aren't you?" Wind Burial froze, but Black Rattle was the one who jumped the gun and said, Yes, we are cadres of the Dark Forest." "How did you know that, handsome?" Lin Xuanma said, "A few days ago a cadre from the Dark Forest found me. I think he was called something like Nightmare. I promised him that I would join the Dark Forest, but he hasn't contacted me in the past 2 days. It just so happens that you guys are here. Can you ask for me? Can I still join the Dark Forest?" "Ha!" Lin Xuanma said that, causing the two Wind Burials to freeze. Black Rattle's eyes lit up and said, "Handsome, you want to join our Dark Forest?" "Exactly. That's most welcome." Black Rattle hurriedly said, "If a super alien like you is willing to join us, we can't wait to welcome you. How could we turn you away?" "That's good," Lin Xuanma said, "but back then, Nightmare promised me that as long as I joined the Dark Forest, he would give me enough beef, and the food I need is beef." Wind Burial and Black Rattle looked at each other. Black Rattle said, "He's not lying." Black Rattle's psychic ability can analyze what kind of food Lin Xuanma needs, and according to the analysis of Black Rattle's psychic ability, Lin Xuanma really wasn't lying. The food he demanded was beef. Wind Burial said, "I have no problem with that." Although they hadn't thoroughly investigated Lin Xuanma's origins, if the food Lin Xuanma demanded was beef, the probability of turning into a zombie without joining an alien organization or a shelter was very high. Wind Burial was originally a bit skeptical, but when he heard Lin Xuanma say that the food he demanded was beef, he was no longer skeptical. "No problem. The beef Nightmare promised you in the first place. We on the Dark Forest side will definitely give it," Lin Xuanma said. "Then we will be companions from now on." After Black Rattle made sure that Lin Quan Mo had joined, he immediately came forward, glued himself to Lin Quan Mo, and said, "Handsome boy, I wonder if you're interested in women, or if you're interested in a woman of my caliber." Wind Burial then said, "New members joining need to upload information to the cadre group. I'll upload it for you right now. Name, pre-apocalyptic occupation, psychic ability, need for food. That's pretty much it." Lin Quan Mer said, "Lin Quan Mer, working man, shadow manipulation, beef, okay, I'll upload it for you." Lin Xuanmo looked at the black ringing that was sticking to him and said, "Speaking of which, you guys came with 3 cadres at once. Is there something special about this Bohemia garden?" To this question from Lin Xuanmo, Black Rattle didn't answer immediately, but instead looked towards Wind Burial. Wind Burial thought for a moment and said, "Since he's joining, there's no harm in telling him the purpose of our trip." Black Rattle sniffed and said happily, "Handsome, the purpose of our coming here is to obtain the evolutionary liquid manufacturing method developed by Professor Zhang." Lin Xuanmo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his inclusion was naturally feigned. Chapter 30, I appreciate your 1-second lying strength. It won't waste too much of my time. Lin Xuanma pretended to join in because he wanted to find out from Wind Burial and their 2 cadres what they were up to. The entire cadre group of 74 people seems like a lot, but spread across different cities, these 74 people are obviously not a lot. Yet 3 cadres came running to the Bohemia garden one after another, to say that they had no purpose. Lin Xuanma would not believe it. Lin Xuanma asked, "What's an evolutionary fluid?" Seeing that Lin Xuanmo had been pursuing the matter, Wind Burial was wary in his heart and said, "Let's wait until you return to the organization's branch with us to talk about this matter." "That's right, when you officially join us in the Dark Forest, handsome brother, at that time, no matter what you want to know, I'll tell you." Black Rattle kept winking towards Lin Xuanmo. She even licked her lips on purpose and said, "As for where it said in terms of where it said, that's up to you, handsome brother." "Well, it seems like you guys do have pretty hard mouths." As soon as Lin Xuanma's words fell, 2 shadows coalesced from behind him into 2 long shadow swords, slashing towards both Wind Burial and Black Rattle at the same time. Wind Burial reacted quickly as he manipulated the air currents to form armor on himself and Black Rattle, fending off Lin Xuanmo's supernatural attack. However, that's just scratching the surface. In reality, what Wind Burial didn't know was that Lin Xuanmo had already secretly cast a supernatural abnormality on him, but it would take a little time for the alien abnormality to take effect. Wind Burial stared at Lin Xuanmo with an icy expression and said, "Lin Xuanmo, It seems like you haven't even thought about joining us, but I'm curious as to why exactly. You should be very short of beef, right? If you don't have a big power behind you to rely on, then where do you get the beef? Lin Xuanma didn't answer, but continued to maneuver the shadow, pretending that it was the only means of fighting. The materialized shadows transformed into millions of needles and thorns, printing over towards the two wind barriers. However, these materialized shadows were unable to break through Wind Burial's airflow wrap. Wind Burial said, "Stubborn, thinking that because you are also a super alien, you can fight against me? Let you see what it means to be a true exalt." Wind Burial's words had just fallen, and he was just about to make a great effort, when he suddenly only felt a dizziness in his brain, and in the next moment, he lay down on the ground. Wind Burial wanted to speak, but his mouth couldn't open, and his body felt like it was paralyzed. Lin Xuanma looked to Black Rattle. Black Rattle's face turned pale and trembled as he said, "Handsome, unlike Wind Burial, I don't have any intentions of hurting you. Can you spare me? I promise that when I go back, I won't reveal what you did today to the others in the dark forest." Under the threat of his life, Black Rattle kept winking at Lin Quan Mo, trying to curry favor with him. Black Rattle isn't bad looking, but not only does she fail to trigger the goddess icon, but the woman is also a rotten crotch. Charge up to 5,000 plus times. Lin Quan Mo urged his shadow to transform into a long blade and set it on Black Rattle's neck, saying, "Answer honestly to whatever I ask, and I can consider not killing you." "Yes, yes, yes, handsome, I promise I'll answer if you ask." Lin Xuanma said, "What's an evolutionary fluid?" Black Rattle said, "This is a professor from Chen City. Through the research and purification of red mist, he created a special potion that possesses a higher success rate of allowing the body to step into 3 times of evolution." Lin Xuanma asked, "This professor is at the Bohemia Garden now?" "No, this professor's whereabouts are now unknown. We came to the Bohemia Garden because his 2 daughters are here, so we wanted to take his 2 daughters and see if we could lure him out." Lin Quan Mer said, "What is his daughter's name?" "One is called Zhang Mubai and the other is called Zhang Muxiao." Lin Xuanma asked, "Who is Lin Chong?" Hearing Lin Xuanma say this, Black Rattle's pupils widened. Not quite sure if Lin Xuanma knew Lin Chang's identity or was just testing himself as she said, "Handsome, isn't Lin Chong a character from the water margin?" Lin Xuanma didn't say anything, but Shadow Long Knife slashed down at Black Rattle's arm, cutting a bloody scar. Black Rattle was so scared that he hurriedly said, "I say, don't kill me." We, the Dark Forest, carried out an attack on the shelter that Chen Chang was building not too long ago, wanting to take away the scientific researchers inside for our use. However, in the end, we did not succeed, and Prof. Zhang was nowhere to be found during this attack. Lin Chong is a special forces soldier responsible for protecting the professors. During the attack, Lin Chong brought the evolution liquid to lure us away. We caught him in the end, but he had already hidden the evolution liquid. After we caught him, although we tried to force him to ask him where the evolution liquid was, Lin Chong used his own special ability to turn himself into a crystallized state. But while we have no way to directly corner Lin Chong, the cell phone Lin Chong left behind has a special document labeled with his use of his sister's birthday as a password. Lin Xuanma said, "So you're going to find Lin Chang's sister and ask for her birthday?" Black Rattle's eyes fell into tears. With a pitiful look of "I see pity." "That's right, handsome, that's all I know. Please don't kill me." However, Lin Xuanmo was not at all impressed. Every woman Lin Quan Mo had ever had was prettier than Black Rattle. And besides, Black Rattle was still a lousy crotch. If this can all tempt Lin Quan Mo, then all these women Lin Quan Mo has ed for nothing. Lin Xuanma asked, "Where is Su Himeng? Why did you guys find Su Himeng?" "Ha, handsome, did you actually already know everything and deliberately came to tease us?" Black Rattle felt wrong just listening to it. How did this Lin Xuanma know who they were looking for? Obviously, since they had contacted Lin Xuanma, they hadn't said anything about Lin Chong or Su Himeng, but Lin Quan Mo knew all of it, so even if she wanted to hide it, she didn't have that chance. Lin Xuanma said, "Now it's me asking and you answering." After Lin Xuanma finished speaking, the shadow once again transformed into a sharp blade, leaving a wound on Black Rattle's arm. Black Rattle quickly said, "Handsome, don't be angry, I'm just casually asking. This is what I'll say it right away. Su Himeng's father is a powerful S-class super alien. We in the Dark Forest want to take him under our wing, so we're going to bring his daughter to our Dark Forest so that he can come over and join us on his own." "Handsome, I've said all I need to say. Can you leave me alone?" Without saying a word, Lin Xuanma transformed his shadow into a sword and directly chopped off Black Rattle's head. As Black Rattle's head flew up, his expression remained fawning and his eyes were still pleasing. Lin Quan Mo looked at Wind Burial and without any mercy, the shadow longsword cut off Wind Burial's head as well. Lin Quan Mer fished out his cell phone from inside their bodies. Both had unlocked cell phones. Lin Xuanma turned the 2 men's cell phones on, but there's no valuable intel in there. And it's the same cadre group. Lin Xuanma could still see inside the cadre group. There were discussions about him. This new member's psychic ability doesn't seem to be bad. It's at least an A-class super psychic. Maybe it's still S-ranked. It's not that simple to reach an S-ranked psychic ability. Chapter 31, Commitment to You. Lin Xuanma threw his cell phone casually. He did not speak inside this cadre group. The information Winged Burial had uploaded about him earlier might allow Lin Xuanma to blend inside the dark forest afterward. If he spoke carelessly, maybe the people on the other side would be suspicious. To the dark forest as an organization, Lin Xuanma's idea was very simple. To kill, you have to kill cleanly and leave no loose ends. Lin Xuanma re-entered the floor he was on, but instead of going home, he rang the doorbell on Zhang Mubai's side. Lin Quanmer wanted to confirm from Zhang Mubai and the sister's side if they had a father who was a professor. Ding dong, the door opens, but the one who opened the door was not Zhang Mubai, but Jang Muxiao. When Zhang Musha saw Lin Xuanma, she very suddenly moved closer towards Lin Xuanma's side, then hugged Lin Xuanma's head and forcefully printed towards Lin Xuanma's lips. After a minute, Zhang Muxiao didn't stop talking, and at that moment, a confused voice rang out. Musha, who's here? Strangers don't open the door for him. Immediately afterward, there was a clunk as the glass of water fell to the ground, emitting the crisp sound of broken glass. When Jang Muxiao heard the voice, she then separated from Lin Xuanma, and then without any shyness or timidity at all, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xuanma's arm and said, "Sister, I'll be frank with you. In fact, I'm Lin Xuanma's woman." For a moment, Zhang Mubai felt that the sky was falling. How did his own sister get involved with Lin Xuanma? His own sister? How she doesn't know how to be courteous? Didn't her own sister know about the intimate relationship between her and Lin Xuanma? Oh no! This was something that Zhang Musha really didn't know. Zhang Mubai watched dumbfounded as her sister and Lin Xuanma kissed together, and she didn't know whether she should be angry or sad. Sister, I know you want to protect me, but since the red mist descended, this world is not the world you were originally familiar with. I need a strong person to protect me, and Quan Mo he definitely fits the bill. Zhang Musha finished speaking and quietly looked at Zhang Mubai. If Zhang Mubai didn't allow it, then Zhang Muxiao would have run straight to Lin Xuanma's house today. Zhang Mubai stood dumbfounded for a while before saying, "Whatever." If it was before, then Zhang Mubai might have gotten angry, but now that Zhang Mubai had done it himself, it would be a bit of a double standard to ask Zhang Muxiao not to do it. Zhang Mubai turned back and went into the room. Since you want to be Lin Xuanma's woman, then you should bring something to her side. Zhang Mubai's words carried a bit of exasperation, but they also had the concern for Zhang Musha. Following Zhang Mubai, both of their sisters were scarce on beef, and without Lin Xuanma's ability to do so, they simply couldn't find enough beef to satisfy both of their sisters. It would be better to let Zhang Muxiao follow Lin Xuanma. Although the beef Lin Xuanma provided might not always be enough, it would at least allow Zhang Muxiao to live longer. Zhang Musha thought that Zhang Mubai was driving herself away, and immediately said, "That's what you said, sister. Then I'll move over to Quan Mo today." Bang. Zhang Mubai re-entered the room and closed the door behind him, leaving only two words, "As you wish." Zhang Musha wrinkled her nose and said, "Quan Mo, don't mind my sister. From today onwards, I'll be staying at your place openly and honestly." Lin Xuanma said, "Do you need me to help you carry your luggage?" "No, I'll be fine on my own. There's not much stuff anyway." Lin Xuanma nodded. As Zhang Muxiao packed her things, Lin Xuanma asked, "Muxiao, speaking of which, I still don't know about your family. What do your parents do?" "My mom has passed away, and my dad is a researcher at the Research Institute in Chengchang." Lin Xuanma thought to himself, "This is right. It seems that the person the Dark Forest is trying to find is indeed the father of the two sisters." Zhang Muxiao quickly packed her bags and said, "Sister, I'm leaving." Not the slightest sound came out of the room, and Zhang Mubai didn't open the door. Without looking back, Zhang Musha took her luggage and turned to leave. When Lin Quanmer's house was opened, Lin Xiaoye, who opened the door, saw Zhang Musha dragging her luggage and asked uncertainly, "Musha, are you completely showing off with your own sister?" "Exactly. Sooner or later it's going to be obvious anyway, so it might as well be a straight showdown. I'll help you pack then. There are quite a few empty rooms here anyway." "Aha." Zhang Muxiao responded, then was brought to her room by Lin Xiaoye. As soon as the two women left, Li Mingjie came over. She pressed her cheek close to Lin Xuanma and said, "Xuanma, how come you don't let me go to your room these nights?" Lin Xuanma said, "There's no reason, just a sudden lack of interest in finding you." Li Mingjie's face instantly collapsed as she said, "Quan Mo, can I say that what you heard before was just some misunderstanding? Although I admit that I came here with a bit of calculation, I am now bent on being your woman." "Well, I know." Lin Xuanmo remained indifferent. This made Li Mingjie couldn't help but clench her silver teeth and said, What should I do for you to believe me? Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Mingjie got up and said, I'll go see who's here. It's not Zhang Mubai. It's a strange woman. Li Mingjie said. Lin Quan sat silently on the sofa, not moving his feet, but releasing his soul snatcher to determine the situation outside. This is, Lin Xuanma said as he saw who the visitor was. Mingjie, open the door and let her in. Quan Mo. This kind of stranger, it's better not to meet. Li Mingjie said in a hurry. The woman at the door was beautiful looking. Li Mingjie doesn't want another opponent. Lin Xuanma said, you just asked me what I should do to trust you, and then you're now telling me to do what you say? Li Mingjie's small face turned white and said, I'll open the door. I'll open the door for her. Outside the door stood a delicate girl with a face as red as an apple. Su Himing said, can you let me go inside? Enter. Li Mingjie said, but in her heart she spat out, why does this woman look? Hello, I'm Su Himing. Su Himing came in, and when she saw Lin Xuanma, who was sitting on the sofa with a shih tzu, she said, Mr. Lin, I'm looking for you because I have a deal I want to make with you. Lin Xuanma asked, want to be my woman? Su Himing shook her head and said, no, I'm not lacking food for the time being. I hope you can send me to the shelter. Lin Xuanma said, if this is a commission for you, what is the reward? I can give you all my food. Su Himing said. Lin Xuanma shook his head and said, that doesn't interest me. Some food is just food. I'm not lacking. Su Himing pursed her lips and said, I can commit myself to you. Whatever you want to do to me before you send me to the shelter. But once we arrive at the shelter, let's pretend that what happened between us never happened. Lin Xuanma pondered slightly and said, yes. When Su Himing heard Lin Xuanma's agreement, she didn't know whether it was better to be happy or sad in her heart. Although Lin Xuanma agreed to send her there, the price was his own body. Never mind. As long as I can get to the shelter and find Dad, it's better than staying in this place and being scared. Chapter 32. The steak is so good. Mr. Lin, may I ask when we're leaving? Su Himing asked. Lin Xuanma said, the day after tomorrow. Su Himing sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. We leave the day after tomorrow, which means 3 or 4 days at the most, and we'll be at the shelter. In this way, Su Himing felt that even if Lin Xuanma wanted to spoil himself, it wouldn't be too long in terms of time. Although from the contact, Lin Xuanma's character didn't seem that bad, but who knows what behind the scenes Lin Xuanma has done. At the very least, a man who would shout out for a beautiful woman to come over in a chat group. Su Himing felt that Lin Xuanma must be very horny. Su Himing came to the top of the couch in Linkwormer Hall, and she placed her backpack on her chest, pulling out a piece of deli pouch chicken leg from it, and just ate it. Su Himing looked aside. Li Mingjie was flirting on Lin Xuanma's side, and Zhang Musha simply sat on Lin Xuanma's lap and played with her cell phone. As for Lin Xiaoye, she was holding her cell phone on the side, seemingly indifferent, but in fact, she had been paying attention to Lin Xuanma's side of the situation, as if she wanted to come over, but she was concerned about something. When Su Himing realized that she would still have to spend time with them in the next few days, she handed over the chicken in her hand and said, do you guys want to eat? I still have a lot here. No need. Don't. No need. And I think it's best if you don't eat too much, or you might not have the appetite for real food later. Li Mingjie and the girls all refused, while Lin Xiaoye was more like giving a reminder. Real food? Su Himing felt that Lin Xiaoye's adjective was a bit funny. In the current environment, it's good enough to be able to eat food, but you're still picking and choosing. Aren't you really afraid of turning into a zombie? If they don't eat it, I'll eat it myself, just in time to save food. Su Himing secretly said in her heart. Lin Xuanma suddenly spoke. Su Himing, speaking of which, do you still have Coke? No more. Su Himing said, the 2 bottles I gave you before, plus the ones I drank off myself, now there's not a single bottle left. Su Himing looked at Lin Xuanma, not saying, if you want to drink a Coke, I can go back and get it. I live with my classmate, and we share our supplies equally. She still has a few bottles of Coke over there. If you want, I can take something and exchange it with her. She should be willing. Lin Xuanma said, that won't be necessary. Lin Quanmare remembered that when he had killed Li Jianli earlier, he had found a few cans of Coke from the house, and it was likely that these were Li Jianli's entire stock. Su Himing said, alright then, but actually, if you really go, you may not be able to run into my classmate. She hasn't come back since she left home the day before yesterday, and I don't know if she's encountered any danger outside. After a moment of silence, Lin Xuanma asked, speaking of which, do you guys know about the organization Dark Forest? I know. Zhang Musha twisted her hips and said, no. One alien organization of the Summer Kingdom that's all over the internet right now. They even attacked an official shelter a while ago. It's simply lawless, but they're also very powerful, gathering more and more cadre super exalts. What was previously shown online was only about 3 dozen, but now it's expanded to over 70, and that number is still increasing, Zhang Musha said as if she were counting. Lin Xuanma asked, Musha, where did you learn all this? They've also got an official website, and inside the official website is their introduction. Lin Quanmare asked for the name of the official website before opening it himself to take a look. The first thing that pops up when you go into the official website is an introductory video. My name is Joker. I am the builder of the Dark Forest. I believe that many people have already learned about the strength of our Dark Forest from within quite a few channels, but surely many people are not clear about what they will gain by joining us. First of all, we in the Dark Forest are a shifter organization spread across the country, and there are already dozens of cadre-level super shifters alone. With such a large number of powerful aliens at hand, one must wonder, don't we have a shortage of food? The answer is that there is no shortage. We in the Dark Forest have managed to restore as many as hundreds of farms, fish ponds, fields, and other various places where food and water can be obtained back to their productive function in the course of this month. Whether you're missing a common in-demand food like chicken and pork, or an expensive one like beef and an uncommon in-demand food like snake, we can provide it. Our organization is divided into 4 classes of people. The super alien is the only class, followed by the alien, then the second evolutionary masters, and finally the delicate-looking domestic animals. Join us now, and if you're a super shifter, then you'll have access to shifter henchmen, secondary evolutionary master bodyguards, and domestic animals at your disposal. Of course, even if you're just a domestic animal, we'll provide you with enough food to keep you from turning into a zombie. The man in this video has great speaking skills, and he's all pie in the face as he describes the organizational perks of the Dark Forest. Things like whether or not those who join the Dark Forest run into any dangers or have to do anything for the organization, which he doesn't mention at all. Instead, they keep saying that they have enough food to come in and don't even have to worry about turning into a zombie. These words and tactics seem to be a bit subtle to Lin Xuanma. The simplest example of this is that cadres from the Dark Forest like Nightmare, Wind Burial and Black Rattle are sent on missions with a certain amount of risk, even to profit. The people of the Dark Forest would attack shelters. The asylum may not have many strong men, however their soldiers have all kinds of hot weapons in their hands. Guns, tanks, airplanes. It's not impossible for these things to kill a shifter, even if they're used by an ordinary person. It could be said that after seeing this video, Lin Xuanma was even more determined in his heart that he would not join the Dark Forest. They have the same food Linkamer has. Why even join them? The time drew to evening. Lin Xiaoye said, alright, get ready. You can start dinner. Li Mingjie and Zhang Musha didn't hesitate and immediately slipped inside the kitchen. Su Himing touched her stomach, feeling that after coming to Lin Xuanma's side, it might have been the stress that had turned into appetite, making her both eat snacks all afternoon, and now her stomach wasn't hungry at all. Su Himing said, I'm not hungry, so I won't eat. Lin Xuanma sat them around a table while he began to serve up the various types of food. Steak, porridge, both thrown onto the table in a single toss. Su Himing smelled the scent in the living room, and she curiously walked over, subconsciously swallowed at the sight of the steak on the table, and the white porridge that looked so warm. Noticing this, Lin Xiaoye said, Ms. Su, although you said you're full, there's still white porridge here. Would you like to have some? Su Himing had just refused, too embarrassed to take the initiative, and now that she heard Lin Xiaoye invite herself, she opened her mouth and said in an awkward tone, Can I have a steak? Lin Xiaoye couldn't make the call on this matter. She looked to Lin Xuanma. Lin Xuanma said, whatever. Chapter 33, The Fifth Goddess Illustrated. After receiving Lin Xuanma's consent, Su Himing couldn't wait to eat at the table. Su Himing picked up a fork and sliced through the beef cutout that was covered in a delicious sheen. As she put the beef to her mouth, Su Himing felt a wave of unprecedented deliciousness explode between her throat. Yummy, so yummy. Su Himing kept shouting in her heart as she ate her steak. If she wasn't worried about image, then Su Himing would have shouted out directly. Su Himing felt that the deliciousness of this steak was simply better than the ones made by the high-class Western restaurants she had been to before the end of the world. Su Himing ate so much that she wanted to lick her plate. Such delicacies were rare before the apocalypse, let alone after. Su Himing looked at the little bit of juice that was still left on the plate, and she subconsciously stuck out her tongue, so she wanted to lick it over. However, Lin Xiaoye said from the side, Ms. Su, if it's not enough, there's more here, and, Su Himing looked up blankly, feeling as if she was still living in the pre-apocalyptic world, wanting to eat the delicacies that she could obtain if she was willing to spend money. Of course, there's plenty more here, so don't worry about not having enough. In fact, Lin Xiaoye brought her head close to Su Himing's ear and whispered, the food here is all made by Quan Mo using her own supernatural abilities. This whispered whisper caused Su Himing to go into a trance as if she had been knocked on the head. The steak and kanji here are all made by Lin Xuanma's psychic powers? If that's the case, does that mean Lin Xuanma can make any food he wants if he wants to? If that was the case, then wouldn't Lin Xuanma be in the end times, and would become a meat and potatoes? Su Heinman stared blankly at Lin Xuanma. She wanted to suspect that this was Lin Xiaoye joking, but now that so much time had passed since the red mist descended, and at a time when everyone was starting to worry about the food crunch, Lin Xuanma was still able to provide plenty of freshly baked steaks and porridge, as he did now. To say that this was obtained by Lin Xuanma searching for supplies was absolutely impossible. If Lin Xiaoye isn't lying, then Lin Xuanma is simply this moment's Lin Xuanma. In Su Haiming's eyes, was like a food factory that could constantly provide all kinds of food, and every one of those foods was an unexpected delicacy. Su Haiming swallowed, and in her heart, her attitude towards Lin Xuanma had quietly changed at this moment. After dinner, the crowd dispersed while Lin Xiaoye packed her things. Lin Xiaoye looked at Su Haiming, who left at the end, and said in her heart, "Here, if you want to show your value, the most important thing is not to seduce Quan Mo, but to show that you have a value other than beauty." With Lin Xuanma's ability, in the future, there would only be more and more beautiful beauties here, and when it came to beauty alone, unless one's face value was superb, in terms of charisma, everyone would be half a catty at most. After a certain level of beauty, most people can't tell who is actually prettier, and in the case of the beauty difference, want to make Lin Xuanma have some inclination. Li Mingjie, this kind of active temptation may work, but sooner or later replaced by a new beauty. Therefore, Li Mingjie decided to take another approach, which was to open up a new track to please Lin Xuanma in addition to her beauty. That is to say, to become Lin Xuanma's wise counselor, help Linkamer deal with these new additions to the women, like Su Haiming. Since Lin Xuanma had agreed to Su Haiming's request, it was natural that he had a desire for Su Haiming's beauty. In this situation, if Lin Xiaoye could make Su Haiming understand the importance of Lin Xuanma in the end times, then once Su Haiming changed her attitude and became Lin Xuanma's woman, Lin Quanmo's natural senses towards Lin Xiaoye would also change from a mere vase to an important existence that could sustain Lin Quanmo's harem. This is just the beginning. I'll do better next, Lin Xiaoye secretly said in her heart. The door to the room opened. Su Haiming sat on the mattress with a few nervous expressions. It was also her first time doing this kind of thing, and still in this kind of trading-like environment, it was impossible not to be nervous. However, compared to the experience that followed, Su Haiming's mind was now filled with what Lin Xiaoye had said. Does Lin Xuanmo really have the supernatural ability to create that kind of food? If that's really the case, then when the time comes to find Dad and leave Lin Quanmo, will he never be able to eat that delicious steak again? I don't want it. I don't want it. Su Haiming hadn't gone hungry since the end of the world, but she had suffered from the bombardment of all kinds of snacks of average flavor, and when compared to those foods, the delicious foods that Lin Quanmo had served just now made Su Haiming unable to forget about it even after she finished her meal until now. Su Haiming was really worried that after she left Lin Xuanma next, she didn't even know where to go to eat such delicious food. With a click, Lin Xuanma opened the door and walked in. Su Haiming hurriedly got up and said, "Lin Xuanma, let me massage you first." Lin Xuanmo was silent for a moment and said, "Okay." This Su Haiming had a good family background, and Lin Xuanmo really doubted that she could massage. But unexpectedly, Su Haiming's massage technique was not bad. Lin Xuanma enjoyed the comfort of Su Haiming's soft little hands, pressing down on him with precise finger positions, and said, "Have you learned massage before?" "Well, in the past, in order to let my mom and dad buy me things, I tried to massage them, and later on, I even read books to learn about it. Although I haven't massaged anyone other than my mom and dad, but my mom and dad and the girl said I did a pretty good job. It's really not bad. I can't say it's excellent, but it's still better than inexperienced people. Thanks for the compliment." Su Haiming smiled delicately. After pressing for a while Lin Xuanma closed his eyes to enjoy the massage, Su Haiming said, "Lin Xuanma, how on earth did you get all that food just now?" Lin Xuanma said, "Didn't you hear it all from Lin Xiaoye?" Su Haiming froze, not expecting Lin Xuanma to know what Lin Xiaoye had whispered to her. Su Haiming gathered her courage and asked again, "So is what Sister Xiaoyu said true?" Lin Xuanma opened his eyes and said, "Bring a glass of water over here." Su Haiming said, "There's no need to demonstrate. I trust you, then continue the massage," Lin Xuanma said as he closed his eyes again, and immediately after that, Lin Xuanma felt Su Haiming's two peaks pressing down on him. Su Haiming whispered, "Lin Xuanma, about the previous deal, I want to change it. After meeting Dad at the shelter, if you don't want to stay at the shelter, then I want to continue following you. That's up to you." Gained Goddess Illustration. Su Haiming gained SSS ranked Psychic Ability Meteorite Flame, gained unlimited supply of food fried groundnut leaf. Your alien ability level has increased. Open the new function, Alien Cultivation panel. As the night passed, Lin Xuanmo was satisfied. Now that we have vegetables, it's time to think about fruits next. But more than that, I didn't expect the system to actually show up with a cultivation function for supernatural abilities. The Open Ability Cultivation panel allows Lin Xuanmo to cultivate abilities on others he comes in contact with, including himself. Chapter 34, Helping Lin Xiaoye Activate Her Abilities. This new function would allow Lin Xuanmo to activate the psychic abilities of the beautiful women of the goddess illustration by consuming the food that corresponded to their needs. And there was also the function of consuming energy crystals to raise the level of their psychic abilities. The alien levels are similar to evolution, but belong to a different branch. And based on the internet, Lin Xuanmo could ascertain that the alien ability leveling up was definitely a rare example. At least what the internet has to say about Alterans. There's no such thing as Alteran leveling up. That is to say, except for a small number of people who might have hidden the information about their elevated ability level. All the others' ability levels were stuck at level 1. The 3 cadres from the Dark Forest that Lin Xuanmo had encountered earlier all had an alien ability level of level 1 as well. Lin Quanmare measured the change in his own battle power after the increase in the level of his alien ability. My alien ability at level 1 was already so powerful, and now that I've reached level 2 alien, I'm afraid that even if a thrice-evolved person kills over, I'll be able to suppress it with ease. The golden insect cocoon in the western district appeared in Lin Xuanmo's mind. Lin Xuanmo couldn't handle it before, but not necessarily now. Moreover, this time Lin Xuanmo had an additional SSS ranked ability, or an SSS ranked ability that focused on physical output. After breakfast, Lin Xuanmo said, "Hi Mun, how many days has it been since you took a bath? In order not to waste water, it's been 3 or 4 days since I've washed." "Right." Su Himeng lowered her head and said awkwardly, "Do I have an unpleasant odor?" 3 or 4 days without a shower is not really a big deal in these post-apocalyptic times. Many of you may not have showered in almost a month. In these conditions of water and power outages, having water to bathe in is already a blessing. The unpleasant odor is not. Lin Xuanmo said, "But in my place, you can also take a bath once a day if you want to." After Lin Xuanmo finished speaking, he pointed to the bathroom and said, "In the bathroom I've already prepared water, but it's all cold water. If you want to take a bath, just go in there and take a dip." Su Himeng brightened up and said, "Then I'll go wash it immediately." After Su Himeng finished speaking, she immediately walked towards the bathroom. Lin Quanmo said, "Xiao Yu, Meng Jia, the Zinnia Gardens zombies have been cleaned up by me. Tomorrow we're going to set off for the shelter. You guys pack up your stuff and put it inside that caravan in the parking lot. This is the car key. Xiaoye, you take it." Lin Xiaoye took the car keys and said, "Quan Mo, if we let the 2 of us get these, it's likely that the other survivors will snatch these supplies, and even our car will likely be taken. Don't worry, I've recently seen an evolution in my psychic abilities and can help you activate them." Lin Xuanmo said, "It can help me activate my powers?" A look of surprise appeared on Lin Xiaoye's face. In these last days, strength is an indicator of being able to get by. They women were basically dependent on Lin Xuanmo now. Once Lin Xuanmo wasn't there, they would probably encounter something embarrassing. And all because they have neither powers nor evolved physically. Lin Xuanmo said, "I've put pork dumplings on the table, so if you go and eat them, you should be able to activate your powers." Although there was a system endorsement, Lin Xuanmo wasn't sure if it could be activated this way, so his tone wasn't very certain. Lin Xiaoye's eyes widened as she asked, "Is it that simple?" "It's that simple. Anyway, you try it first, and it's no loss if you fail." "Alright then." Lin Xiaoye went to the table and began to show off the pork dumplings. On the side, Li Mengjie looked at Lin Xiaoye enviously and said, "Quan Mo, what about me? Can you help me activate my supernatural abilities altogether as well?" Lin Xuanmo said, "How much more chocolate did you bring earlier?" Li Mengjie said, "There's quite a bit left. You go eat the chocolate and I'll try to see if I can activate your powers." Lin Xuanmo said. Li Mengjie was overjoyed when she heard this and said, "Then I'll go eat the chocolate. I'm counting on you to activate the supernatural ability." Quan Mo. While the 2 of them were showing off their food, Jang Muxiao also pestered over and said, "Quan Mo, what about me? I also want to awaken my supernormal abilities." Lin Xuanmo said breathlessly, "Aren't you a super alien? Your psychic ability was awakened a long time ago." "Oh, that's right." Zhang Musha resat down and said, "Then I'll help Sister Xiaoye move her things to the top of the caravan later." Zhang Musha was actually a pretty lazy person, with a bit of a mixed-up look to his personality. However, on Lin Xuanmo's side, Zhang Muxiao also knew that she would be disliked by Lin Xuanmo if she was too lazy, which was why she offered to take the initiative to help. After a while, a prompt came from Lin Xuanmo's mind. Goddess icon Lin Xiaoye meets the conditions for alien ability activation. Is it activated? Goddess icon Li Mingjie meets the conditions for alien ability activation. Is it activated? After Lin Xuanma confirmed the activation, 2 different prompts came from the system, consuming a large amount of beef. Goddess icon Lin Xiaoye activated her powers successfully. Insufficient food required. Goddess illustrator Li Mingjie is unable to activate her powers. Lin Xiaoye and Li Mingjie both walked over together, but one of them was happy and one of them wasn't so happy. Lin Xiaoye said, Quan Mo, I've really activated my powers. Li Mingjie said, Quan Mo, why didn't I activate my powers? Lin Xuanma looked at the two of them and said, Mingjie, I need to help you activate your supernormal ability after some time. The conditions are not enough right now. Li Mingjie felt that it was Lin Xuanma who was doubting her loyalty and therefore didn't help her awaken her psychic abilities. However, the decision was in Lin Xuanma's hands, so she could only curtly say, it's okay, even if I don't awaken my powers, you can still protect me. Lin Xuanma didn't say anything. He had already set the next goddess illustration activation food to apples, and the chocolate that Li Mingjie needed would probably have to wait until the next goddess illustration. This was actually considered Lin Xuanma's punishment for Li Mingjie's disloyalty. If Li Mingjie hadn't been counting on herself for her purpose when she arrived, then Lin Xuanma would have chosen Li Mingjie's chocolate for the next goddess icon he activated. However, Li Mingjie did count herself out, so Lin Xuanma didn't rush to prepare an unlimited supply of chocolates for her, which was a sort of knock on Li Mingjie's head. Lin Quanmer said, I'm going to go to the East End today. I may be back early or late, and you'll have to move all your stuff inside the RV before nightfall. Okay, the women responded. Lin Xuanma left the house and frantically rang the doorbell of Zhang Mubai's house, but Zhang Mubai hadn't moved. It seems like he was hit hard by Zhang Musha, Lin Xuanma said in his heart. Lin Xuanma shook his head and headed downstairs to the East End. Between the West and East sectors, there is a gate. Usually there was a security guard watching this place, and now that the security guard wasn't there, Lin Xuanma directly rolled over and entered the Eastern District. The Eastern District was huge, but after Lin Xuanma entered the Eastern District, he immediately stumbled upon those thrice-evolved green insects. They are like praying mantises with hands that are knife-like. It's time to test my supernatural abilities after leveling up, Lin Xuanma said, and with that, a materialized shadow emerged behind him. The shadows transformed into 2 long knives and slashed towards the 2 green insects. Chapter 35, Meteorite Flame, SSS Class Alien Power. The long blade that the shadow had transformed into possessed a sharpness equal to that of the long blade. As it collided with the sharp forelimbs of the green insect's hands, a kind of friction sound that could only come from metal clashing together resounded through the earth. The power of the 2 sides was neck and neck, but Lin Xuanma hadn't reached the limit of the number of shadows he could use. As he deflected the sharp forelimbs of the green insect, Linkwormer's shadow engulfed more shadows. These shadows transformed into one sharp long blade after another. These long sharp blades surrounded the green insect from all sides. The green insect quickly waved its forelimbs in an attempt to block these shadow-long knives. 1 touch 2, 1 touch 3, 1 touch 4. The sound of metal clashing sounded one after another, clunk after clunk. Just by the sound of it, it's flagging. What actually happened? However, was that with a quick swing of its sharp forelimbs? The green insect was retreating backwards at a slow pace. Lin Xuanma slowly moved his feet forward, while the green insect was retreating. On the field, Lin Xuanma began to gain the upper hand. Lin Xuanma gradually learned more about level 2 psychic abilities. In terms of manipulating shadows as an ability alone, the substance that Lin Xuanma's shadows were transformed into became stronger, sharper, and changed faster, and the number of shadows that could be manipulated was also greater. As he confronted the green insects, Lin Xuanma's powers became more and more skillful, and the power of his level 2 powers gradually began to come into play. Gradually, these green insects changed from using their double forelimbs to fight against Lin Xuanma to using their bodies to harden against the long knives transformed by Lin Xuanma's shadow. Their bodies were obviously not as sturdy as the sharp as metal forelimbs. A tiny wound could gradually be seen. A green liquid could be seen oozing out of the broken wound. Step by step, Lin Xuanma forced these green insects out of the air, back to the ground. With no way to retreat, the green insects couldn't play to their strengths. These green insects finally reached their limit as Lin Xuanma pursued them. A green insect was the first to have its head chopped off with the slash of Shadow's long blade. The green liquid spreads. It was strewn with some sort of acidic substance that made a nasty corrosive sound as it fell to the ground. Lin Quan Mo's face didn't change, and the shadow transformed into a layer of something similar to clothing, sheltering Lin Quan Mo's entire body. Several green insects quickly followed in the footsteps of the first green insect killed by Lin Xuanma. After only a few minutes of battle, these green insects were killed by Lin Xuanma. This kind of battle performance would never have been possible if it was placed when the level of alien ability was still level 1. Still, those are a lot of green insects. Lin Xuanma raised his head. The battle earlier had drawn away more green insects. These green insects, while somehow not leaving the west side for the east side or the west side for Main Street, are spread all over the west side in extremely alarming numbers. Lin Quan was silent as he maneuvered the materialized shadows and began to fight these green insects. 5, 10, 20. After Lin Quan Mo didn't know how many green insects he had killed, there was finally a new change. Lin Xuanmo raised his head, and there was an insect with a black body floating up. Compared to the green insect, this black insect looks more like a mosquito than a praying mantis in terms of looks, has a long mouth opening. Moreover, the speed of this black insect was significantly twice as fast compared to the green insect. As soon as the black insect appeared in front of Lin Xuanmo, it quickly pulled away from the several green insects behind it by several lengths. If he continued to let the black insect attack, he would only be able to come in front of Lin Xuanmo in an instant. However, Lin Xuanmo's eyes flashed with a demonic light. The black insect stopped in midair, its eyes glittering with dullness. As the level of the psychic ability stepped into level 2, Lin Xuanmo's soul-snatching effect was also enhanced. It was now possible to control a mutated creature like the black insect that was ranked as high as level 14. Lin Xuanmo's mind moved, and the black insects attacked towards the green insects behind them. The green insects didn't seem to recognize the black insects as enemies, and didn't react even when they were attacked by the black insects. The black insect showed its ability to attack. As its long mouth touched the green insect and stabbed down, the green insect's fleshy body became desiccated. This long mouth, like a blood-sucking mosquito, drained the green insect's body completely. These green insects were quickly killed one by the black insects. Then, the black insect came to Lin Xuanmo, who urged the shadow-long knife and chopped off its head. The black insect spewed out a large amount of green liquid, which was equally corrosive, corroding a small pit in the ground. Lin Xuanmo said, "Although the looks are different, the forms are different, and the fighting styles are different, these two seem to belong to the same class of creatures, the same group. This situation, placed before the end of the world, could definitely make those entomologists curious and carry out research." However, compared to the red mist, the survival of these mutated insects didn't seem so surprising or unbelievable. Lin Quanmare exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued deeper into the western district. He was aiming for the golden cocoon of worms that was in the fountain at the west end gate, and the reason why he didn't enter through the western gate was because Lin Quanmo wanted to make sure that there were no other golden insect cocoons around here. Lin Xuanmo explored for several hours from morning to afternoon, during which time he encountered hundreds of green insects and dozens of black insects, all of which were finally taken care of without any danger. Lin Xuanmo was getting closer and closer to the gate at this point, and during this time, Lin Xuanmo hadn't encountered a single living person. Just as Lin Xuanmo thought so, on one of the floors ahead, a woman exposed her head and waved her hand towards Lin Xuanmo's side, saying, "Hello, are you a survivor? Save me, quickly save me down." Lin Quanmare looked up and asked, "Where are the others? Are there any other living people in the West End?" "No, kill them all. These insects will lay eggs on us and use our lives." Before the woman's words left her mouth, she used her own body to expound to Linkamer on her experience here. The woman's body began to swell, reduced to a pile of fuzzy flesh and blood, and from the blurry pile of flesh and blood, a green insect burrowed out. When Lin Xuanmo saw this scene, it became probably clear what had happened to the survivors in the western district. Lin Xuanmo urged the shadow to kill the newly hatched green insect. Compared to the other green insects, this newly hatched green insect is weaker. However, the level of this green insect was also as high as level 11. After determining that the survivors here were basically dead, Lin Xuanmo walked directly towards the fountain. The golden cocoon was there devouring a large amount of liquid formed by the red mist. Masses of green insects fluttered in midair like escorting soldiers. Lin Xuanmo raised his hand and cast the supernatural ability he had just acquired. Meteorite Flame. Chapter 36. I'll take your sister with me. At a location 300 meters above Lin Xuanmo's location, meteorites and flames began to coalesce. Initially it was just a small stone the size of a palm. However, with every second that passed, the meteorite expanded in size by 1 point. Gradually, what had been a small stone expanded into a huge one. This huge stone was quite a bit larger compared to the golden insect cocoon. The perimeter was covered with burning up flames. Linkamer could then continue to expand the size of the stone if he wished, but if it continued to expand, it might accidentally injure Lin Xuanmo, who was at the bottom, when the time came. Thus, Lin Xuanmo simply let the meteorite land when it reached a certain size. The shock of destruction spread all around, with the meteorite as the center of the zone. The scorching heat and the horrifying impact caused half of the western district to be reduced to rubble at this moment. In the ruins, the fog gradually lifted. Whether it was a green insect or a black one, they all disappeared in this moment. However, the golden worm cocoon remained energized. Lin Xuanmo looked towards the golden insect cocoon. its information emerging in his eyes. Gold Bug King, level 30. Lin Quan Mo couldn't help but stare with his face when he saw such a high rank, but his heart still carried a bit of hope. If it was before today, then Lin Quanmare would have just left without saying a word. However, now that the level of alien ability had been raised to level 2, Lin Xuanma felt that it might not be impossible to deal with it. However, even though the level of the ability had reached level 2 and the meteorite flame was still a SSS level ability, it still couldn't help this golden insect cocoon. Lin Xuanma said, unexpected danger. However, it's still within my calculations. If we can't destroy it externally, we'll just do it to the interior. Lin Xuanma said, applying an anomaly to this golden insect cocoon. Compared to the ease with which he had inflicted an anomaly on the dark forest's aberrations before, this time Lin Xuanmo had continuously cast it for nearly an hour without being able to completely cause an anomaly to appear in this golden insect cocoon. But if 1 hour doesn't work, then 2, with all the other green insects and black insects being destroyed by Lin Xuanma could slowly grind this golden insect king to death. At noon, Lin Xuanma cast anomalies while enjoying a delicious steak. During the night, Linkamer was preparing to protect himself with his shadow. Lin Xuanma's abnormality finally played out. Lin Xuanma stopped continuing to cast his powers. Subsequently, the golden insect cocoon in front of Lin Xuanma's eyes had a burst of crack-like traces appearing on its exterior. The next moment, like porcelain breaking open, the golden insect cocoon began to shatter from the inside out. A huge golden butterfly flew out of it. However, as it flew mid-air, the breath of this golden butterfly suddenly began to drop. In Lin Quan's silent perspective, the golden butterfly's level was dropping rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, this golden butterfly's level was reduced to level 16. Although it was quite a bit stronger than the other green insects and black insects, it was already within the range that Lin Xuanma could handle. Lin Xuanma raised his hand and once again cast meteorite flame. The huge stone that coalesced from midair, carrying a blazing flame, directly smashed onto the golden butterfly. The golden butterfly fell from the air and collapsed to the ground. Motionless, behind Linkamer, shadows began to emerge. The shadow transformed into a spiral drill stance and attacked towards the golden butterfly. The shadow of the spiral drill bit ran through the golden butterfly's body. The golden butterfly let out a sharp miserable howl as its body fell from midair, directly shattering the building in the western district as it smashed into it. The panel of golden butterflies disappeared completely in Lin Quanmer's eyes. It's done, Lin Xuanma said with a slight nod. This golden butterfly has a high panel, but that has to be able to hatch without any problems. Of course, if it was a while later, when this golden butterfly had finished hatching, then at that time, Lin Xuanmo might really die a tragic death under this golden bug king. Played and closed and went back. Lin Xuanma's meteorite flames had pretty much destroyed the west sector. Plus the survivors here had been used as bedstraws for these bugs to hatch out in large numbers. Lin Xuanmo wasn't sure if the eggs of the swarm had been mixed in with the food, and for safety reasons, he decided to abandon his search for the remaining supplies in the western district. Parking lots. Lin Xiaoye's 3 daughters moved all the supplies inside the car after a busy day. Lin Xiaoye said, I didn't realize that the others actually didn't come over to grab the supplies. That's lucky. Although she had awakened her powers, Lin Xiaoye thought it was better not to fight if she could. After all, you couldn't guarantee that other people didn't have powers. At night, along with the red mist, the survivors once again went into closed environments to avoid contact with the red mist. Lin Xuanmo, on the other hand, came inside the RV. Lin Xuanmo looked at the neatly arranged supplies and said, tough job guys. Izumo, are you done with your business? Well, it's taken care of. Lin Xuanmo said, we'll leave for the shelter tomorrow. While eating dinner, Lin Xuanma noticed that Zhang Musha's expression was a bit sullen. Quan Mo, Jang Muxiao suddenly asked, can you take my sister with you when you leave? I know that you have a problem with her. However, compared to letting her die here, don't you think it would be more pleasing to your mood to see her, who was high and mighty before, now bowing down to you? Lin Xuanmo was speechless and said, what do you take me for? However, as Lin Quan silently thought about remembering the scene from before when Zhang Mubai came to trade stakes, not to mention, it was really like what Zhang Musha said. Lin Xuanma said, don't worry, I didn't intend to leave her behind in the first place. When I leave, even if I have to use a tie, I will tie her away. That's good. A smile reappeared on Zhang Musha's face. Then she fiercely got up and sat on Lin Xuanma's lap once again. But this time, Zhang Musha was facing Lin Xuanmo head-on. Jang Muxiao said, Quan Mo, I didn't have a chance to recharge my batteries with you for days before. Since we're all leaving here tomorrow, why don't we celebrate tonight? What do you think? Next day, Zhang Mubai lay on the bed and opened his eyes. The ceiling still looks the same. It was like telling Zhang Mubai that today's world was still a doomsday world. Compared to the appearance of the end of the world, Zhang Muxiao becoming Lin Xuanma's woman was more difficult for Zhang Mubai to accept. Forget it, the day is still going on. Zhang Mubai had no choice but to climb up, only to lie down again. So unmotivated. Or just die. Zhang Mubai lay on the bed, wanting to sleep like this until the next day. The third day. Until forever. As for the eventuality that Zhang Mubai starved to death in the meantime, she also felt that this was quite good. Lost a sister who needed care and protection. The man he wanted to follow was hanging out with his sister again. Every time he thought of this, Zhang Mubai felt like he had lost his motivation to live. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Just go to sleep so you can stop obsessing about this. Zhang Mubai gradually convinced himself to close his eyes. But the next moment, a roar sounded from the side. Zhang Mubai immediately opened his eyes and looked over. The wall was shattered by the huge impact. Lin Xuanma stood behind the blasted wall, his feet on the ladder formed by the shadows. Zhang Mubai, leave with me. Of course, you can choose to refuse, but if you choose to refuse, I will forcefully tie you up. Make a choice. Leave with me or be tied up and leave by me. Chapter 37, The Sisterhood. Seeing Lin Xuanma, Zhang Mubai crossed his face and said, "What are you doing here? If you guys want to leave here, leave on your own. I don't want to follow along." That is, you want to refuse my request? Lin Xuanma asked. Yes, I'll give you a clear answer. I'm not going. I'm declining your invitation. Lin Xuanma said. I understand. The shadow beneath Lin Xuanma transformed into a solid body. The materialized shadow changed its form into a huge shadow hand that grabbed towards Zhang Mubai. After his powers were upgraded to level 2, Lin Xuanma's manipulation of shadows was enhanced in every way. By the time Zhang Mubai reacted, he had already been grabbed by Lin Xuanma's large shadow hand. Zhang Mubai kept struggling and said, "What are you doing? Quickly let go of me." Lin Xuanma, if you don't let go of me, I will never forgive you in my life. Quickly let go of me. Lin Xuanma completely ignored her shouts, tugging Lin Xiaoye with his large shadow hand and rejoining the caravan side. Seeing Lin Xuanma grabbing Zhang Mubai over, Zhang Musha knew that her sister must have been unwilling to cooperate, and that's why she was grabbed over by Lin Xuanma. Jang Muxiao stepped forward and said, "Sister, calm down first." "How do you make me calm down?" Zhang Mubai shouted, saying with an air as if he wanted to pour out his recently accumulated stress and dissatisfaction in a single brain. "While I was still out gathering supplies, you sneaked off on your own to become Lin Xuanma's woman. Then now that I'm unwilling to leave Zijing Garden, Lin Xuanma forcefully grabbed me over again. You are either deceiving me or forcing me. How do you all make me forgive you?" Zhang Musha scratched his head and said, "Sister, calm down. Although this matter is like what you said, but barring that, I think there are some keys to it that you must listen to me explain to you." Zhang Mubai smiled coldly and said, "How else can I explain? Isn't what I said what you guys showed me? How else can you explain?" Zhang Mubai was not convinced that Zhang Musha had reasons that could convince him. Seeing that her own sister was so resistant, Zhang Muxiao didn't back down and continued, "Sister, although the process is indeed like what you said, there are two very crucial parts of it that you don't know yet. I'm actually a super shifter." When Zhang Mubai heard this, he looked cold and said, "Musha, you are swindling me, aren't you? You said that you are a super alien, and the food you need is beef. Where are you going to find so much beef for yourself?" This brings me to the other key I wanted to talk about. Zhang Muxiao looked around, and although there was no one around, she approached Zhang Mubai and whispered in her ear, "Sister, Lin Xuanma possesses the ability to create food. How is it possible? It's not right. If that's the case, then everything is explained." Zhang Mubai muttered, although his own sister did things with a big heart. But when Zhang Mubai and Lin Xuanma made their first transaction, she ate all of the beef that Zhang Mubai brought home, which was clearly not normal. With Zhang Musha's character, it was normally impossible to eat it all. However, if it was said that Zhang Musha was a super alien, then everything would make sense. Zhang Musha had been saying that she was hungry before, and it was normal to do something like this when she was too hungry. As for Lin Xuanma's supernatural ability to create food, Zhang Mubai actually had his doubts. After all, Lin Xuanma still, to this day, puts up photos of freshly prepared steaks from all different angles inside his VX. Thinking of this, Zhang Mubai looked at Zhang Muxiao and said, "I can believe that you are a super alien, but do you have any evidence for Lin Xuanma's ability, as you said?" Zhang Muxiao said, "Sister, are you stupid? Do you still need evidence for this? Have you ever seen anyone who has collected so many steaks that can be eaten in a steady stream all by themselves?" Zhang Mubai was speechless. Yeah, Zhang Musha didn't even have the need to deceive herself at this point. If Lin Xuanma didn't have this kind of psychic ability, then Zhang Musha would probably turn into a zombie in a few days if she followed Lin Xuanma. Zhang Mubai was silent for a long time and said, "Put me down, Lin Xuanma, I won't struggle." Lin Xuanma nodded and put away his big shadow hand, letting Zhang Mubai land on the ground. After landing, Zhang Mubai said, "Go in first, it's too unseemly to argue here." Zhang Musha's words just now clearly had an effect. Zhang Mubai is starting to soften now. The crowd went inside the RV. Without saying a word, Lin Xuanma produced a table of steaks directly with his empty hands. After Zhang Mubai saw this scene with his own eyes, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now I have to believe it even if I don't. Musha, it looks like you made the right decision." If Zhang Musha was a super alien, then no matter how hard Zhang Mubai tried, it would be impossible for her to get enough food. In this situation, there was no way for Zhang Mubai to accuse Zhang Muxiao of becoming Lin Xuanma's woman. One could only say that if he were to exchange the position he was in with Zhang Musha, then Zhang Mubai would most likely make the same choice as his sister. Of course, understanding after understanding, Zhang Mubai still had no way to immediately release his mind. However, this didn't affect Zhang Mubai regaining his composure. Zhang Mubai said, "I don't want to say anything after what happened. Lin Xuanma, I'll follow you, but when we get to the shelter, you must put me down." "No," Lin Xuanma said. Zhang Mubai frowned and asked, "Why? I'm not happy about you leaving me," Lincomer said. Lin Xuanma's words were a bit overbearing and didn't make much sense, but after hearing them, Zhang Mubai was instead a bit happy as she skimmed her head and said, "You're really overbearing." Lin Xuanma said, "I will recapture you if you run." Okay, just listen to you," Zhang Mubai said. The honest truth was that Zhang Mubai actually didn't want to be left at the shelter just like that. However, Zhang Mubai felt that if he said that he would follow Lin Xuanma all the time, he would not be able to pass the threshold in his heart. Yet it would have been different if this had been said by Lin Xuanma. "This isn't me wanting to stay here on my own. It's Lin Xuanma who forced me to." Zhang Mubai muttered twice in his heart as if he didn't know who to explain to. Lin Xuanma said, "That makes everyone complete. But before I leave, I'd like to go to the West End. Weren't the monsters in the Western District taken care of by you, Quan Mo?" Lin Xiaoye asked suspiciously. "The monster was taken care of by me, but some of the good stuff is still left there," Lin Xuanma said. "If it wasn't too late yesterday, I would have moved all those goodies." The golden bug cocoons and other insects were killed by Lin Xuanma. Not that red mist fountain though. That large amount of red mist liquid inside could train the gold bug king to level 30, and was definitely worth a lot. These things are useful or not, always take them away first. Just drive straight over in the caravan, Lin Xuanma said. "Xiao Yu, Zhang Mubai, which one of you two will drive?" "I'll do it." Lin Xiaoye and Zhang Mubai both spoke out at the same time. Then they looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they could see a confrontational mindset. Chapter 38, Collecting Red Mist Liquid. Allied ability levels increase. Lin Xuanma looked up, his eyes hovering between the two men, and said, "Do you both have driver's licenses?" Lin Xiaoye affirmed. "I have." Li Mengjie said, I should be able to drive." Seeing this, Lin Xuanma knew who to choose, and he said, "Xiao Yu, you drive." Lin Xuanma tossed the key to Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye took the car keys and said, "It's still safer to let me drive." Li Mengjie's face was a bit ugly. She had thought that coming to Lin Xuanma's side would make it easy to pin down Lin Xuanma. As a result, ever since Li Mengjie's previous plan to come to Lin Xuanma's place to rob the grain had come to light, she now always felt that there was a kind of diaphragm between her and Lin Xuanma when they spoke to each other. While it was true that Li Mengjie wasn't very good at driving an RV, that didn't mean Lin Xiaoye was, and between the two people who weren't sure if they would open, Lin Xuanma chose Lin Xiaoye, which clearly meant that his own position in Lin Xuanma's heart wasn't as good as Lin Xiaoye's. "I have to think of a way to make up for my mistakes in front of Lin Xuanma. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be riding on the head of this woman Lin Xiaoye for the rest of my life," Li Mengjie secretly said in her heart. Lin Xiaoye took the car keys and went to the front to drive. A large amount of materialized shadows permeated Lin Xuanma's body, and these materialized shadows curled around the cabinet attached to the floor on one side, while at the same time tying up Zhang Mubai and the few of them while doing so. Lin Xuanma said, "Even though Xiaoye said she could drive, I'd better do something about insurance just in case." At this point, the vehicle began to move slowly. Lin Xuanma and the others inside the caravan also began to feel some bumps. They both looked apprehensive. Gradually, however, this apprehension was dispelled. Lin Xiaoye's car skills were still more consistent with the confidence she showed. The caravan arrived outside the Western District. Lin Xiaoye stopped the car and sent a message to Lin Xuanma. "Lin Xiaoye, Quan Mo, there's a blocking pole in front of us. Should we just drive over and smash it?" "Lincomer, I'll take care of it." After Lin Xuanma sent the message, he came outside. He rolled over to his car and saw that in front of Lin Xiaoye, there were blocking poles in front of him. The shadows on Lin Xuanma's body were released, shattering the blocking pole. After shattering it, Lincomer re-entered the car, this time not tying up the others with shadow. After this previous stretch, Lin Xiaoye had proven that at least she could drive an RV. Lin Xiaoye drove the RV and entered the West End. It didn't stop until it reached the location of the fountain that Lin Xuanma had said it would be. The Lin Quanmare crowd got out of the RV. Lin Xiaoye swept around. Except for the fountain, which is still relatively intact. The rest of the area is in total disrepair. Although Lin Xuanma's meteorite flame didn't have a fatal effect on the Golden Insect King, it completely destroyed the green insects, black insects and the terrain around the Golden Insect King. Lin Xiaoye asked offhandedly, Quan Mo, was the environment here left behind after you fought the monsters? Sort of, but at that time, even if this environment turned out like this, it didn't manage to kill that monster, Lin Xuanma said. Lin Xuanma's words caused Zhang Mubai and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. They hadn't expected the battle between Lin Xuanma and the monster to be so intense that the monster would still be alive. This monster's body defensibility was only comparable to modern steel machinery in their opinion. Even steel machinery may not be as sturdy as this monster. And yet, such a monster was still killed by Lin Xuanma. Just how strong is Quan Mo? Lin Quan Mo looked at the large amount of red mist liquid that came out of that fountain and asked, what should we do with these red mist liquid? What ideas do you all have? These red mist liquid states can raise the level of the supernatural ability. However, it is impossible to absorb too much in a short period of time. Lin Xiaoye asked, not if it comes in a bucket? Zhang Mubai frowned and said, if you fill a bucket and barrel, you won't be able to stuff it into the caravan congregation. I suggest collecting only a portion to take away. Li Mengjie said, if you only take away part of it, won't these things be taken away by the others in case they find out? Even if the others find out by then, there's nothing they can do about it. We can't be here all the time watching these red mist liquids, nor can we bring away so many red mist liquids. Zhang Mubai calmly analyzed. Lin Xiaoye said, Quan Mo, I support Mubai's suggestion. Then take only part of it. That's not right either. You guys go in and soak it first. Lin Quan Mo felt that before taking it away, he could try using the system's supernatural power to raise it and see how much he could consume. Hearing Lin Xuanma say that, a few women were still a bit resistant. It wasn't that they didn't believe Lin Xuanma's words, but this red water always gave them a very dangerous feeling. Zhang Mubai frowned. Lin Xiaoye tugged at the corner of her coat with her right hand. Li Mengjie looked around without making a sound, and Su Himing raised her head to look at the sky. At this time, Jang Musha said, you're all hesitating, so I'll go in first. After Zhang Musha finished speaking, as if she didn't care what was in here, she directly jumped down. When Zhang Mubai heard this, he was almost scared to death and quickly said, Musha, don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look at the situation again. However, Zhang Musha had already jumped into the fountain. Hints appeared in Lin Xuanma's mind. Consuming intake energy can raise the level of goddess illustrious Zhang Musha's psychic ability. To consume or not to consume. Consumption. Zhang Musha's alien ability level experience value in the panel began to rise continuously, slowly stopping just as it was about to raise to level 2 alien ability. A prompting voice came from the system. Currently Goddess Icon has ingested a large amount of special energy. Continuing to ingest it carries a certain risk of causing brain death and alienation into a zombie. Do you continue to ingest it? Stop. Interrupt intake. Lin Xuanma said, Musha, it's okay, you come out first. Zhang Musha jumped vertically and arrived in front of Lin Xuanma, saying, Xuanma wasn't wrong. Compared to just now, my supernatural ability has gained a not-so-small ability boost. Hearing Zhang Musha say that, Zhang Mubai directly said, then I'm next. After Mubai is done soaking, I'll be next. Li Mengjie immediately said. Lin Xiaoye said, there's no harm in me going last. Su Himing said, then I'll be in front of Sister Xiaoye. Seeing that Zhang Mubai's immersion had an effect, the remaining women were also moved. Lin Xuanma however said, no, the only ones who can be immersed are Mubai, Muxiao and Xiaoyu. These liquids are only helpful to those who have awakened their psychic abilities, and those who don't have psychic abilities will only be at risk if they are immersed. The two of them, Li Mengjie and Su Himeng, couldn't help but show disappointment when they heard this. It feels like there is a big opportunity in front of them, but they have to miss it because of their lack of capacity. Then, under Lin Xuanma's arrangement, Zhang Mubai and Lin Xiaoye both completed their rise in experience value for their alien ability levels as well. Although neither of them were able to advance to level 2 psychic abilities, the strength of their psychic abilities had risen quite a bit. After the women finished soaking, Lin Xuanma also tried to go in for a dip. Chapter 39, The Long-Legged Beauty Magistrate. When immersed, Lin Xuanma could clearly feel his own supernormal ability, like an originally empty container, gradually being filled with liquid, making the container more and more full. When the container was filled, it also meant that Lin Xuanma would be stepping into the level 3 alien ability level. Overall, although Lin Xuanma had boosted the experience value of her ability level by some, the boost was not as obvious as Zhang Mubai's girls. After Lin Xuanma had soaked for a while, the system also issued a prompt. The host is currently ingesting a large amount of special energy. Continuing to ingest it has a certain risk of causing brain death and alienation into a zombie. Do you continue to ingest it? This kind of immersion is a big boost, but it's obviously not something that can be boosted indefinitely. Lin Quanmare came out of the red mist liquid. He shook the liquid from his body and became clean, regardless of whether it was Lin Xuanma or someone else. If they wanted to continue soaking to raise their level of supernatural ability, they would need to take a day or two apart before doing so. After soaking, Lin Quanmare took out the drinking bucket box from the car. These drinking bucket boxes are empty. Linkamer and the others transferred the red mist liquid to the drinking bucket box and put it in the RV. Based on previous consumption, these drinking bucket boxes would allow Lin Xuanma and the others to use them continuously for another month or two before they ran out. Lin Xiaoye looked at the remaining liquid and said, "There's still a lot left, and I don't know who will be cheaper next." Lin Xuanma was shaking his head in his mind. Because of the concealment of the system, Lin Xiaoye and the girls all felt that these red mist liquids could promote the growth of their alien ability levels as long as they were soaked. However, in reality this is wrong. Without the help of the system, the probability of turning into a zombie after a normal immersion would be raised quite a bit, and it could be considered quite dangerous. This also caused Lin Quan to meditate on the evolutionary fluid that the Dark Forest cadre had spoken of earlier. I wonder if the evolution liquid that Professor Zhang researched has reduced the risk of turning into a zombie, or perhaps the evolution liquid that he specifically researched. The thing that distinguishes it from these energy crystals like red mist liquid, is that it reduces the risk of turning into a zombie? Lin Xuanma thought in his heart that the latter was more likely. From the way things are going, it's not that difficult to collect these red mist liquids and solidify them. Even an amateur can solidify red mist by reefer. However, this liquidization and solidification did not reduce the risk of turning into a zombie that the red mist itself brings. Following the line of thought of human researchers, Lin Quan defaulted to finding ways to reduce this risk in order to be considered real research. After carrying a portion of the red mist liquid for storage, Lin Xuanma and his group prepared to leave the Zijing garden. Lin Xiaoye reached the front of the vehicle. Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai, they, too, prepared to enter the back of the vehicle. Just then, in the air, accompanied by the sound of a propeller turning, a helicopter came over the Zijing garden. The helicopter throws down a rope ladder and a man and a woman come down from the top of it. Both were wearing sheriff's department uniforms. The man looked to be in his 40s and was strong. The woman is tall. Two big white legs are very long. Her body exudes a kind of iceberg temperament as if it cannot be melted, cold as if a piece of ice. The female jumped right off the rope ladder. This woman's body was also evolved, jumping from a height of close to 60 meters, yet her body was unharmed. The male, on the other hand, took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "We are the magistrates from the shelter. May I ask where MS, Zhang Mubai and MS, Jang Muxiao are? Your father, Professor Zhang Zhejiang, is also in our shelter, and we have come in his place to find you over there. Repeat, we're from the shelter." The man took out a loudspeaker and after shouting several times one after another, the people of Bohemia Garden gathered over. "The sheriff is here. We're saved. It's the sheriff from the asylum. They must have come to rescue us. Hello magistrates, I'm the chairman of the Cinnabar C group. Please bring me to the shelter immediately. I'll donate a huge sum of money to the Chin City Magistrate's office in the name of the group to help you refurbish the magistrate's office." "Sheriff, get me out of here. My name is XX. You should have seen me on TV." Bohemia Garden is very much populated by rich people, stars and other celebrities. At this time, when they saw the magistrates coming over, they immediately surrounded them and moved their identities, trying to get these magistrates to take them away. Long-legged magistrate Lei Linglong couldn't help but frown as she was surrounded by these people, pulling her firearm from her waist and firing a shot into the air. With the crisp sound of a bullet discharging, the noisy people around them quieted down. Lei Linglong said with a cold gaze, "There will be someone to carry out the treatment regarding the survivors. We are here today to find the two people, Zhang Mubai and Zhang Muxiao." When Lei Linglong said this, although the crowd was quiet, no one was willing to tell the specifics of Zhang Mubai's girls. The reason was simple. If he said it now, it was expected that Lei Linglong and the rest of them, the few magistrates, would just take Zhang Mubai and leave with the two of them. Long Chen Kong, who was holding the loudspeaker, swept the crowd, but said, "Let's put it this way. If anyone can tell us where the two Zhang Mubai sisters are located, then even if it is helpful to our work as magistrates, we will consider at our discretion to take them away as well." Long Chinkong's words immediately caused Lei Linglong's dissatisfaction. Lei Linglong said in a cold voice, "Uncle Chong Kong, there is no such order from the superior." "Linglong, don't be so rigid. What time is it now?" "And orders from the higher-ups. Acting means making changes depending on the situation," Long Chengkong said with a smile. Lei Linglong frowned and didn't say anything. With Long Chengkong's assurance, someone among the survivors of the Bohemia Garden immediately said, I know where Zhang Mubai and the sisters went. I saw them getting into the RV at the parking station earlier. I saw it too. They left after Lin Xuanma. The two Lei Linglongs frowned. If the two Zhang Mubai sisters had left the Bohemia Garden, it would be a difficult task to find them. Just then, a man fearfully reached out his hand and said, They haven't left Zijing Garden yet. I just saw them destroying the roadblock between the West and East districts. They should still be over in the West district now. Alright, you few leave your names. I will notify the top later and take you away at my discretion. Long Chengkong said, Thank you, Sheriff. A few people who had just told where Zhang Mubai and his two men were going were overjoyed. Lei Linglong, on the other hand, re-jumped onto the rope ladder and said, Fly higher. If they are driving a caravan to the Western district, then we should be able to see that caravan from a high altitude. The caravan is so big, it's simply impossible to completely cover it up. The helicopter slowly lifted off. With that, Lei Linglong and Long Chengkong looked over towards the Western district. Found it. It's a caravan. It should be Zhang Mubai and the girls. The helicopter slowly flew towards the caravan that Lin Xuanma and the others were about to turn on. Vehicles in front of you. Please stop. We're from the sheriff's department and we have a situation where we need to find the people in your vehicles. Please stop. Lin Xiaoyu, who was driving, asked uncertainly, Quan Mo. Should we stop? No. Keep driving. Lin Xuanma said. Good. Even if the person shouting overhead was a magistrate. To Lin Xiaoye, she only needed to act on Lin Xuanma's orders. Chapter 40, Trample her coolness to the ground. Lin Xiaoye got back into the car and started the RV, ready to drive away. However, the helicopter in the air slowly descended and blocked Lin Xuanma's path in front of their caravan. Lin Xiaoye frowned and said, Quan Mo. They have the helicopter blocking the front of the caravan. It's the only way to get out. There's no way for me to go around. Lin Xuanma sniffed and walked out from inside the caravan as he looked towards the two people who were walking over. Lei Linglong and Long Chengkong. As you can see from the panel, one of the levels of these two is 14 and the other is 10, both belonging to the survivors of the third evolution of the body. But they didn't activate out of their powers themselves. They were just normal 3 times evolved survivors. At this level, if Lin Xuanma's alien ability level hadn't evolved, it would have been more or less able to add a bit of trouble to Lin Xuanma. And yet now, Lin Xuanma could suppress them with a random alien ability. Lin Quanmer said, 2 magistrates. You are disturbing the public by bringing the helicopter over like this. Zhang Mubai and Zhang Muxiao, the two of them are involved in the future of Xia's development. We received orders that we must bring them to the shelter. Lei Linglong said with a stern face. She had a bad impression of Lin Xuanma. People like Lin Xuanma, who completely ignored the sheriff's office, were either cutthroat warlords or proper pricks who wanted to cause trouble in the end times. But this kind of thing Lei Linglong's judgment as a magistrate, and she wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary because of her impression judgment. Lin Xuanma said, not interested. Lei Linglong pulled out a pistol from her waist, pointed it at Lin Xuanma, and said, the order we received when we came here was that as long as we could bring back Zhang Mubai and the two of them, we could even use our firearms to kill those who obstructed us. Lin Quanmer said, using weapons when persuasion doesn't work, that's really a domineering approach. Are you still considered a magistrate? The chaos is as reasonable as it gets. Of course, if you are willing to cooperate, then I won't shoot. Lei Linglong said, try it then. Lin Xuanma said as the shadow behind him materialized into a giant hand and slapped it towards Lei Linglong. Instead, Lei Linglong quickly ran and avoided the slap of the shadow's big hand. Lei Linglong was a 3-time evolver, or the top of the pack, and when she ran, her speed was unimaginably fast. In just an instant, it came behind Lin Xuanma. Lei Linglong raised her right hand and slapped towards the back of Lin Xuanma's neck. However, Lin Xuanma's shadow resisted in time and defended against Lei Linglong's attack. After the blow failed, Lei Linglong quickly dodged to a longer distance before saying, I didn't expect you to actually be an alien. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lei Linglong said, but so what if it's a psychic? Nowadays, our official Xia country has developed machinery that specializes in dealing with psychics. Lei Linglong took out an iron ball from her bosom and pressed it. In the next moment, Lin Xuanma felt a sensation of his supernatural abilities being solidified. However, this coalescence only slightly reduced the operation of the alien energy, and was completely harmless to Lin Xuanma. Yet even that made Lin Xuanma curious about the machinery. Lin Xuanma was a level 2 psychic, and also had SSS level psychic abilities that were affected. So if a normal level 1 psychic encountered this thing, I'm afraid that he would really be dumbfounded and unable to use his psychic abilities. Lei Linglong said, this is a forbidden device developed by our Xia country that can make it impossible for a psychic to use his psychic abilities. An alien like you, who doesn't know the sky and the earth, is unable to face the huge state apparatus. I'll give you one more chance to hand over the two Zhang Mubai sisters immediately. Otherwise, you'll wait to be put in the brig. Instead, don't just say that you really made a move to lock me up in the dungeon. Lin Xuanma was completely unafraid of Lei Linglong's verbal threats. Stubborn, Lei Linglong said. Her figure flickered and came behind Lin Xuanma, stretching out her hand with force, wanting to subdue Lin Xuanma. However, before Lei Linglong's hand touched Lin Xuanma, he saw the shadows materialize behind Lin Xuanma and instead wrapped Lei Linglong around him. Lei Linglong's iceberg face instantly moved. How is it possible? You can actually still use your supernatural abilities, Lin Xuanma said. This device of yours that prohibits psychic abilities doesn't seem to be as powerful as you say it is, Lin Xuanma said as the shadow's big hand threw Lei Linglong directly out. Lei Linglong's entire body plunged directly into the building. In the place of an ordinary person, or even a secondary evolver? I'm afraid that this strike would have caused him to lose his fighting ability on the spot, or even die. But Lei Linglong, as a third-time evolver, had a qualitative leap. Unusual firearms couldn't do anything to her. Lin Xuanma's move also only caused Lei Linglong to be slightly hurt. Lei Linglong walked out from the ruins, her eyes glowing with cold light. It's unclear why you're still able to use your powers, but even if you're as strong as you are, there's no way you can cope with a huge state apparatus. This is an ultimatum. Hand over the two sisters, Zhang Mubai and Jang Muxiao, and surrender with your own hands up, and I will deal with them lightly. Idiot, Lincomer said. Lei Linglong was emboldened from the very beginning until now. It was because Lei Linglong thought that Lin Xuanma's supernatural ability didn't have the means to really threaten her life. However, in reality, Lin Xuanma hadn't really moved from just now until now. Looks like I need to get a little real. Lin Quanmer's shadow transformed into a single fist, and his mouth said, Sheriff, do you really think that you're innately invincible just because you're a third evolver? Lin Quan Mo said as a large number of fists attacked towards Lei Linglong. The attacking speed of the fists that Lin Xuanma urged the shadow to exert made it impossible for Lei Linglong to avoid. Moreover, these punches were heavy, and with each punch, Lei Linglong could feel the pain. Under Lin Xuanma's continuous fist attacks, Lei Linglong had to put her hands in front of her body to block. Yet even so, Lei Linglong was still made to retreat. Lei Linglong kept falling back and the wounds on her body kept increasing. With this absolute strength gap, Lei Linglong could only grit her teeth and struggle. Finally, on the sidelines, the magistrate Long Qingkong couldn't stand it and said, This gentleman, stop. Instead of stopping, Lin Quan Mo continued to let Shadow Fist attack. Long Qingkong also couldn't help but take out a pistol from his waist, point it at Lin Xuanma, and say, Stop immediately, or I'll shoot. You drive, Lin Xuanma said. Seeing this, Long Qingkong did not hesitate and directly pulled the trigger. However, the bullet didn't even touch Lin Xuanma before it was blocked by an invisible wall of air. Long Qingkong didn't believe it and fired a few more shots, but they were all blocked by Lin Xuanma's absolute defense. Lin Xuanma kept beating Lei Linglong to death before he stopped moving. Looking at Lei Linglong who was lying on the ground, Long Qingkong was about to let out a sigh of relief. However, he saw Lin Xuanma's shadow transform into a sword and put it on Lei Linglong's neck, saying, Now, I think you should want to give me an explanation. Chapter 41, Li Mingjia's Survival Instincts. Long Qingkong frowned and said, What explanation do you want us to give you? You have attacked the magistrate. Do you know what this represents? This represents that you will be a criminal for attacking the magistrate in any of your shelters in Xia. Lin Xuanma said, That means you guys can point your guns at me and I can't put up any resistance, right? It seems that it can't communicate with you. Lin Xuanma's shadow slightly scratched a blood mark on Lei Linglong's neck. Seeing this scene, Long Qingkong hurriedly said, Stop it. You know what hurting her represents. She's the city lord's fiancée. If you dare to harm her, you definitely won't be able to stay in Qin City's shelter. Lin Xuanma didn't say anything, but the shadow blade continued to deepen as it scratched wounds on the top of Lei Linglong's neck. Long Qingkong realized that Lin Xuanma was a rash young man who was not afraid of anything at all, and it was impossible to scare Lin Xuanma by using his background to press people or by using officialdom to press people. Long Qingkong said, Don't do anything yet. Just say what you want to do and I can help you communicate with the top. You are also a survivor. You should need food and water, right? I can make the call and bring food and water from inside the shelter. Long Qingkong tries to strike a deal with Lin Xuanma. Lin Quan Mo could tell the importance of Lei Linglong from Long Qingkong's attitude. As the scratches gradually deepened, Long Qingkong became more and more anxious. Lin Xuanma made the shadow temporarily withdraw the engraving, but transformed into a shadow hand and pulled out a metal ball from Lei Linglong's arms, saying, How many more of these things do you have on you? Give me a few to try as well. No more. Only Lei Linglong was able to hold one in her hand because of her special status. In the entire shelter, only a dozen were successfully created. Long Qingkong hurriedly explained, Lin Xuanma nodded slightly, then Shadow put away this metal ball and said, then this one belongs to me. Seeing Lin Xuanma pocket this precious alien energy forbidden orb, Long Chengkong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lei Linglong had a special status, and losing the exotic prohibition orb probably had no effect, but Long Chengkong was different. He didn't have much background. Once this matter was spread to the shelter side, Long Chengkong's position as a magistrate would also come to an end. However, compared to being a magistrate or not, what was more important now was to save Lei Linglong's life. Long Chengkong said, you've taken the things, now you can let the people go. Lin Xuanma said, let me think. By the way, I'm also interested in the gun you're holding. Can you send me one? No way. If I lose my gun, I won't be able to account for it back at all. Long Chengkong said in a hurry. He could also see that Lin Xuanma was giving him an inch, but if Lin Xuanma gave him whatever he wanted, then he, Long Chengkong, would be a fool. No promise? That's fine too. Lin Xuanma's shadow transformed into a knife and cut a slash in the arm of the Long Chengkong hurriedly said, stop it. I'll give it. Can't I give it? Lin Xuanma stopped moving. With that, Long Chengkong threw his pistol over in a moment of agonizing. A flash of Lin Quanmer's shadow rolled the pistol into his hand. Long Chengkong said, the alien forbidden sphere is given to you, and the gun is also given to you. Can you put Lei Linglong back? Lin Xuanma said, let me think about it. Long Chengkong cursed, don't think about it. Think about it again, my side to go back, not to mention keep the position of the magistrate. I'm lucky not to be shot. Lin Xuanma said, alright, that's it. Lin Xuanma couldn't think of what he wanted for the moment, so he threw Lei Linglong over. Long Chengkong wanted to catch Lei Linglong, but the result was that Lei Linglong was thrown out too fast, and before he could catch it, he saw Lei Linglong was directly smashed inside the building. As for Lin Xuanma, they left in the RV. Soon, Lei Linglong also gradually came to her senses. After waking up, Lei Linglong first covered her arm and then looked around, only to see Long Chengkong beside her. She immediately said, where is that person just now? Where are Zhang Mubai and their sisters? Long Chengkong was smoking a cigarette as he exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, they all ran away. We failed this mission. Why didn't you stop them? Lei Linglong asked loudly. Stop? What's there to stop? Let's not talk about the Zhang Mubai sisters. The exotic forbidden orb on you, and both of our pistols, were all searched away by him. Lei Linglong's expression changed, and she said cold as ice, I'm not done with him. When Long Chengkong saw Lei Linglong lose her big hair in front of Lin Xuanma and still have this kind of momentum, he was somewhat speechless in his heart. If you were really capable, would you still be easily cleaned up by the other party just now? Long Chengkong said, don't think so much. The other party's supernatural ability is not affected by the supernatural forbidden orb, so the biggest possibility is that he is an S-class supernatural ability. It might even be an S-rank super alien. Even if this kind of character were to put his eyes on the asylum, the Kagel City Lord would have to speak to him in a nice manner. Lei Linglong frowned and said, what are you doing mentioning that man? Kaiga was the city lord of Chen City, the real power inside the Chen City asylum nowadays, and Lei Linglong's fiancé. However, Lei Linglong hated Kaigu as a person because Kaigu was very indiscreet in his private life, finding a bunch of women outside before the end of the world, and even more reckless after the end of the world. Long Chengkong said, moreover, by relying on your kind of brute force method, if you run into him again, you will only continue to be defeated. Lei Linglong said, that's said as if you have a way to deal with him. I do have a way. Long Chengkong pulled out a cell phone from his pocket and said, as long as he is not a single person but a team, then he is not ironclad. As long as they are still human, then in this post-apocalyptic environment, they will have less food and water. As it happens, I know one of the women on their team. Long Chengkong looked at his cell phone and said confidently. A received message sounded. Long Chengkong said, look, this is not the way to clean him up. The RV drove smoothly. Li Mingjie in the car was holding her cell phone with a few tangles in her expression. Li Mingjie didn't think that the male magistrate just now actually had his contact information. Long Chengkong, MS. Li Mingjie, we can talk. I represent the Chen City Shelter, the official of the Summer Kingdom. As long as you help me bring out Zhang Mubai and the two women, I can guarantee that you will not have to worry about your life in this post-apocalyptic world at all in the next few moments, and we at the shelter will treat you as a VIP to be entertained. Li Mingjie didn't reply to the other party, but pondered over the pros and cons of this matter. Profit, needless to say, it was those mentioned by Long Chengkong. As for the cons, it was to completely part ways with Lin Xuanma, and perhaps even become Lin Xuanma's enemy. Li Mingjie pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. Quan Mo. The male sheriff from earlier contacted me and wanted me to bring Zhang Mubai and the sisters to his side. Chapter 42, Strengthening Fluid. Inside the caravan, other than Lin Xiaoyu who was driving, everyone else was sitting around. Li Mingjia's cell phone was in Lin Chuanma's hand as she said, "Chuanma, just like I said earlier, this male sheriff has a close friend of mine and contacted me just now, wanting me to bring Zhang Mubai and the girls to the designated place." Lin Chuanma flipped through Li Mingjia's cell phone. As you can see from the content, things are pretty much as Li Mengkat said. Lin Chuanma said, "Mengjie, you follow what he said and bring Mubai and their sisters over." Zhang Mubai's face was stunned as he said, "Quan Mo, do you want him to bring us to the shelter?" She thought Lin Chuanma couldn't stand the pressure of the shelter and wanted to abandon them. "I will also be there." Lin Quan Mo only said this, but the meaning was already obvious. Since he was there, it was already conceivable what would happen to Long Qinkong when the time came. After Lin Kamer and the others conferred, the RV found an empty spot and stopped. Lin Quanmer he activated his powers and stood by at a nearby tall building. Li Mingjie, on the other hand, led the Mubai sisters and stopped at the designated place. After a few moments, Long Qinkong's figure appeared in front of Zhang Mubai and the girls, and after confirming that both of Zhang Mubai were himself, he said, "Li Mingjie, you've done well." Li Mingjie said, "Sheriff, since I brought them in, can I honor your promise in the shelter?" "As promised? Of course you can, provided that you can go into the shelter." Long Qinkong finished speaking, but he took out his pistol and aimed it at Zhang Mubai. Seeing Long Qinkong pointing his gun at Zhang Mubai, Li Mingjie's complexion changed slightly and said, "Sheriff, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say that you were going to bring them back inside the shelter? Why are you pointing a gun at them?" Long Qinkong smiled at his words and said, "Strange, when did I say that I would bring the two of them to the shelter? I only said that I would let you bring them out." Long Qinkong pointed his pistol at Zhang Mubai and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Zhang Mubai's head. However, it was intercepted by a layer of materialized shadow. This is Zhang Musha's supernatural ability. Although it was inferior to Lin Quan Mo's shadow, it had the same defensive power to stop bullets. Seeing this scene, Long Qinkong's expression moved as he said, "I didn't expect that it was actually still an alien." Long Qinkong's expression was bland, not intimidated by the alien means they displayed. Even though he is a psychic, his physical body is only a mortal stage after all. Long Qinkong said, firing 2 shots towards Zhang Mubai once again. Bang bang, 2 shots in a row were fired at Zhang Mubai's head, but 2 shots in a row were blocked by the shadow. Just when everyone thought that Long Qinkong was undying and wanted to end it with a pistol, they saw Long Qinkong's body flash. Long Qinkong disappeared in front of them as if he had vanished into thin air. The thrice-evolved Long Qinkong, if he ran seriously, his eyes would not even be able to catch the rush as he ran. When Long Qinkong reappeared, his location was behind Lin Xiaoye, and he swung his right fist, smashing the back of Zhang Mubai's head from behind. The shadow reappeared, but it was directly dispersed by Long Qinkong. Seeing this scene, Li Mingjie shouted, "He's behind you." Long Qinkong confidently slammed his fist on the back of Zhang Mubai's head, causing her entire body to fly out backwards, alive or dead. Long Qinkong swung his fist. He was confident that Zhang Mubai would lose consciousness on the spot with this punch. The next thing is, Long Qinkong turned his gaze towards Zhang Musha and swung his fist once again. However, Long Qinkong's body seemed to be frozen in place as if he had been immobilized when he had just swung his fist. Long Qinkong's eyes also became blank. Lin Quanmer floated down from mid-air. The materialized shadow brought Zhang Mubai out of the ruins. Although Zhang Mubai had been smashed by Long Qinkong just now, from her appearance, it seemed that Long Qinkong's punch did not seem to have any effective damage to her either. Lin Xuanmo released Soul Snatcher's control over Long Qinkong. Long Qinkong, who had regained his consciousness, turned blue when he saw Lin Xuanma and shouted towards Li Mingjie, "Li Mingjie, you actually betrayed me." Li Mingjie averted her gaze. Lin Quanmer then said, "Sheriff, to be honest, your actions have made me curious. I originally thought that you were working for the asylum, but from the way you've been acting, it seems that you have another organization that you serve." Long Qinkong grimaced ironically and said, "It's not because of what your brat did before. If it weren't for you, why would I risk doing such a thing?" Long Qinkong was indeed in a bad mood. Not long ago, Long Qinkong had received an invitation from the Dark Forest. However, Long Qinkong was working well as a magistrate in the shelter, so how could he choose to join them just because of a single invitation from the Dark Forest? However, Lin Xuanma's appearance forced Long Qinkong to change his plans. The pistol was snatched by Lin Xuanma, the alien forbidden ball was snatched by Lin Xuanma, and Lei Linglong was injured. When these things came down, perhaps Lei Linglong could escape because she had her own fiancé sheltering her. However, Long Qinkong would definitely be blamed by the top management of the shelter, and would not be able to continue to be this magistrate at all. Thus, Long Qinkong thought of the previous invitation from the Dark Forest. Of course, Long Qinkong's purpose was naturally not to join the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest was an organization where psychic powers were supreme. and a 3-time evolver like him would be in the position of an ordinary psychic at best. And the Dark Forest, as a sketchy organization that was only built at the end of the world, has all sorts of internal problems. Long Qinkong was not optimistic about the future development of the Dark Forest anyway. However, in this matter, it so happened that the Dark Forest could be utilized by Long Qinkong. The Dark Forest was also looking for the 2 Zhang Mubai sisters, trying to find out where Professor Zhang was. In this situation, Long Qinkong thought of a script if Long Qinkong and his group met up with the Dark Forest, and then in the middle of the engagement, they were unable to protect the 2 sisters Zhang Mubai. Let them be killed by the Dark Forest's people. In this way, no matter if it was the issue of the pistol, the issue of the alien forbidden orb, or the issue of Zhang Mubai's 2 sisters being killed, they could all be blamed on the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest could be a nationwide threat to the official shelters of the Summer Kingdom, and it could even take the initiative to attack Qin Chang's shelters. Not only were they lawless, but they were also extremely strong. With the Dark Forest taking the blame, Long Qinkong felt that at least when they went back, the ones who couldn't complete the mission were justified. However, plans can't keep up with change. Long Qinkong didn't expect Li Mingjie to actually just falsely agree to work with him instead of wanting to work with him. In that case, there's nothing we can do, Long Qinkong said, pulling out a bottle from his pocket. It was a jar of bright red liquid. It's a potion developed by the asylum that strengthens the body of an evolved person for a short period of time. Chapter 43, Make Him My Slave. Long Qinkong held the jar of bright red liquid and had some feelings in his heart. Although this jar of strengthening liquid did have the ability to strengthen the physical body for a short period of time, it would cause a great load on the body. The exact effect is 3 hours of strengthening, and up to 24 hours of physical paralysis afterwards. This load is also not just paralyzing, but also brings extremely prolonged muscle pain all over the body. If it wasn't necessary, then Long Qinkong really didn't want to drink this. But Lin Xuanma's supernatural ability was so strong that he couldn't even suppress the supernatural forbidden sphere. In this situation, Long Qinkong could only choose to use the strengthening liquid. Long Qinkong opened the cap of the bottle and was about to gulp it down. A materialized shadow suddenly emerged from behind Long Qinkong. Then with a swoosh, stole the reinforcement liquid from Long Qinkong's hand. Long Qinkong stared blankly at his already empty right hand. Finished, using his shadow, Lin Xuanmu took the reinforcing liquid into his own hands and said, "Although I'm not sure what this stuff is, since you took it out in front of me, you should have considered that I wouldn't give you the chance to drink this, right?" After Lin Xuanma finished speaking, Long Qinkong let out a roar and charged towards Lin Xuanma. "I'll fight you." His thrice-evolved body erupted with astonishing strength as Long Qinkong charged directly towards Lin Xuanma. However, in the next moment, Lin Xuanma's shadow came from behind and ran him through in a smooth manner. Long Qinkong, who didn't have the strengthening liquid, wasn't even looked at by Lin Xuanma. Long Qinkong collapsed on the ground, his eyes opened extremely grimly, and one could tell just how angry he was in his heart. As Long Qinkong fell to the ground, Zhang Musha walked towards him as she once again activated her supernatural ability. The shadow lance that was similar to Lin Xuanma's, but smaller, ran through Long Qinkong's body. Zhang Musha said, "Since he killed it, it would have to be true that he's really dead." Lin Xuanma didn't say anything. Next to them, Li Mingjie and Zhang Mubai, on the contrary, felt that Jang Muxiao's approach was a bit cruel. Zhang Mubai said, "Musha, he should be dead already." At this moment, Long Qinkong's head, hands, arms, heart, except for the torso part which was still relatively intact, the other parts had been churned into a blur of blood and flesh by Zhang Musha. This horrifying look gave Li Mingjie a few chills when she looked at it. As for Zhang Mubai, who was the older sister, she was even more shocked as if she was recognizing her sister for the first time. Zhang Musha said, "It really should be dead." Zhang Musha retrieved her powers and said, "Since we've already killed one, why don't we just do neither and go back and kill that female magistrate as well?" Lin Xuanma sniffed and pondered slightly. Li Mingjie, however, said, "I don't think that's necessary. If that female magistrate is killed as well, this matter will probably make waves again. After all, she is the city lord's fiancé." Lin Xuanmo mused slightly. Long Qinkong's death was as good as dead, and it was estimated that no one would give him a head start even if it was spread to the shelter. But Lei Linglong was different. She could become the city lord's fiancé. She must have a background of her own. Plus now there was the identity of the city lord's fiancé. After killing Lei Linglong, the possibility of being noticed by the asylum's top management would be greater. If it was just something like Long Qinkong and Lei Linglong who had evolved 3 times, Lin Xuanmo's supernatural abilities would be able to handle it. However, if the one who came by then was a super alien, or one who could use a prop like the prohibited alien orb that was developed after the end of the world, then Lin Xuanmo really had a tiny probability of flipping the car. Lin Xuanma didn't feel that he was invincible nowadays. Lin Xuanma said, "Go back, seeing Lin Xuanma agreeing with her opinion. A smile unconsciously surfaced on Li Mingjie's face. This time Li Mingjie felt that her performance was remarkable. On the one hand, he had proved his loyalty by directly stating the matter of Long Qingkong's contact with himself in a timely manner. On the other hand, on the matter of Lei Linglong, he put forward a suggestion that Lin Xuanma also considered reasonable. Showing his prudence, Li Mingjie felt that if she could see Lin Xuanma, then her favorability in Lin Xuanma's heart must have risen by at least 20 points now. Li Mingjie secretly said, I have to keep up the good work. I don't believe that this Lin Xuanma is really that difficult to rip off. One day, I'll make him completely and utterly under my skirt. With the caravan in place, Lin Xuanma's group was safe as long as they didn't run into any attacking zombies or monsters. And Lin Xuanma, in order to avoid the caravan being attacked, also materialized the shadow and then wrapped the caravan easily to avoid being damaged by the monster's attack. This journey was smooth. Lin Xiaoyu, who was driving the car, looked at the fence that had just been erected in the distance and said, Quan Mo, we're here. There's a fence out front and men in sheriff's uniforms watching. Lin Xuanma said, I'll go down and ask. When Lin Xuanma got out of the car, Zhang Mubai said that he was going to follow suit. Regarding the aspect of communicating with other people, I'm a little better than you. Lin Xuanma sniffed and nodded. The two of them got out of the car, and the handsome man and beautiful woman were quite an attention grabber. Even the guarding magistrate looked over and said in his heart, what a handsome couple. This magistrate was female, and after lamenting, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of comparison and jealousy towards Zhang Mubai as a female amongst themselves. Zhang Mubai went up to the front and said, Hello, may I ask if this is the shelter back here? Sort of, the woman sheriff said. The female magistrate's ambiguous statement caused Zhang Mubai to frown and ask, So is it or isn't it? I've said it all, haven't I? So do you say yes or no? The lady sheriff returned the favor. Zhang Mubai frowned, a little angry. And at this time, Lin Xuanma stepped forward and said, It's better to let me do it. This beauty, may I ask if this is Chen Cheng's shelter? The female magistrate subconsciously revealed a smile when she saw Lin Xuanma call herself a beautiful woman and said, Yes, just drive ahead. But it's you, handsome, that I'm just mentioning. Our shelter is divided into quarantine, residential and command areas. Alien survivors first have to enter the quarantine area and live there for a while to make sure they haven't turned into zombies before they can enter the residential area and live there. Lin Xuanma froze and asked, Why do you need to stay for a while? Isn't it possible to tell quickly if it's a zombie? The female magistrate was very patient with Lin Xuanma and said, Because someone had previously concealed the food they needed and then suddenly turned into a zombie, resulting in a dozen people turning into zombies. Thus, the quarantine and residential areas are now divided. By doing this, screen out as many people as possible who could turn into zombies. First-timers, even if they have any special status, need to enter the quarantine zone first. Linkamer asked, What about the command area? Chapter 44, Rules of the Quarantine Zone. The female sheriff smiled and said, Trying to enter the command area likewise requires going through the quarantine zone first. But the only people who can enter the command area are usually the top brass of Xia or the sons and daughters of the top brass. Lin Xuanma nodded slightly and said, Thank you for the reminder. Beautiful. You're welcome. Okay, now please go ahead and register the number of people entering the quarantine area and the food you need. You need to be in person when you register. Lin Xuanma told Lin Xiaoye to get them out of the car then register them. The female magistrate frowned slightly when she saw several girls with high face value walking down, and muttered in her mind, Looks like this handsome guy is still a sea king. The female sheriff's impression of Linkamer dropped slightly. Having said that, the lady sheriff didn't intentionally trip up anything. One by one, Lin Quanmare and the others completed their registration. What was filled in was also basically the same as the data Lin Xuanma had seen, and when it was finally Su Haiming's turn, she asked, Hello, Sheriff, my father has come to this shelter before. How can I contact him? The female sheriff said, It's a total of 2 weeks, during which time you can enter the settlement as long as you haven't turned into a zombie. Contact the administrator at the settlement and they will help you contact your family. Okay, thanks. Su Himeng returned to Lin Xuanma's side of them and said, It seems like I won't be able to see my dad for a while. Lin Xiaoye said, Everyone pay attention after entering the quarantine area. Don't go out as much as possible and don't communicate with strangers. Otherwise, in case they suddenly turn into zombies and injure us, there's nothing we can do about it. Zhang Mubai's women also knew that this matter required caution, and even Li Mingjie, who had always wanted to compete with Lin Xiaoye, unexpectedly expressed her approval of Lin Xiaoye's words this time. The RV is a bit large in size, but this barrier manned by the female sheriff, after removing the barricade, revealed a space that would allow Lin Xiaoye to drive in with her RV. Shelter has a dedicated parking area. As Lin Xuanma drove into the quarantine area, He could clearly notice that the situation inside the quarantine area was quieter compared to the outside world. It's really overly quiet here. Instead it looks a bit dead, Zhang Mubai commented. After all, the quarantine zone is the place where people go to avoid hiding their need for food and ending up as zombies. If they could, then most people would definitely not want to go out. That's true, Zhang Mubai nodded in response. After the caravan stopped, Lin Xuanmo waited where they were. Everyone who is new to the shelter is assigned a person who is in charge of management, and the people who manage it will divide these people who enter the quarantine zone into different partitions. After Lin Xuanmo and the others came down, there was an older woman in her young 50s with a broom in her hand, walking towards the place. The older woman asked, "Which district are you guys from? The sheriff will hand you the cards of the district you belong to when you come in. Let me see your cards." Lin Quanmare sniffed, flipped over the card the sheriff had handed over earlier, which had 3 characters written on it, and said, "We're from the 3rd district. The head of the 3rd district is Lei Linglong, Magistrate Lei. However, Ms. Linglong has been out on a mission for the past few days, and now you guys are under my administration for the time being. I am the administrator of the 7th district. You can call me Ms. Ice, and for the time being, I will be the one to tell you the rules." Big Mom said. After entering the quarantine area, there are only 2 things you have to do every day. First, stay at home and request any food you need from me, the temporary administrator. Second, between 9 and 11 in the morning, and between 4 and 6 in the afternoon, you need to go to places marked as explorable areas by the shelter and collect supplies. 20% of the collected supplies will be turned into the shelter, and you may take the rest with you. There aren't many rules. The first one aside, the second one made Lin Xuanma and the others frown. Lin Quanmare said, "Do we have to go gather supplies?" "No force," Big Mom said. "The second one is optional, and the shelter will not withhold food from you because you refuse. All the food that should be given to you will be supplied, but things like paper towels and shower gel will not be supplied by the shelter. The supplies you collect are for your use. If you don't feel the need for it, then you can also not participate in the gathering of supplies." Lin Quanmo nodded slightly. From what this Big Mom said, this shelter had certain problems, but the arrangements were actually more mature in all aspects. Lin Xuanma asked, "Ms. Ice, what about the explorable area?" Ms. Ice continued, "Explorable areas are areas where there are no more zombies or mutated creatures and are safer to explore. What distinguishes it from that is the evolved explorable area. And the evolved explorable area requires one to have awakened psychic abilities or to be a 3rd-time evolved person in order to apply to explore it. There may be zombies, mutated creatures, and more danger inside. And even if you're a psychic, it's easy to roll over inside. But relatively speaking, the things collected in these areas, the shelter won't ask for them from you, and all the things acquired belong to yourselves." The Big Mom's explanation was rather lengthy, but the key points were made clear. "Now I will take you to your area," the older woman said. "I can give you a reminder that if you are carrying enough supplies, then if possible stay in your homes and don't go out. At least wait until you get into the settlement before you come out and make contact with the others." In the past 2 days alone, there have been multiple incidents of zombies attacking people in the quarantine zone. The youngsters nowadays are all not very honest. Their mouths are full of lies. It's a real headache. It's obvious that concealing one's needs will only turn one into a zombie, yet they still want to conceal it. Ms. Ice chattered and complained. Lin Quan silently listened, but in his heart, he said, "If you really report the food you need, and the shelter can't supply it, then you'll more than likely be kicked out of the shelter by then." Rinquan acquiesced that the existence of the quarantine zone made sense, but he also felt that the older woman's view of these people who hid their need for food was a bit skewed. If the food that the survivors need is very hard to find, then when the time comes, I guess the shelters will really kick people out right away. After all, without the means to provide you with all this food, you can't just be left to stay inside the shelter and turn into a zombie and infect everyone else, can you? There was no way to compare the house in the quarantine area with the one in Zijing Garden at that time, and the houses arranged by Lin Xuanma and his group had to be divided into 3 houses. Room 3, Room 4, and Room 5 in the 3rd section. These are the 3 rooms, so you make your assignments and see where you want to live. But men and women who are not related by marriage or non-relatives are forbidden to live in the same room. Ms. Ice looked at Lin Xuanma and said, "Lin Xuanma, you choose one of the rooms, and then the remaining few of you women will squeeze in the other 2 rooms." Chapter 45, Peach Blossom Funglingshin. Hearing Ms. Ice's words, the women said, "Ms. Ice, we don't mind being in the same room as Linkamer." "Yeah, Ms. Ice, we all lived together before. It doesn't matter if we're allowed to live together now." The ladies were now equivalent to existing in dependence on Lin Xuanma's supernatural abilities. Once you pull away from living with Lin Xuanma, you can't do a lot of things. The shelter may provide them with food, But what about water? They want to shower every day and put it in the shelter, which is definitely not allowed. Ms. Ice said, that's the rule here. You guys discuss what you should distribute. The women looked at Lin Xuanma, who was also slightly contemplative. Just then, a childish voice rang out from behind. Grandma! A petite little boy ran this way. When Ms. Ice saw the little boy, she piled a smile on her face and said, Little kin, didn't Grandma tell you to wait at home? Grandma, but it's boring to stay home all the time. Stay even if you're bored. It's too dangerous out there now. But, Grandma. No buts. Ms. Ice boarded up her face and said, now follow Grandma for now. Later Grandma will take you home. Okay, Grandma. The little boy lowered his head and sulked a bit. When Lin Xuanma saw the conversation between the two of them, his gaze subconsciously fell on this little boy. The food this little boy needs is beef. For the time being, however, there should be no shortage of beef in this shelter, so the little boy's demand for food is pulled full all the time. But no matter how full you pull it, there's always a time when it's not enough. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanma said, Ms. Ice, can you go over there? I have something I want to talk to you about that I don't want anyone else to know. Ms. Ice frowned and said, fine. The two of them went to a corner off to the side, and Lin Xuanma swept the people around him and said, Ms. Ice, I'm actually a psychic, and my psychic ability allows me to store things. Lin Xuanma said as a steak emerged in his hand. Lin Xuanma said, like this, I can store food inside and take it out when I need it. And it wasn't long after the red mist appeared that I stored quite a few steaks. Here are 3 steaks. Ms. Ice, I wonder if we could be accommodating and let a few of us stay together. Ms. Ice looked at the steak with longing shining in her eyes. It was just like the little boy's data panel that Lin Xuanma had seen. The food that Ms. Ice's grandson needs is steak, while shelters are still providing beef now. Who knows for how long? In this situation, if he could obtain beef from Lin Xuanma, then Ms. Ice's grandson would definitely be able to support himself for a while longer. Ms. Ice thought for a moment and made her decision as she said, I can promise you guys to live together for now, but if your original administrator comes back and she doesn't want to, then I didn't stop her. No problem, she'll have to manage then, so we'll talk about it then. Lin Xuanma wouldn't be able to stay here for more than a few days anyway, and steaks he had an unlimited supply of. Trading 3 steaks for a period of cohabitation was still worth it in Lin Sumer's opinion. When Ms. Ice received the steak, she arranged for Lin Xuanma and the others to stay in the 3rd building. Just as she had said, Lin Xuanma and his group took their things and stayed inside. Zhang Mubai looked at the narrow house and said, it's quite narrow here. It seems that for the time being, we'll have to squeeze 2 or 3 people into one room. Anyway, it's only a 2-week stay. Whatever, Li Mengjie said indifferently, and as she said that, she also sneaked a look at Lin Quan Mo, wanting to see what kind of attitude Lin Quan Mo had towards this statement of hers. However, the prerequisite for Li Mengjie to try to detect a change in expression was that Lin Xuanma had a change in expression. To Lin Xuanma, who had a face paralyzed for 10,000 years, Li Mengjie couldn't see anything no matter how she observed. Li Mengjie sighed in her heart. At dinner, the doorbell rang. At the door was Ms. Ice, who came over with a bag of food. This is the food distributed according to the needs food you have written. Although 3 meals will be served on time each time, the portions are only this much. It was Lin Xiaoya who opened the door, and Lin Xiaoya said, thank you, Ms. Ice. Ms. Ice nodded and said, I still have to deliver the others. After Ms. Ice left, Lin Xiaoya brought her things to the hall. Jang Musha popped out of the sofa and said, let me see what's in here. Fried beef with tomatoes, but the amount is so small. Chocolate, not interested. Fried pork, this is quite a lot. That's a pretty small amount of chicken thigh meat. Zhang Mubai said, other than chicken, it seems that the supply of beef in this shelter is quite low. This rare food supply is like this. Lin Xuanma said, are you guys going to eat this? The women said in unison. No, even Li Mengjie, whose demand food is chocolate, has no interest in this. Li Mengjie had enough chocolate of her own for the time being anyway, and the ones she bought were still name brands, much better than these miscellaneous chocolates provided by the shelter. Lin Xuanma supplied the steak and white porridge. The ladies ate happily. Soon enough, Lin Quanmer and the others had their first night at the shelter. There was still some time before the red mist surfaced. Ms. Ice rang the doorbell again. It was still Lin Xiaoya who opened the door. Ms. Ice said, I'm here to give you a reminder that there's a red mist outside at night, so don't go out, got it? Yes, Ms. Ice. As soon as Ms. Ice finished speaking, she saw a woman hurriedly come to Ms. Ice's side and said, Administrator, I beg you, can you give me more mutton? As for the chicken, I can do without it. The woman had red lips, moist skin, white collarbones and a nice face. Lin Quanmer, who was in the hall, subconsciously looked over and saw the woman's panel. Windy Shinobu. Ability, Matter Analysis, S rank, inactivated. Appearance rating, 92. Awakening Food Daily Supplement, Lamb, 0 out of 100. Level, 1, 0/100. Absorbing energy crystals promotes physical growth. Charging times, 0. Favorability, 0. The higher the favorability, the higher the quality of the food you get. Lin Xuanma didn't expect to come to the shelter and be able to meet someone who met the requirements of the goddess iconography so quickly. Lin Xuanma listened sideways to her conversation with Ms. Ice. Lin Xiaoye was at the door and was about to close the door to her room. Lin Xuanma, however, said, "Xiao Yu, don't rush to close the door yet." Lin Xiaoye was very intelligent, and after looking at this beautiful face of Feng Lingxiao, she instantly knew what Lin Xuanma's purpose was. Feng Lingxiao stood in the doorway with an agitated expression as she said, "The lamb supplied by the shelter is simply not enough. At least the portion must be doubled to make it work." Ms. Ice sank her face and said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Wind, it's hard for me to help with this favor. In the beginning, when you entered the shelter, you wrote that it was chicken, but all of a sudden you said that the food you need is lamb, and we can't be sure which kind of food you actually need. It can only be arranged for you in this way." Chapter 46, Demand for Food. Lamb's Goddess Illustrated Candidate. Ms. Ice's reply caused Feng Lingxiao's face to turn ugly. "There's a reason I started writing about chicken in the first place." Ms. Ice questioned, "You have said this many times, but when asked what the reason is you refuse to say it yourself." I was forced." Ms. Ice frowned and said, "And then what? Who forced you?" "I don't know. All I know is that every time I try to think of this person, it's like my memories turn to mush, confused and kneaded together." Ms. Ice said, "Since you don't know yourself, I can't help you if I want to, so that's it." Ms. Ice, "Wait, don't go, Feng Lingxiao still tried to explain something. However, Ms. Ice had already walked away. Feng Lingxiao stood in the doorway lost in thought and sighed. At this time, a pleasant voice rang out. "This young lady, seeing as you seem to be having some trouble with food, I wonder if you could tell me." Feng Lingxiao subconsciously looked at Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye smiled and said, "If it's just a matter of food, I think we have someone here who can help you." Feng Lingxiao's eyes widened as she said, "The food I'm lacking is mutton. This kind of scarcity, do you really have it? Anyway, come in first," Lin Xiaoye said as she stepped aside. Wind Spirit Shine sniffed and hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the house. Inside the house, Lin Xuanma was sitting on the sofa, and to his left and right were Zhang Musha and Li Mingjie, who were feeding Lin Xuanma steak respectively. When Feng Lingxiao saw this scene, she seemed to realize something as she turned and stepped back, saying, "I'm sorry, I see what you mean, but I won't sell my body in exchange for a moment's food." Lin Xiaoye sniffed and spoke, "Although the price to be paid may be the same as what you said, I think it's better for you to listen to what Quan Mo has to say." Feng Lingxiao, however, directly turned around and walked away without hesitation. "There's no need." Looking at Feng Lingxiao's distance, Lin Xiaoye asked, "Quan Mo, do you need me to catch up and explain your ability to her?" "There's no need. When she really lacks mutton, she'll come to the door of her own accord," Lin Xuanma said indifferently. Lin Xuanma's first day in the quarantine zone passed quickly for them. The next day, Ms. Ice came to the door with breakfast and said, "You guys come with me later after breakfast and I'll take you to explore the lodge. The exploration hut has maps of the various places the shelter has identified where supplies can be gathered." "Good." Lin Xuanma didn't reject it outright. While there was no shortage of food or anything like that Rinkmer, supplies were not necessarily the same. Lin Quan meditated on the fact that the prerequisite to obtaining an unlimited supply of supplies was that the goddess icon's favorability reached 100. But while this sounds simple, it's hard to do in practice. Jang Muxiao and a few of their other women basically hovered above 90 on Lin Xuanma's favorability. However, none of them reached the full 100 like Zhang Mubai. Obviously, that good feeling of 100 is something that needs to be touched by some opportunity. After breakfast, Lin Xuanma was led by Ms. Ice to what she called the Exploration Lodge. The Exploration Lodge, divided into 10 counters, each with a person in charge. Ms. Ice came to the 7th counter and said, "This is Chen Linlin. I'm in charge of managing the area, and I basically look to her as a contact for exploring this area." Chen Linlin's face is not that high, but with a smile on her face, she looks pleasing to the eye. Chen Linlin said, "A few of you are new here, so I'll start by introducing our process here. We at the Exploration Lodge will be posting about the exploration of the supply collection points, and all you need is to find the supplies you need from within these supply collection points. Either you can use them for exchange, or you can use them yourselves, but we will charge 20% of the supplies from our side. Then there are the optional exploration points. We generally have 3 star levels. 1-star level is safe for exploration by non-shifters and people with 3 evolution times or less. The likelihood of encountering zombies and mutated creatures is low, but instead, these places are explored all the time, and the supplies that can be obtained will be less or may even be returned empty-handed. Starting at the 2-star level, you may encounter zombies or mutated creatures. As for the 3-star level, I don't recommend you guys to go, Chen Linlin said with a smile. Not only are there zombies lurking at the 3-star level, but they are also zombies that can use their supernatural abilities, and the danger level is such that even a 3-time evolver could fall in them. Chen Linlin said, "This one is a list of 1-star exploration points." After a slight pause, Lin Chuanma said, "There are Alterans among us. Can you arrange a 2-star exploration site for us?" "No problem." Chen Linlin sniffed, but she said, "But it's really surprising that there are supernaturals among you. People with psychic abilities are very popular when they arrive at the residential area." Chen Linlin's eyes towards Lin Chuanma and their group instantly changed, and her attitude became attentive. Chen Linlin displayed a list of explorations and said, "The locations of the 2-star exploration zones are all relatively far away. If you don't have a vehicle, then you can apply at the administrator to use the supplies in exchange for the right to use a vehicle for a certain period of time. If you have your own vehicles and lack gasoline, then we can provide gasoline to you, but we will charge 5% of the gasoline supply from within the supplies you explore." Lincomer said, "We have a car and we have gasoline. You guys are lucky then," Chen Linlin said with a smile, but in her heart, she muttered, "Worthy of being exalted, how could you even stock up on gasoline at this time of the day?" Lin Xuanma looked at the list that Chen Linlin handed over, then picked one. Tianming Supermarket? Chen Linlin pondered slightly and said, "Tianming Supermarket? According to the last team that explored it, in addition to zombies, there is also a pack of mutated stray dogs here. It's still a 2-star exploration area, but the level of danger is being considered for upgrading to 3 stars. Lincomer said, "It's okay, just this one. Have a safe trip then." Lin Xuanma put the map given by Chen Linlin away and said, "Then we'll take our leave. Have a good trip." Chen Linlin waves with a right hand. After seeing Lin Xuanma off, a beautiful figure came to Chen Linlin. Feng Lingxiao said, "Sister Linlin, are there any new 1-star exploration zones appearing today?" "No," Chen Linlin said. "However, there is a piece of news you might be interested in." A group of people just took the map of the Tianming supermarket. When Feng Lingxiao heard this, she said in an agitated tone, "Tianming supermarket? Where are they? What do they look like? Are they all altered beings?" Chen Linlin said, "It's a shifter, but they should be new. I'm not at liberty to disclose the rest. If you have the will to get in touch with them, then when they come next time, I'll tell them your contact information." "Thank you, Sister Lin." Feng Lingxiao was thrilled. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a village in the dark. A number of refrigerated lamb is stored in the TMC supermarket. Though survivors had explored the place before, there was very little to explore and no mutton was found. It also means that there's still a decent chance that you'll find lamb inside the Tianming supermarket. This was definitely good news for Feng Lingxiao. Chapter 47, Supermarket Exploration. Lamb Hot Pot Restaurant. The RV left the shelter, and it was still Lin Xiaoye who drove. Lin Xuanma held the map in his hand and sat down next to him. Lin Xiaoye said, "The navigation function of my cell phone is still useful, so I'll just navigate my way there, just the way you want it." The locations of the exploration supplies given by the shelter were all nearby, so Lin Xuanma and the others quickly arrived at the Tianming supermarket. The crowd got out of the car. This time, there were only 4 people, Lin Xuanma, Zhang Mubai, Zhang Musha and Lin Xiaoye, who went out to explore. The reason Lin Xuanma brought them here was because the 3 of them were the ones who had awakened their psychic abilities and had some ability to defend themselves, so he brought them along to be a porter as well. Lin Quan Mo said, "I will attach a part of my supernormal ability to you guys, and this layer of supernormal ability can help you withstand external attacks. However, you guys should still distance yourselves from the zombies as much as possible. I can't guarantee that my psychic ability can protect you 100%. Yes." Lin Xuanma and the others then walked into Tianming Supermarket. Tianming Supermarket is a supermarket that occupies a large area and has a wide variety of everything in it. Once inside, the elevator is centrally located. But at this point, because of the lack of electricity, these elevators are stopped and not moving. Lin Quan Mo walked into Tianming Supermarket. His eyes moved slightly and he saw several dogs standing in front of the elevator. These dogs were stocky and over 2 meters tall. Lin Xuanma said, "This is the mutated dog that Chen Linlin said just now. I didn't expect to run into it as soon as I entered the supermarket." "Quan Mo, I'll try to see if I can control it," Zhang Mubai said, then exerted his supernatural ability. However, after a while, Zhang Mubai's body swayed and he was actually a bit unsteady. Zhang Mubai said, "No, their resistance is higher than any zombie I've dealt with before." Zhang Muxiao immediately held Zhang Mubai and asked, "Sister, are you alright?" "It's fine. It's just a little impact." Zhang Mubai quickly recovered. The data of these mutated dogs emerged in Lin Xuanma's eyes. These mutated dogs were between level 10 and 15 and already belonged to the third evolutionary creatures. Zhang Mubai couldn't control them until his psychic ability was raised to level 2. Lin Xuanma said, "These mutant dogs are a bit difficult to deal with. Leave it to me," Lin Xuanma said, urging his foreign energy to seize his soul. Lin Xuanma's soul snatching was 2 quality levels higher than Zhang Mubai's psychic ability. It was still a level 2 psychic ability, and it instantly brought these mutant dogs under control. Lin Xuanma said, "Alright, they're under my control for now, but then again, mutant creatures generally have a high level of physical evolutionary ability." The mutant teddy that he had encountered earlier in the Zhejiang Garden District was also of a high rank. There was also the swarm of insects over in the Western District, which was even a bit more exaggeratedly high in rank. Zhang Mubai analyzed, "For mutated creatures, they won't turn into something similar to zombies, and they don't know how to find a place to avoid the red mist like we do, so it's only natural that they who have been in contact with the red mist for a long period of time will be far superior to normal humans or zombies in terms of physical evolution." "That's true." Lin Quanmo looked upwards and said, "Next, we'll split up, you 3 in groups, myself in a group, and I'll apply my supernatural ability to you as an anchor point to make it easier for me to detect your status at all times." Zhang Mubai and the 3 of them were fine with it. All of Linkamer's powers are not shadow ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* anomaly, Lin Xuanma could obtain the vision of the person to whom the anomaly was attached. It was as if this was an alternative method of use that Lin Xuanma had groped for when he was a level 2 psychic ability, and the abnormality that Lin Xuanma attached was not a negative effect, but would make Zhang Mubai and the three of them more emotionally aroused to boost a portion of their physical abilities. After Lin Xuanma attached anchor points to the three of them, he took a few mutant dogs and started gathering supplies. Just like the zombie session, Lin Xuanma was using the mutant dogs as carriers this time. Instead of wandering around like blind flies, Lin Xuanma and the others first went through the listing cards of the stores on each floor of the Tianming supermarket to determine where they should gather supplies from. Lin Xiaoya's goal for them was to collect clothes and other everyday items. Instead, Lin Quanmare aims for some needed food, things like beef, pork, and the like, because there was an unlimited supply. Lin Xuanma didn't bother to collect them. Lin Xuanma quickly locked on to the first target, Lamb Hot Pot Restaurant. The exact location is the 4th floor. Lin Xuanma dispersed with the others and walked up towards the 4th floor. When he came to the 4th floor, Lin Xuanma realized that the door of the Lamb Hot Pot restaurant was closed. While standing outside, he could see several zombies crowding inside. These zombies were an A1 zombie and 2B1 zombies in addition to ordinary zombies. An A1 zombie is a zombie with an alien ability level of 1 that can use alien abilities. A B1 zombie, on the other hand, is a zombie whose physical abilities are kept at the second evolution and cannot use their powers. The only thing Lin Xuanma needed to focus on was the A1 zombies. Lin Xuanma had just approached when this A1 zombie launched an attack towards his side. Boom, 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 boom. A small fireball emanated from the alien zombie's palm and exploded over in Lin Xuanma's direction, but it was blocked by the thick layer of glass. Lin Xuanma stepped back slightly, and this alien zombie stopped attacking. Lin Xuanma moved forward slightly, returning to his previous position, and the alien zombie immediately launched another attack. Lin Chummer tapped the glass with his right hand, then used shadow and shattered it right through. As the glass shattered, the alien zombie's small fireball lost its impediment and smashed into Lin Xuanma. Linkamer raised his right hand. Absolute defense parried the fireball. There was a gap in the use of the alien zombie's ability, and before the next wave of fireballs hit, Lin Xuanma's shadow directly cut off this alien zombie's head. The remaining zombies also rushed towards Lin Xuanma's side as if they had found their target. However, it was only a split second before Lin Xuanma's shadow instantly attacked and killed him. After collecting the zombies, Lin Xuanma walked into the store and went straight to the place where the lamb was stocked. Since several months had passed since the end times, all the lamb had gone bad except for the one in the freezer. Lin Quanmare counts the lamb harvested. If Lin Xuanma was allowed to eat freely, then the mutton would only last for 10 days at most. It's enough to last for 10 days or so. Lin Xuanma's goal was clear. He wanted to contract Wind Spirit Shin as a new goddess icon. However, since there was no mutton within the unlimited supply, Lin Xuanma had to wait for the next goddess illustration contract to obtain mutton. Until then, it's just a matter of topping off with the lamb you've collected. Lin Xuanma loaded the lamb and placed it on the back of a mutant dog. Afterwards, Lin Xuanma was ready to head to the next store when he was slightly stunned. Through the vision brought about by the anomaly, Lin Xuanma realized that Zhang Mubai had run into trouble on their side. Chapter 48, Lin Xuanma, taking me hostage? It's kind of funny, There are 3 floors in the Tianming supermarket. While Lin Xuanma went to look for the store with mutton hot pot, Zhang Mubai and the girls came to the 3rd floor to look for clothes. This one will look good for Quanmer's senses. This one too. Zhang Muxiao and Lin Xiaoye chattered, discussing the clothes they had chosen for Lin Xuanma. Zhang Mubai was beside her and couldn't insert the topic. She saw that the 2 of them were still so excited, and immediately splashed a pot of cold water and said, "Don't be so interested in the 2 of you. The end of the world. Who cares to wear handsome or not? Casually find the right size. Wear up comfortable on the line." When both of them heard Zhang Muxiao say this, they subconsciously looked at her. Lin Xiaoye said, "Mubai, your way of speaking is still not girly at all." Zhang Muxiao said, "Sister, you really have no love interest at all." Zhang Mubai rolled his eyes and said, "No matter how well dressed you are, if you run into a zombie, you will still get bloodstains in the battle. It's hard to say if it can be washed off by then. Since that's the case, then don't care about whether the clothes look good or not from the start. No love interest, no girly mind." Zhang Mubai felt like he couldn't communicate with these 2. Who cares if the clothes look good on you when it's all over? However, although Zhang Mubai was reluctant, Jang Muxiao and the girls still picked and chose for a while, eventually choosing several sets of clothes for Lin Xuanma that might be suitable for him. "Is that all?" Zhang Mubai asked. "That's all," Jang Musha said. The bag she was carrying was filled to the brim at this point. If the backpack wasn't big enough, then maybe just these clothes wouldn't fit. Zhang Mubai said, after looking at the men's clothing, "Go to the women's clothing. I want to wear the kind of clothes with eroticism that can interest Quan Mo." Zhang Musha said excitedly. Lin Xiaoye also nodded and said, "I have this intention as well." Zhang Mubai was directly speechless and said, "It's the end of the world. It's enough to have something to eat and something to wear, but also toss what's good or bad to look at. There you go again, sister, obviously with a pretty face. Mubai, you don't have the slightest bit of a girl's heart to dress yourself up." Zhang Mubai was speechless. She felt like she was back in those pre-apocalyptic days when she was looking for clothes with the 2. "There's no tension at all, and you're picking and choosing," Zhang Mubai said. "It's better for you guys to raise your guard a bit more or less. You might run into some dangerous mutated creatures." "Dangerous mutated creatures I don't think I'd necessarily run into. But yeah." Zhang Musha's excited expression gradually turned into a cold one. As for Lin Xiaoyu, she also put away her smile. Zhang Mubai furrowed his brows and listened to the footsteps that kept approaching the place. These footsteps were disorganized and obviously not made by one person. It also meant that the footsteps were not made by Lin Xuanma. People do run into each other. Zhang Mubai and the girls turned around, and behind them, sparsely, came a group of survivors. The group of survivors totaled 8, all male. By the looks of it, every one of them is in their late 30s to mid-40s. They all carried backpacks and were dressed more simply. Zhang Mubai's gaze fell on the hands of one of them. The man was holding a gun in his hand. The leader, raising his gun toward the top, said, "You 3, don't move. I didn't expect to run into such 3 great beauties, so it's not in vain that I traded food from the dark forest for this gun," the scarred man said with a loud laugh. The other 7, too, all looked at Zhang Mubai and the 3 of them with greedy gazes. The scarred man said, "Tie them up and take them back." "Yes, big brother." The 2 males held ropes in their hands and walked towards Zhang Mubai and the 3 of them. They acted diffidently, obviously thinking that Zhang Mubai and the 3 of them would not resist. However, by the time they reached Zhang Mubai and the girls, they saw a shadow transform into a sharp lance that directly penetrated one person's chest. The other male was alarmed and said, "Boss, no good. It's a shifter. I didn't expect that there are actually psychics among you guys." The scarred man revealed a surprised expression, but then said, "Don't be afraid. So what if you have psychic abilities? Can they still block my gun?" The scarred man held a gun, pointed it at Lin Xiaoye, and said, "Don't move, or I'll immediately shoot this woman." Lin Xiaoye looked more nervous. Zhang Mubai also frowned. However, Zhang Musha was slowly walking towards the scarred man and the others. The scarred man was a bit startled and pointed his gun at Zhang Musha, saying, "Don't move. If you come over again, I'll just shoot you dead." Zhang Musha didn't say anything and just kept walking towards the scarred man. Scarred man realized something was wrong and immediately opened fire. However, what came along with the thud was not Zhang Musha's head being blown apart by a bullet. Rather, the shadows form a square block of extreme toughness. After the scarab fired, the bullet struck the face of this barrier, but failed to penetrate it, instead dragging it backward only slightly without penetrating it. The scarred man realized something was wrong and shouted, "These 3 women can't be used. On my order, everyone shoot the 3 of them immediately." The few people who were still alive hurriedly pulled out pistols from their bodies and aimed them at Zhang Mubai's 3 people, banging and firing. However, the bullets that were fired were all blocked by this shadow wall of Zhang Musha. Scarab realized something was wrong and entertained the idea of running away. However, on the surface, the scarred man shouted, "We can't deal with them with pistols. so we'll just go straight for it and kill them. Although the aliens' powers are very powerful, their melee combat skills aren't good. Exactly. Listen to the boss and kill them. A few men sniffed and immediately rushed over towards Zhang Mubai and the girls. Only the scarred man, however, turned around and ran away directly. However, the scarred man hadn't run for long before the men were killed by Zhang Musha's supernatural powers. The black solid shadows suppressed and killed the men one by one. Once Scarab turned around and noticed this, he ran even harder. His mind was filled with trepidation. What's going on in this world? How did a few petite-looking little women become so terrifying? The alien I encountered before wasn't that terrifying. Scarab had killed shifters before even without a pistol. However, the alien powers that Scarman had killed were far too different compared to Zhang Musha's, and they were not even on the same level. Behind the fleeing scarred man were the unhurried steps of Zhang Mubai and the three of them. Musha, don't you just kill him? They have guns on them. Leave one alive for now and ask to see where they got them. The scarred man frantically escaped, and a youth walked in front of him. Izumo, are you done packing on your end? Well, it's done, but you seem to have had some kind of accident here. The scarred man hadn't felt much when he saw this youth. However, the conversation between Lin Xuanma and Zhang Mubai and the girls behind him gave him a plan. The scarred man pointed his gun at Lin Xuanma and said, "Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll immediately shoot him dead. Your powers shouldn't be able to protect him at this distance." The scarred man exclaimed as if he had picked up a life preserver. Lin Xuanma stopped in his tracks. "Are you sure you want me to threaten them as a hostage?" Zhang Mubai's trio stopped in their tracks, but looking at their expressions, it looked like they were holding back their laughter. Taking Lin Xuanmo as a hostage? It's kind of funny. Chapter 49, Death is like a harmonizer. You're quite funny. Jang Muxiao quickly couldn't hold back her laughter as she pointed at the scarred man and said, "You actually took Quan Mo as a hostage. This is too funny. Ha ha, no, I'm professionally trained. I won't laugh unless it's really funny." Put. Zhang Mubai and Lin Xiaoye both quickly couldn't hold it in either, as they let out a laugh that was hard for the scarred man to understand. The scarred man thought for a moment, then revealed an expression of sudden realization. "I know, they must be trying to use this way of stifling laughter to make me let my guard down before rescuing him." As the scarred man thought of this, his hand with the gun became more solid as he said, "If you guys have such petty thoughts of trying to save him from me, then forget it. Even if you guys are women, I won't let my guard down in front of a shifter." Lin Xuanma said, "You treating me as a hostage has to be the worst choice you've ever made in your life. You shut the up, or I'll shoot you right now." Lin Quanmer said, "Just drive, I don't care." The scarred man sniffed. A touch of coldness appeared on his face and said, "Then I'll shoot." With a thud, Scarab fired a shot. Instead of aiming at Lin Xuanma, though, he fired a shot at a spot to the side of him. After the scarred man finished firing his gun, he said coldly, "I intentionally shot this gun crookedly just now, and if you talk back to me again, I'll hit you directly on the head with the next shot. Don't think that I don't dare to kill. Lao Zi has killed a lot of people since the beginning of this post-apocalyptic world, no matter if they are zombies or people. If you dare to disobey me, I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Lin Xuanma said, "Then try opening a flower on my head instead." The scarred man sniffed, his eyes containing anger. It wasn't that Scarman didn't dare to kill. He had already killed more than a dozen people since the beginning of the end times. But right now, Lin Xuanma was a hostage, and the scarred man didn't want to casually throw away this piece of amulet. The scarred man believed that as long as Lin Xuanma was still in a state where he could be shot to death at any time, these women wouldn't dare to act rashly. Little white boy, sometimes it can be worse than death. The scarred man suddenly pulled out a dagger from his arms and said, "You're tall and handsome, so I'm sure some of these women should like you. If I draw something on your face, will they make a shrill angry noise? I'm looking forward to it." After the scarred man finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Mubai and the girls expectantly, wanting to see the few of them reveal expressions of worry and trepidation. However, after the scarred man finished his words, even Zhang Mubai and Lin Xiaoye, who had been holding back their laughter, couldn't help themselves. "I didn't want to laugh, but it's too funny." Zhang Mubai generally cared about his image, and at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xiaoye shook her head helplessly and said, "Obviously you're doing death, but you're doing it like a harmonic star. Your talent as a funny actor is still there." The scarred man's heart suddenly sank when he saw them in this state. Is it possible that they don't care about this guy at all? But it's not right. Looking at the way they started out, it's obvious that they know him well. The scarred man looked at Lin Quan Mo, but realized that even at this moment, when he was being pointed at by the scarred man with a gun and threatened with a dagger, Lin Quan Mo's expression was still so calm. There was only one possibility of maintaining such a calm expression in such a situation. That is, Lin Xuanma is a shifter. "You're hardly a shifter." The scarred man's pupils suddenly shrunk as he pulled the trigger and fired a shot directly at Lin Xuanma's head. The bullet was stopped by a diaphragm from the moment it was discharged. As the bullet lost its power, it slowly fell to the ground. Lin Xuanma said, "You guessed right. I am indeed an alien. And, do you want to guess whose alien ability is stronger compared to the three of them?" The fear in the scarred man's heart couldn't be suppressed when Lin Quan Mo asked these words, and he jerked the trigger, saying, "Die. You die for me. Damned alien monster." Appearance rating, 91. The bullets flew out one by one, but they were all blocked by the invisible barrier of Lin Xuanma. A bullet fell to the ground. The scarred man pulled the trigger again, only to find that there were no bullets left in it. The scarred man froze in place, unable to even hold his pistol, dropping it to the ground. In the next second, the scarred man, who had been so brutal just a moment ago, directly fell to his knees in front of Lin Xuanma as he gave his cheeks left and right and said, "I'm sorry, this Lord Alien, please forgive me. I really didn't know that you were all alien. If I knew that you guys were Xenos, if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move against you guys. We are all survivors of the end times. Can you spare my life for that? Please, I can give you all the supplies I've gathered. Just please spare my life. Please." "Lord Shifter," Lin Quan Mer said, "answer me a few questions. Speak, please, I'll know everything." The scarred man knelt on the ground and fawned. "Where did you get your pistols?" Right now it was the end times, but that didn't mean that you could just find this kind of pistol in Xia. It was bought from the Dark Forest. The scarred man immediately replied. Linkamer asked, "Where did the Dark Forest pistol come from?" "They attack shelters all over the place, and then snatch firearms from inside the shelters, and then sell them on a large scale. If you, Lord Shifter, want to buy firearms, then you can contact the people of the Dark Forest through our organization to make a deal. As long as there is food, no matter what kind of firearms can be bought from the Dark Forest." Rinkmer organized his thoughts. He had originally thought that the Dark Forest had attacked the shelter only out of confidence in their power, but now it seemed that they had attacked the shelter, not to show their power, but to snatch guns and precious researchers from inside the shelter. From this kind of action, it was clear that Lin Xuanma could not treat the Dark Forest as the kind of people who, after awakening in the end times, were mesmerized by their great personal strength and thought that they were human beings. You know that so many shelters in the Summer Kingdom were attacked by the Dark Forest in one night. Case STH. Lin Xuanma pondered slightly, feeling that this organization, the Dark Forest, seemed to be more tricky than he had expected. "Anything else you wish to ask, Shifter-sama?" "I'll be sure to tell you everything." Lin Xuanma asked. "What is the organization behind you?" "The organization behind me is the Scavengers, and although our organization is a gathering of people who don't have powers, we all have firearms in our hands because of the cooperation with the Dark Forest, competing with the other survivors. We have collected quite a lot of food. I personally collected quite a bit as well. As long as you are willing to spare my life, Lord Shifter, I can give you all the food I have collected. There is quite a bit of beef inside the food I've collected. It's a scarce commodity.